Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Alina, who was still accepting Qiu Zhang's scolding, suddenly shuddered. She felt as if she had lost the opportunity to destroy the world and become the female devil in human legend, but it was not an illusion no matter what. Qiu Zhang looked at Alina as if she had discovered something and quickly listened carefully, as if someone was gradually approaching. With a crash, the sliding door of the compartment opened. Outside the sliding door, a thin-faced little boy with jet black hair and a pair of emerald-green eyes wearing glasses, Harry Potter, stood at the door and said awkwardly, "Sorry, the carriage in front is full, can I enter?" No, Alina didn't even look back. But Harry Potter's expression was stunned. He glanced around the room and saw that the girl he liked was here, and his tone became a little tougher. "Get out." Carlos found Harry Potter actually looking at Qiu Zhang, frowned and said without looking back. Although Qiu Zhang didn't betray himself, he didn't have the awareness to watch others try to force him to the corner. If he hadn't been looking forward to the plot of the live-action movie, Carlos would have slapped Harry to death in front of him. Carlos didn't think responsibly in your heart. "Yes, sir, I'll leave right away." Harry froze when he heard Carlos's words. He was not completely at a loss when he just saw the black-haired boy. Everyone was saluting him. Harry even thought that even if he was killed on the spot by the boy in front of him, except for Dumbledore and Hagrid, who were the strongest in his mind, the entire school might avenge him, and others would make trouble for him. Having been bullied by his uncle's family since childhood and the descriptions of big figures in various novels, Harry knew that he couldn't afford to offend the boy in front of him. Otherwise, he would be completely ruined. Maybe the guy in front of him is the prince of this country, otherwise how could so many people salute him? In Harry Potter's mind, the most awesome person seems to be the king. After saying that, Harry ran away quickly without looking back as if he had encountered a man-eating beast. As for his courage, isn't it worthy of him? Carlos believed that the courage of the savior in front of him was more willful. If the protagonist in the original book had been replaced, he would not have killed so many people when fighting Voldemort. Therefore, Carlos, whether in time travel or after time travel, does not think that the so-called protagonist of the plot is very important. From his perspective, he can destroy all the plot with one hand. While Carlos was immersed in the various benefits that Alina and Qiu Zhang kept sending, the door of the box was suddenly opened, and a little girl with brown hair and slightly larger front teeth walked in, behind him followed by a little boy with a round face. Hermione Granger has been a little excited and a little confused recently. She never thought that she would become a witch. Although some strange things have been happening around her since she was a child, she has never connected it all with magic. When she thinks about herself, she couldn't help but be excited about being able to cast all kinds of novel magic in the future. But on the other hand, as a muggle, she has some fears about the magical world. She doesn't know anything, so why not just enter a magic school? Will I be the last in my grade? Will I be the worst? Oh my God, never be like this. Hermione was so excited and confused that when Neville came to her box to look for his toad, she immediately volunteered to help. Maybe this was an opportunity for her to see how good other people were. They had just met the legendary savior Harry Potter and his friends. It seemed that their magic level was not as good as theirs, especially that Ronald, who couldn't even distinguish between spells and jokes, but he knew those spells. All the spells were successfully performed, and it seemed that there was nothing extraordinary in the magical world. I would still be number one in age in the future. Feeling a little proud, Hermione pulled into another carriage, but was shocked by the scene in front of her. The silver-haired girl on the left and another black-haired girl are constantly rubbing their chests against a boy with long black hair. The extremely handsome boy with long black hair moved his hands on the two girls through the cloth armor robes on their bodies. But there was a flame condensed on top of his head. The shape of the flame kept changing from a horse to a rabbit and from a rabbit to a flower. As if awakened by the sound of her own door opening, the black-haired boy looked towards her. Hermione was surprised to find that the boy's pupils were the kind of dark abyss that seemed to swallow everything. Hermione looked particularly mysterious in front of her. In her mind, those black eyes were like black holes, gradually getting bigger, and suddenly the black hole in front of her eyes disappeared. It turned out that the black-haired boy had looked away. Snort. Two cold snorts came from the left and the right, awakening Hermione, and she realized that she was staring directly at the boy in front of her, which was a little impolite. Let me tell you a piece of news. I think you all have guessed what it is. This is also a question I have always wanted to say. The novel will be on the shelves at 0 o'clock in the morning. Please don't be surprised or complain. How can I put it? Anyway, thank you very much. I'm so supportive. It's been a long time. I look at you chatting after writing every day and it feels good to chat with you. Maybe when it comes to listing, everyone will think it's a scam. In fact, the charge is not very expensive, only 6 cents per 1,000 words, which is much cheaper than the starting point. In fact, I think many people don't know that I have quit my relatively stable job to concentrate on writing novels. But I want to live. Writing was originally my dream endeavor, but now it has become my career. I love novels very much. This is my first time taking this path of writing. I hope you will accompany me all the way. Maybe many people think I'm stupid for leaving a stable job to write novels. This kind of thing seems illusory in the eyes of the older generation. The author still remembers the look in his parents' eyes which looked at them, the child's rebellious eyes. Before the author quit his job, his boss often told me that if you write a novel, your novel will cost 50 cents a book. The author simply quit his job because of this. You may not understand how hurtful this invisible sense of contempt and superiority is. It is the same tone as asking for money, and it is a slander on the personality. The author lost his temper at that time, and the book review section should still be the author's. Angry words. Reading novels is something that the author has been insisting on. The author really likes harem stallion novels with beauties and beauties all included. Now this website has fewer and fewer novels of my type. The author didn't until December of the lunar calendar last year. I just started writing novels. The author's novels only collect various beauties, suppress various protagonists and supporting characters, those beautiful heroines and supporting characters, and even create many passerby beauties to enrich the protagonist's harem. You know that the author has already done this in the book. This book may be a mindless novel, but it must be a qualified novel about a stallion's harem beauty. As for other things, I won't say anything else. Anyway, if you like reading, please continue to support it. I will not ask for it. You go and reward me. I am not a pretentious person. I have been very happy getting along with you all these days. You are also the motivation for me to code. I would like to thank everyone here. Writing is not easy, so please support me. Thank you. After being put on the shelves, there will be a minimum of 10 updates on the first day, and then 4 updates every day. For subscriptions above 1,000, it is guaranteed to be updated 5 times a day. Subscribers above 1,500 are guaranteed 6 updates per day. For subscriptions above 2,000, 7 updates are guaranteed. As for moving forward, to be honest, the author estimates that the number of subscriptions for this book can exceed 1,000, which is the result of the support of all the readers. As a pure new author, this is my first novel to be published soon, and it has done very well without such a large subscription requirement. Therefore, the update requirements for this book are like this. The author believes that his achievements are only about 500 subscriptions. Please give the author some confidence. The author doesn't have a book on the shelves, so he only has this update request. The above is a normal update status, and the author will work hard to code it. Thank you for your understanding. Qiu Zhang snorted at Hermione Granger. This little girl is too bold, but she is not a little silly. Each of them has this idea, but who will show it? Alina shook her head. It seemed that Hermione was not mature at all now, because she didn't communicate much with other people, and had been isolated by her classmates. The talented academic girl in front of her was very immature, and all her thoughts were reflected on her face, just like those ordinary girls in school. All thoughts were reflected on his face, just like those of ordinary harem members who had no threat to Carlos's mythical status. But Alina can't underestimate Hermione. She is a genius academic master. She is a real academic master herself. No matter how high her threat level is, she will be wary of Hermione Granger. Turning around to look at the relaxed Qiu Zhang, he knew that Qiu Zhang had lowered Hermione's vigilance level a lot. Could it be that this kind of direct expression of thoughts can reduce the difficulty? Alina thought of the analysis of the magic world and the non-magic world that she had talked about in front of Carlos, and suddenly felt that she was seeking death. This completely raised other people's vigilance towards him to the highest level. He did not believe that there were no geniuses with bug IQ levels in Carlos's harem, but even if there were none now, there would definitely be many in the future. From the crowd around her, who kept saluting Carlos respectfully, she should have known that his master was now very powerful. and people all over the world respected the name of the feared descendant of Lucifer. His master must have performed many miracles or divine punishments, so what if all the beauties in the world will be his competitors in the future? That is at least hundreds of thousands of beauties. She showed her threat level at the beginning, how to crack it. Looking at Qiu Zhang with a proud smile on her face, Elena knew that she had already made the wrong move in the beginning. Please give me your advice, Sister Qiu. Elena gave a sisterly salute to Qiu Zhang. Well, we will get along well in the future, Sister Elena. Qiu Zhang nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, Hermione had been watching all this happen with curiosity. After Qiu Zhang's cold snort ended, she first saw Elena's brows furrowed and then relaxed. After that, I saw Elena and Qiu Zhang starting to talk to each other about sister affairs. She was a genius and a top student. Was she being ignored or let go? Carlos has been paying attention to Qiu Zhang's way of coping since he met Elena, but he found that he seemed to be completely confused. Elena, whom he was optimistic about, simply gave up and joined the camp of Qiu Zhang and Penelo. At this moment, he was extremely lucky that he was a boy. If he were a girl, he would probably be played to death. He is now a man who still possesses a heaven-defying gold finger, possesses invincible power, and possesses the blood of Lucifer that allows him to dominate the entire world. Otherwise, Carlos would be panicking now. He is just an ordinary person who possesses a heaven-defying gold finger after time travel and possesses powerful power. If he hadn't been a double cultivator, girls would fall in love with him. There should be no thoughts of betraying him or hurting him. He couldn't even muster the courage to continue having a harem. But now that he had the incredible gold finger and invincible power, all these assumptions no longer existed. Carlos plans to open a harem in the future and continue to open a harem. Anyway, the bigger his harem is, the stronger his strength and his future potential will be. He will be completely bound to the word stallion for the rest of his life. Unless Carlos no longer intends to improve his own strength, it is impossible not to improve his own strength. Only those who hope to become stronger and stronger will want to be gradually surpassed by others until one day they are stepped on. Lose everything. Carlos wanted to be the one who controlled everything, the one who dominated everything, the only one in control who stood on the throne of heaven. Qiu Zhang and Elena had a family affair, but Hermione would not lose this opportunity to get close to Carlos. In her opinion, Carlos and she were from two different worlds, and this was the only chance. Carlos watched Hermione looking at him in a daze. While he was secretly delighted with his charm, he also planned to talk about the little Hermione in front of him. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and Carlos said softly, Hermione, do you need my help? Hermione happily said to Carlos, Sir Carlos, I want to find Neville's lost toad and I also hope to ask you for knowledge often. Carlos looked at Hermione's weird schoolgirl attitude like a serious student and did not expose her. After all, letting the heroine in Harry Potter take the initiative to pursue her was a very comfortable thing, and Hermione was also a beautiful woman. Herself 847, her two big teeth that affect her beauty can be eliminated at any time. Of course, Hermione can come to me now. Carlos said with a smile and winked mischievously at her. Oh yes, of course. Hermione said in surprise that she didn't want to look for Neville's lost toad now, so what does this lovely young lady want to do with me? Carlos breathed softly at Hermione. Ah. Why are you like this? Miss Hermione Granger was frightened, but she could still see a happy expression on her face. She was obviously very happy that she had the charm to attract Carlos. Of course I am attracted by this cute little girl in front of me. Carlos said with a smile, I don't know you well yet, can we get to know you better before we talk about this? Hermione paused and said, Of course, if you want to talk to such a lovely lady, Carlos nodded and said. Can you tell me about you? Hermione asked expectantly. Carlos stood up and started looking for Neville's toad without answering Hermione's question at all. It was not difficult for Carlos to find Neville's toad. He only needed to use the flying spell to solve the problem. However, it was a rare opportunity to develop a relationship with Hermione, a little Lolita, in an honest way. How could it end so quickly? Hermione was actually more happy with Carlos's performance. She was just enjoying herself compared to the big shot in front of her. She was worried that she wouldn't have a chance to get close to Carlos, so Hermione's speed became slower and slower, as if she was taking a walk. Just like they had gone on a walk before, the 5 Carlos girls slowly walked from carriage to carriage, completely ignoring Neville's opinion. If Neville had the courage to protest, this would be impossible. Elena and Hermione had been getting close to each other on the way, hoping that Qiu Zhang would increase his vigilance towards Hermione. She herself was completely wary of Qiu Zhang because of her too wild start, and the heroine Hermione Granger in front of her was also wary of her. Can't get better. Otherwise, he would have blocked the bullet for the heroine of the original work. She, Alina, has never suffered a loss. Rather than attracting firepower for others, he prefers to drag people into the water and roast them together in the fire. Obviously, her plan had been successful. Because of how much he valued the heroine Hermione, Qiu Zhang had already joined the conversation and began to test Hermione continuously. My name is Alina, and like you, I am a new student of Muggle birth. Even sister Qiu Zhang was born the same way. Hello, my name is Hermione Granger and I am a new student this year. Nice to meet you, Alina. Nice to meet you too, Hermione. I heard your grades are great. My grades are only good among ordinary people. Now that we are in the magical world, I will have to ask you and Sister Qiu Zhang for advice from time to time. Hermione had a slightly unnatural look on her face. I can't teach you. Sister Hermione, you are a genius student. I will learn more from you in the future. Alina asked Hermione seriously. No, I should be begging you. What I studied before is completely useless in this world, and my grades are not as good as you and Qiu Zhang. I should be begging you and Sister Qiu Zhang. Hermione raised her eyebrows and quickly raised the identity of Alina in front of her. She felt that the silver-haired girl definitely had no good intentions. You are so humble, Sister Hermione. You are number one in the school. I used to admire you very much. Alina said seriously to Hermione. She had been waiting for this moment, otherwise how could she have called her sister in her lifetime? I just read a lot of books, but there are still many people in school who are better than me. Sister Qiu Zhang and Mr. Carlos are more knowledgeable than the teachers in our school. Hermione's head was about to have tic-tac-toe popping up. This silver-haired soul pale definitely investigated myself. No, Sister Hermione, I couldn't be ranked first in the school in my previous grades. You must be humble, Qiu Zhang said with a smile. Hermione was going crazy. The silver-haired girl in front of her was a complete loser. Yes, she was so alert that she finally got caught in someone's lowered vigilance. But Hermione had no choice but to keep chatting, trying to bring the topic to Carlos. But this silver-haired chaos often brings the topic to himself. He is absolutely familiar with himself and is smart enough to take advantage of him. Sister Hermione, I heard that you are often short of books. You must like reading very much. Sister Qiu Zhang, and you must have a lot to talk about. Alina used the most deadly weapon against Hermione Granger. I can never compare to your sister Alina, Hermione said with a dry laugh. Hermione Granger, swore she had never seen the ghost before her in her life. Sister Hermione, we must have a lot to talk about, Qiu Zhang said with a smile. If it weren't for Alina's constant reminders, she would have never thought that this junior Hermione Granger would be such a big threat. Like reading, which means liking knowledge, equals reading a lot of knowledge books equals the future master of scheming. The competition for the position of the concubine of the goddess, she will definitely conquer this little girl with Penello. As for Alina being too cunning, she actually admitted defeat to them, but she was a powerful enemy. Qiu Zhang glanced at Alina beside him and thought to himself, Sister Qiu Zhang, are you already able to cast a lot of magic spells? It's amazing. Many of my friends who were wizards couldn't do this when they first entered school. Hermione, I just work harder and with the help of Carlos I have the strength I have now, Qiu Zhang said with a smile. By the way, do you have a favorite college? Do you want to consider our Ravenclaw? You are so smart that you can definitely go. Sister Qiu Zhang, Sister Hermione has courage. She is also suitable for a Gryffindor. Alina couldn't help but join in. What are the consciousnesses of Ravenclaw and Gryffindor? Can you tell me, Qiu Zhang? I don't know these questions at all. Hermione could only reluctantly change the subject and curiously asked about Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. Ravenclaw likes students who are wise, fair, shrewd, knowledgeable, smart, farsighted, curious, and like to delve into things. If you are shrewd, you belong to the wise Ravenclaw, where wise and learned men always meet their kindred spirits. Hufflepuff is particularly famous for being good at food-related spells. It is perhaps the most well-meaning house with the most students among the 4 houses of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. They are upright, loyal, honest, not afraid of hardships, have the qualities of hard work and loyalty, and treat all students equally. The admission criteria for Gryffindors are bravery and fearlessness. They are brave and love taking risks. If you are brave enough, you will belong to Gryffindor. Dumbledore said that those who have courage, and boldness will good money make Gryffindor outstanding. Actually, there are many people in Gryffindor who like to cause trouble, and the atmosphere is not very good. Slytherin's admission criteria are shrewd and powerful Slytherins who come from that quagmire, and he who is thirsty for power likes those young people with pure blood and ambition the most. In fact, Slytherin Academy not only admits purebloods, but more than half of the students in the academy only have one parent who is a wizard. The Sorting Hat is likely to sort any student who strongly desires to enter the academy into Slytherin, even if that student does not meet the standards. The character of Slytherin's academy is shrewdness, tact, ambition, self-preservation, unscrupulous means, strong will, talent, friendship, and power. Hermione, you can't get into Slytherin, so you don't need to worry about this, and along the way, Hermione was already exhausted physically and mentally from Alina, a kind-hearted schoolgirl. If it weren't for Carlos, she probably wouldn't be able to hold on. Carlos interrupted the conversation from time to time and exchanged various topics with Hermione. He also touched Alina's silver-haired villa with his hands. This guy told Hermione that this heroine was bullied to death. As a beneficiary, Carlos couldn't stand it anymore. After all, the heroine of the original novel couldn't be bullied too badly, so he chatted with Hermione from time to time, talked about feelings with Qiu Zhang and Alina, and left constant comments along the way. Huan Sheng novel, even the search for Neville's lost toad was almost forgotten. In the constant chat, Carlos's image became more and more perfect as everyone talked about it. In Hermione's opinion, not only did he have excellent grades, he was #1 in age, he was also very popular, and he had an extremely respected status. He was probably the legendary prince. Almost all the boys saluted him along the way, and everyone greeted him with the same unfamiliar etiquette. Some Ravenclaw seniors even called him Your Highness. What's more important is that every beautiful senior sister seems to be very close to him. Sometimes, Hermione even thought that those beautiful seniors were Carlos's women because their behavior was so close and familiar. But it was impossible for Carlos to date so many seniors because almost all the beautiful seniors were express intimacy with Carlos 833. Hermione felt a lot more relieved. She still didn't know that Carlos had the incredible gold finger and could practice dual cultivation all day long without rest. In her mind, she regarded those senior students as Carlos' admirers. In a short time, the 5 of them searched the entire train, but unfortunately they still couldn't find Neville's toad. Carlos turned back to Neville and said, "Neville, it seems that your toad is hiding, but there's no need. Worry, you will find it." Pets in the magical world have a mysterious connection with their owners, and generally they will not get lost. I guess it is just joking with you, and maybe it will pop out on its own after a while. Well, Neville replied, squeaking, obviously worried. Hermione and Alina on the other side were obviously interested in pets from the magical world, but Hermione was really interested, and Alina wanted to eat them. Carlos knows Alina very well. This silver-haired Vila doesn't know what she did in her previous life, but now she is a complete foodie, a real foodie. In the original novel, she could plan to eat Dumbledore's phoenix, she was really verbal. Carlos thought that Alina would be able to chat well with Ankaraj. After all, one is a master who has reached level 4 cooking skills, and the other is a real foodie. The two of them can become very good best friends in the future, the kind of best friends who eat delicious food all over the world. Before Neville could ask anything, Carlos had already looked in another direction. He could sense a conflict somewhere from a distance and said to Hermione, "It's really interesting. Our little Mr. Malfoy seems to be there was a conflict with the little savior." On the other side, at the door of the carriage, Malfoy stood there with his 2 men, Goyle and Crabbe. "If I were you, Potter, I would be very careful." Malfoy Lucius blushed and said slowly to Harry, "You should be more polite, otherwise you will go the same way as your parents. That road, they don't know what is good or bad. If you hang out with people like the Weasley family or Hagrid, you will be affected." Opposite him, Harry and Ronald stood up. Ronald's face was as red as his red hair. "Say it again." Ronald said coldly, "Oh, you want to fight, don't you?" Malfoy sneered. Conflicts are prohibited on the train. Little Malfoy, can you show me that burning passion?" At this time, a voice came from far behind Malfoy, and Carlos said with a smile on his lips. Qiu Zhang and Alina held his hands on the left and right, followed by Hermione and Neville. "I'm sorry, I don't dare to offend the sacred." BGCA, seeing Carlos's eyes looking over, Malfoy subconsciously took a step back, pulling Goyle and Crabbe to salute Carlos at the same time. From the slightly trembling bodies of the 3 girls, Carlos knew that Malfoy did not dare to disobey his own reputation, so he waved his hand casually, indicating that he would let these 3 guys go this time. The 3 Malfoys stood up quickly and saluted Carlos to thank them, but that didn't mean that the matter was over. After all, Alina, the devil incarnate, was there. "Carlos, I want to see a show. It's boring now. Let's start the show." Alina looked at Malfoy and actually stopped acting, and actually started acting coquettishly towards Carlos. Under Hermione's surprised gaze, Carlos reached out and touched Alina's long silver hair, then turned to Sister Q Zhang and asked, Q, do you and Alina want to see a fierce performance? Hermione, you can also tell me what you think. Of course, Carlos, if you wish. Q Zhang's eyes showed a hint of eagerness to try. Looking at Hermione, who was still surprised, he smiled and said, Hermione, Carlos hopes that there will be a passionate fight in front of him. Do you want to see it? Of course I think, it's best to beat the savior until his teeth are all over the floor, Hermione said excitedly. She had long wanted to see the savior being beaten to the ground. Carlos' thoughts can arouse the destructive desire in the hearts of the three women. There is nothing more exciting than the savior being beaten to you. Harry Potter and Ronald really trembled under Carlos' gaze. After all, they did not dare to disobey Carlos's order. They only hoped that Carlos in front of them would allow them to attack Malfoy, otherwise they would have to be beaten passively. Perhaps Harry and Ronald's glances were too obvious, but Carlos instantly understood the meaning of their glances. He turned his head and glanced at the Malfoys, then turned to Neville behind him and said, You join the Savior's side and then face the Malfoys. In Ronald's desperate eyes, Neville walked behind him. He almost hated Harry Potter now. The legendary Savior should be respected, but this Savior was fake and actually wanted to fight with others to watch. Harry Potter didn't know Ronald's little thoughts. He looked at Malfoy, Goyle, and Crabbe, and they actually took out the magic spell. They didn't want to kill him, they wanted to kill his savior. In his desperate eyes, Carlos spoke. This voice made him feel as if he had been saved. Carlos said softly, In this duel, no magic spells are allowed, only fists can be used to fight each other. Carlos said loudly, In the eyes of Harry Potter, the savior, the Malfoys put away their wands. If they only used their fists, a figure like Neville could deal with him. He didn't believe that he, Ronald, and Neville could not defeat him alone. The three Malfoys. Are you ready? Carlos said loudly again, pulling Q and Zhang out of the carriage and walked straight to the door to watch the showdown. The three Malfoys stood in a row, with Goyle and Crabbe surrounding the savior Harry and the red-haired kid from the Weasley family. Malfoy planned to deal with Neville on his own. As for the red-haired kid and the savior Harry, he believed that even if Goyle and Crabbe couldn't win, they could still hold them back. Even if his pureblood family didn't know how to fight, the power of their fists should be stronger than that of the Longbottom family. The saviors Harry and Ronald also surrounded Lal and Cleve. They had long been unhappy with Malfoy, an arrogant guy. Now that Neville stopped the other two, they must beat Malfoy to death. This time it was him who jumped up. As for Neville's opinion, the savior never asked him. He thought that Neville could definitely stop Malfoy's two followers. As long as he defeated Malfoy, he would win. I never thought that the speed they arranged was completely opposite to the opponent. Shouldn't it be said that if they actually fought, the people he arranged would not be able to find each other? This was a childlike fight. It is completely willful and naive to think that the other party will follow your own arrangements. After Carlos and Alina walked outside the door together, the atmosphere became a little strange. Malfoy's face gradually turned red. After a long time, he held back a sentence, hit me hard. He took the lead and pounced on me. Neville threw the other man to the ground and beat him in the face so hard that he was breathless. The other two big guys next to Malfoy, one jumped towards Harry and the other towards Weasley. The two sides struggled into a ball and the snacks on the table flew everywhere. Oh my God, he said in disbelief. Carlos had already pulled the four women out of the car and closed the door, isolating this terrible fight. Why don't you let us watch them fight? Carlos complained as Hermione watched. Fortunately, he wanted to watch a real-life version of boys fighting. You don't think I need to care about such a child-level fight? Bert asked humorously, and he continued. When I arrange the fight, it is just an ordinary slapstick. After they vent their anger, they will naturally not start a fight. On the other hand, if we continue to watch them fight, they won't dare to stop even if they are typing in their heads. Carlos continued helplessly. Yeah, Carlos, I didn't expect things to be so serious, so I'm sorry. Hermione looked worriedly at the closed door of the carriage and said apologetically, Alina or Hermione, you need to be careful when encountering this kind of thing in the future. If you don't want to see human life, don't watch it live again, Carlos said to Hermione seriously. Alina nodded in agreement. His adoptive father, Benitez, was an underground black boxing player, so he naturally knew about this kind of thing. If no big shot came, he would just click on it. If he did, people would die every day. This is inevitable. He is Carlos's woman now, and there are some things that really need to be paid attention to. Otherwise, his behavior of fanning the flames will cause a big mess sooner or later. Alina is also a little embarrassed thinking about this. After all, what happened this time, she also had the effect of fanning the flames. From now on, she can no longer go around demagoguing people. It is a boring life. Alina constantly sets rules for her future actions. The situation inside the carriage was always very intense, and you could feel the vibrations inside through the carriage. After a few minutes, all the sounds disappeared. Carlos opened the door of the carriage and found that all 6 people had fallen to the ground. Harry looked miserable, the clothes on his body were torn and the corners of his mouth were swollen. Neville and Malfoy were still wrestling together. The two sides seemed to be determined to never give up. Carlos, if we cheat the savior like this, we won't become the enemy of the world. Hermione glanced at Carlos worriedly. It's okay, no one dares to cause trouble for our men. Alina said in a nonchalant tone, seeming to still blame Hermione for making a fuss. Alina is right, as my women it doesn't matter what you do. Carlos nodded and said seriously to the 3 women, please give me flowers. Master, you are great, let's go to the Forbidden Forest to eat now. Unlike Hermione's obedience, Alina was afraid of the world and kept saying, Sister Alina, I think you need to have a good chat with me, Qiu Zhang said to Alina with a dark face. Different from the fight between the 3 women, Carlos knew that the train was about to arrive at the station and quickly walked into the carriage. After all, he could have caused this kind of farce, so naturally it needed a perfect ending. Separate the left and right. Carlos raised his wand, pointed at Neville and Malfoy who were still struggling, and used magic to separate the two. The two sides looked a bit miserable and it was clear how brutal the fight was. Recover as before. The clothes on the 6 people were restored to their original state, but the damage on their faces could not be erased. Harry Potter was destined to go to school with dark circles under his eyes. Oh, thank you, Carlos, I can keep fighting. After Neville arranged his clothes, he thanked Carlos and cast a provocative look at Malfoy. I just want to tell you that the train is arriving at the station soon. Malfoy bowed respectfully to Carlo and quickly left in embarrassment with Crabbe and Goyle. Lord Carlos, my name is Harry Potter. Sir Carlos, my name is Ronald Weasley. Harry and Ronald both greeted Carlos respectfully and introduced themselves. My name is Carlos Lucifer, nice to meet you. Harry Potter, I've heard your name and I know everything about you. Of course, I bought a few extra reference books. A History of Modern Magic, The Rise of Dark Arts, Important Magical Events of the 20th Century. You are mentioned in these. Carlos didn't say anything else. There was still a long time to get along with him in the future. He had plenty of opportunities and time to deal with Harry the Savior. He said to Harry and Ronald, you'd better change into your robes quickly. We just asked at the front of the car. Driver, he said that we are about to arrive. The sorting ceremony will be held soon. It is best to tidy up more. After saying that, she looked at Ronald and left. Neville also followed, but Alina walked up to Harry with a smile and said to Ronald on his left, Redhead, you have a piece of dirt on your nose. You didn't fight, did you? Before you even get there, you've gotten into big trouble with Malfoy, hee. Ronald touched his nose awkwardly and said with some embarrassment, we are going to change clothes. Can you please go out for a while? Okay. Alina saw that Ronald did not complain but accepted it and could only turn around and walk out of 890. This guy had the hatred of Harry Potter, the Savior, before he started fighting. Now he doesn't see it at all but is very friendly to Harry. Is this the unique charm of Harry Potter, the protagonist of this world and the Savior, or is this the friendship of men? No matter which house I'm assigned to, I don't want to be assigned to her or that guy. Ronald muttered in a low voice, pointing at Hermione's back after Alina left. Harry was a little confused and asked Ronald, who is Carlos Lucifer just now? Why did everyone salute him respectfully? Even Malfoy could only tremble in front of him. Ronald looked away and said, I don't know. Anyway, I heard that Carlos Lucifer is the son of the divine, that is, the descendant of the legendary god. Everyone in the entire magic world can only respect him and fear him. Even the Ministry of Magic of the United Kingdom Minister Cornelius Oswald Fudge could only salute him respectfully. Harry was surprised. That's the minister of our entire magical world in Ying. Doesn't the legendary world not exist? Ronald shrugged. Who knows, Carlos Lucifer's family has been passed down for thousands of years. I am the oldest family in the world, and only a family with the blood of the legendary gods can pass it on for such a long time. Harry did not continue to listen. He had truly seen Carlos's status. She was constantly surrounded by various beauties. Everyone who had seen him around them saluted him. This was a woman who was completely different from himself, of the world. In countless novels, those who crowned the saviors in the stories were gods. How could such an existence be possible? Harry thought back to what happened when he saw Carlos today and a month ago. People around him were performing unknown rituals on him, which looked very formal, solemn, and sacred. just like the rituals performed by the adults of the Church of Light on the archangels in those storybooks. But how is it possible? Carlos Lucifer is the legendary Lord of Hell, and the legendary Lucifer, Lord of the fallen angels, is also the son of Satan. If it was really the legendary ceremonial ceremony for meeting the divine, how could the people of the church agree to it? Harry Potter thought to himself in a deluded way, but he forgot that if Carlos was the only divine descendant in the entire world, the Holy Light Church would not have a real angel come to this world. How dare those church leaders dare to exist like this? Carlos has received petitions from 2/3 of the church leaders in more than a year. Even the saints of the church can be summoned by Carlos at any time for dual cultivation. Although he really wanted to, when Carlos received the certificate of surrender from the church, just yesterday, the saints from the Bible church had no time to rush over. There was still some weak resistance in the church, so they could only wait until the holidays to come back to the one who had eaten the surrender. Saint Gryffindor, the Sorting Hat shouted the name to the entire restaurant. It's really disappointing. Harry really has to enter Gryffindor. Qiu Zhang sighed and looked at Carlos sitting next to him. Just as we predicted before, Dumbledore intervened, and waiting for Harry Potter are opportunities to add points. Carlos shrugged. This matter is full of human emotions. Our principal is also from Gryffindor Academy, and he favors them very much. Hey, Qiu Zhang said with some dissatisfaction. Why are you still in the mood to tease me now? Maybe Harry is really suitable for Gryffindor. At only 12 years old, she instinctively rejected these bad ideas, although this may be true. Hey Q, you and Carlos still have time to chat. I suddenly don't want to be the prefect anymore. Why don't you come and help me? Penelo's voice suddenly came to mind in Qiu Zhang's ears. Sister Penelo, you're trying to scare me like this again. Don't you know that people can be frightened to death? Qiu Zhang clapped his hands, stood up and said to Penelo, HMPH. Who told you to show affection sometimes? I can only wait until night to find Carlos, Penelo said helplessly. What you need to pay attention to is that the thing that suddenly jumped out to scare me is not to talk about Carlos again, Qiu Zhang said fiercely, staring into Penelo's eyes. Forget it, I didn't expect that you kid, who was brought to climax by Carlos just once, would never be seen again, Penelo said casually, waving his hands. Sister Penelo, I think you need to explain how many times you scared me when Carlos and I were exercising, Qiu Zhang said with a dark expression. It was obvious that she was about to turn black. Okay. Q, Penelo is just increasing my interest. You can also come back with revenge, Carlos said quickly. He didn't want to make a big fuss during the sorting ceremony. Okay, Carlos, please remember to notify me in advance when Sister Penelo comes to see you today. Qiu Zhang said fiercely, looking at Penelo's retreating back. Okay, but as for the gift, you need to give me a special gift. Carlos smiled and agreed to ask for the gift. Carlos, during this year's April 4 winter vacation, I will be in the castle and prepare a wine pool feast for you, only for you, Qiu Zhang said to Carlos enthusiastically. Tell me, how many times have you and Penelo rehearsed? You must have been preparing for this wine feast for a long time, Carlos said softly with a raised brow. That's 8 or 9 times. We plan to prepare a beauty feast for 999,999 people, specially prepared for you. Qiu Zhang assured Carlos seriously. Stop, I haven't learned the time magic yet. Just give me a dozen people every day, that's enough. Carlos quickly interrupted Qiu Zhang's assurance. It's not like you're too lazy. Carlos, you should work hard to Lear. Okay, Q, don't worry, you and Alina and even Hermione will become the concubines of the gods. Carlos said seriously, staring at Qiu Zhang. Yeah. Carlos, I am absolutely sure that you only need to add 3 or 4 new people to your side every day, otherwise your strength will increase too slowly. Qiu Zhang was like changing her face, wanting Carlos to add more beauties. Q, I knew you were definitely trying to be lazy, and now you don't even want to play flirting games with me. Carlos shook his head and said to Qiu Zhang, what's the matter? It's not because your harem suddenly has hundreds of thousands of beauties, and everyone is as good as me, Qiu Zhang said proudly and snorted coldly, by the way. Hundreds of thousands of beauties were just a number before I learned time magic. And unless I control the whole world, even if the time magic reaches level 10, I can turn one day into 3 years. Luo's tone became increasingly helpless. Carlos, don't lie to me. If you control this world, you can turn the world of one day into hundreds of millions of years. Then all the pure beauties in the world will be cleansed by you. 16. Qiu Zhang didn't believe Carlos at all. She really thought she didn't know how powerful the Lord of the World was. Q, then after I take control of this world, our strength cannot be improved in this world. Do you choose to accompany me here or wait for me here? Carlos asked casually. Such a thing will have to wait for more than 10 years. You have to wait at least until the plot of this world is over before you take action. If hundreds of thousands of beauties hadn't suddenly arrived, you would have even had to wait for more than 10 years. Qiu Zhang said to the card. Ross complained. No, my first thought was to directly control the world. It wasn't until I met Alina that I understood the nature of my system. It turned out to be the superpower I had mastered. Carlos shook his head and said seriously, you mean the essence of the system is your ability, so what is this essence? Qiu Zhang said curiously. Carlos's words aroused his curiosity. Q, if you want to know, let me simply say that we can continuously improve the essence of our strength through the use of skills. Carlos paused, looked at Qiu Zhang and said seriously. Yeah. Carlos, I'll release a soundproof barrier first. Qiu Zhang nodded and looked around worriedly, fearing that someone might hear him, but he found that he and Carlos were in a strange room and everyone else was gone. This discovery made Qiu Zhang very surprised. Don't worry, this is a mental space I created in your mind using legilimency. We have been communicating spiritually, Carlos said with a smile to Qiu Zhang. Carlos, Y and I can make various movements, except that the range of movement is about 3 meters. Qiu Zhang said with a smile. You will know after I look at 2 ability descriptions with you, Carlos said with a smile. Legilimency level 6, 165,001 billion. You can read the emotions and memories of everyone below the 3rd-class wizard apprentice at any time without looking directly at the other person. You can even read the emotions and memories of a level 2 wizard by spending half your magic power. Mental space unfinished. You can create a mental space to allow people anywhere in the world to communicate without barriers, but the current mental space will disappear instantly without your magic power to maintain it. So it is an unfinished mental space. Oh my god, how can something like spiritual space really exist? Qiu Zhang said in surprise. Nothing is impossible. This spiritual space will be the foundation for me to create the kingdom of God in the future, Carlos said disapprovingly. Then I will support you. I still won't listen to what you want to say. Qiu Zhang nodded and then said directly to Carlos. Well, let me go out first. Carlos's choice of Qiu Zhang is not at all because of secrets. After all, people with real intelligence will only guess and verify by themselves, and will not get to the bottom of it. To explore, only those who are not intelligent enough would seek death like this. Opening and closing his eyes, Qiu Zhang found that he was back in the sorting hall, and the sorting hat's voice of Gryffindor had not yet completely finished. Carlos was looking at the meal in front of him and said, if it's appropriate, Harry should actually go into Slytherin. Some things about him belong to Slytherin. Qiu Zhang was a little confused and looked at Carlos in confusion, obviously not able to react from the shock in the spiritual space. However, Carlos obviously didn't want to explain anymore, and instead turned to look at Wei's demand sitting on the other side. Our former captain, haven't you given up yet? Weiss said with a wry smile, to be honest, I still think you're more suitable to be the captain than Qiu Zhang. No matter in terms of strength or respect, Qiu Zhang cares more about himself in your mind than the team. Status. Carlos shook his head. My harem stall is too big, I need to feed them one by one, and after becoming the captain, I will have more time to interact with my harem. You know I don't care about Quidditch things. As he spoke, he released a burst of freezing air with his bare hands to freeze a dessert, and then handed it to Qiu Zhang. Listening to Carlos's words and his casual movements, Weiss rolled his eyes. You have packed up all the beauties in the school now and you don't have time yet. Carlos just paused and then said half-truthfully, if possible, I plan to have all my women conceive my daughter before graduation. You know, of course I need more time to work hard. Weiss was stunned. Rather than you talking about such happiness in life, I would rather talk to you about the Dark Lord. Is it because of Harry's existence that I care more about him now? Even though he has long since disappeared. Our principal doesn't think so, and I feel the same way. A wizard who has reached that level will never simply disappear. He will come back. Look, our principal will definitely accumulate connections for the savior. This year the Academy Cup is probably very special. Carlos took a bite of steak and began to change the subject. Obviously this topic was a bit depressing, and everyone was silent for a while. Visby Qiu Zhang, who was about to graduate in 1 year, knew these things better. But after a while, Weiss still poked Carlos and said in a low voice, you really don't want to consider becoming the captain of Quidditch. Your little girlfriend has become the captain, and it's just a matter of 1 word to call you again. Although Mo Wen was merciful to all the girls after he killed all the beauties in the school, it was obvious that Qiu Zhang and Penelo stayed with him longer. Because all of them boys have become singles, they usually naturally more gossip. When the troll incident happened, nothing happened to Hermione and nothing happened to Daphne Greengrass. It should be said that no accident happened to any girl. The person who had the accident was a boy, yes, a boy, Dean Thomas. In the original book, he was Harry's love rival. Of course, this is impossible in this book. Dean Thomas was blocked in the boys' toilet by a troll. When saviors Harry and Ronald came to rescue him, before he had finished using the toilet, the liquid that was being sprayed out scared Harry and P******D him on his face. Well, Ronald has it too. When Professor McGonagall brought a large group of students to rescue him, the fishy smell on Harry and Ronald's bodies made them take a shower. Dumbledore rewarded Harry and Ronald with 50 Gryffindor points, to which Carlos agreed. He was having various fancy chats with the two sisters Daphne Greengrass and Astoria Greengrass in the Slytherin girls' dormitory. Carlos thought he was admiring the shy and seductive dance of the two sisters. It was like the various cloth armors on their bodies were flying, and he knew that there was no such thing as the prelude to the 18 forbidden dance. Ding, the host got the first kiss from the ordinary plot character Daphne Greengrass, and was rewarded with 1 skill point and 10,000 universal proficiency points. Ding, the host gets the first blood of the ordinary plot character Daphne Greengrass, and is rewarded with 10 skill points and 100,000 universal proficiency points. Ding, the host and Daphne Greengrass practiced double cultivation once and gained 60 points of universal proficiency. Double cultivation skill proficiency +1. Ding, the host and Daphne Greengrass practiced double cultivation once and gained 60 points of universal proficiency, and dual cultivation skill proficiency degree +1. Ding, the host gets the first kiss from the ordinary plot character Astoria Greengrass and will be rewarded with 1 skill point. The reward will lead to 10,000 proficiency points. Ding, the host gets the first blood of the ordinary plot character Astoria Greengrass, rewards 10 skill points, and rewards 100,000 universal proficiency points. Ding, the host and Astoria Greengrass practiced double cultivation once and gained 10 points of universal proficiency, and dual cultivation skill proficiency +1. Ding, the host and Daphne Greengrass practiced double cultivation once and gained 60 points of universal proficiency and dual cultivation skill proficiency +1. Ding, the host and Astoria Greengrass practiced double cultivation once and gained 10 points of universal proficiency and dual cultivation skill proficiency +1. The day after Gryffindor added 50 points, Hermione found Carlos and wanted to discuss with him what he thought of Harry Potter. Carlos expressed his opinion on the spot. That is, he planned to watch the savior Harry and Ronald, two gay friends, commit suicide with Alina, and he might participate in those who were interested. Hermione said at the time that she would make all kinds of preparations for him. After Hermione finished talking about her own affairs, she began to tell the story of the savior Harry and Ronald who heroically rescued the handsome black man last night. She wanted to test Carlos's tone so that she could be prepared. Carlos just smiled and told Hermione that everything was as it happened, not mentioning that he violated school rules by having S**X with a girl last night. Even if he did mention that his harem was spread throughout the academy. What can he do? Every college has his harem, especially those beauties who are all members of his harem. Even if he has objections, he can't afford it. So it went. For Hermione, she had to do what Carlos told her well. Although her relationship with Harry and the two of them was not very good, she could still do well when it came to making fun of things. Moreover, she had heard about Harry and Ronald going to rescue Dean Thomas. Although she heard that Harry drank the liquid released by Dean Thomas, wouldn't this kind of thing be more interesting? She also wanted to watch the Savior's performance, hang out with the Savior, and then mock the Savior in the 7th grade. Wouldn't it be a better thing? Nothing could make the Savior sadder than betrayal. She, Hermione, was a little devil. She was very dissatisfied with the fact that Harry and Ronald added 50 points to Gryffindor for saving Dean Thomas. Her various actions after passing the blind spot gave the team 50 points. Why are Harry the so-called savior? It's the same as Carlos said, because he is Dumbledore's savior, the key piece to deal with the Dark Lord. Although Harry and Ronald did nothing when dealing with the trolls, the fact that he risked his life to save Dean Thomas still made him very famous in Gryffindor. To be honest, this made him isolated. Some looks are jealous. Hermione said silently, touching her chest, "Please give me flowers." Hermione has changed a lot with the help of Carlos. It shouldn't be said that she doesn't pay much attention to others now. Even the way she speaks is much gentler, which makes her look very cute. She gradually has more friends in school. Stand up. Harry and Ronald were not opposed to being friends with her, and the Hogwarts triangle was officially established. But Hermione only regarded the savior Harry and the red-haired brat as problem students. The kind of students who often made her cause trouble, often asked her for advice, and often pushed Harry behind his back, which made Hermione very happy. As for the relationship between the three of them and Carlos, the relationship between them is naturally good. Harry and Ronald are very afraid and in awe of Carlos's status and strength. They think Carlos is a big shot with a good personality. Even Carlos asked them to have a relationship with Mal on the train. The things that Fu often performed with gladiators, in Carlos's words, were all for their own good. Then Harry and Ronald actually believed it. In their opinion, they had defeated Malfoy. That was the only chance for him and Ronald to defeat Malfoy. They completely forgot that Carlos wanted them to perform a monkey-beating show. This also upgraded Carlos from a strange big shot to a good friend. In Hermione's heart, Carlos was her only man. If they were not in the same college, she would even want to drag Carlos into her room at night. 10 passionate parties were held in the dormitory. Carlos usually keeps her up and down, except to help his sister get rid of her anger. But Carlos is so weak that he would rather eat the juice given to her by his sister. Every time he wants to perform a full martial arts show, there are all kinds of beauties come and cause trouble. According to Qiu Zhang, they don't want to let themselves rise to the top and become Carlos' harem goddess, but Alina is fine just because Alina is your eldest sister. Just because Alina is Penelo and Qiu Zhang's best sister, when did Hermione become so miserable? Why didn't anyone come to bring me closer to Qiu Zhang's camp? You want to know about Nico Flamel? Why are you asking about him? Nico shouldn't have any contact with us now. Carlos gently closed the book in his hand in the library and looked at it with some curiosity. Several people in front of me. Hermione glanced at Harry and Ronald behind her, smiled, and told Mowen what they had discovered. Although Harry and Ronald were a little embarrassed afterwards, after all, they were the future saviors, and now they were asking a big man like Carlos for advice. It's already considered a shortcut. What Snape wants to harm Harry, and he also wants to get something related to Nico Flamel. Carlos said in mock surprise, "So that's it. Why did Harry's broom go wrong during the game that day? Was it Snape's fault? But he shouldn't be so bold, and he can teach in Hue 107 Gras so well. Professor Dumbledore should have trusted him for many years, shouldn't he?" Carlos began to mutter to himself, then glanced at Harry and Ronald, who looked a little eagerly, and said apologetically, "Sorry, I was obsessed. Do you want to know about Nicol Flamel?" Let me think. Well, there is Nico Flamel, one of the greatest alchemists in hundreds of years, who just celebrated his 600th anniversary last year. He is 65 years old and should be living in seclusion in Devon with his wife Perenelle, 658 years old. He is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone and a good friend of our principal. The two have had many collaborations in the field of alchemy. 665 years old. Philosopher's Stone. Harry, Ronald, and Hermione exclaimed at the same time. How is it possible? How can a person live such a long life? It's incredible. Harry exclaimed, and Ronald also agreed with his face. Hermione, on the other hand, was surprised. The Philosopher's Stone, no wonder Snape would take action. Then she rolled her eyes at Harry and the others. Don't you usually study? The Philosopher's Stone can turn any metal into pure gold, and it can turn any metal into pure gold. Isn't it amazing that you can create an elixir of life so that people who drink it will never die and live for more than 600 years? She said firmly, "That big dog must be guarding Flamel's Philosopher's Stone. I dare say that Flamel asked Dumbledore to keep it for him because they are friends, and he knew that someone was trying to take advantage of the Philosopher's Stone. So, he just moved the Philosopher's Stone out of Gringotts." But Harry and the others were still immersed in the astonishing effects of the Philosopher's Stone. A stone can turn gold and make you immortal. Harry said, "No wonder Snape is also thinking about it. Anyone would want it." Ronald murmured to himself, "He is over 600 years old. No wonder we can't find him in the research on the development of modern witchcraft." Carlos gently closed the book, smiled, and said to several people, "Any immortality spell should have its limitations. Although I don't know the specific effect of the magic stone, I'm sure it will have there are certain side effects. Otherwise, a great alchemist like Nico wouldn't hide its secrets, so you don't have to be too envious. As for Snape, although I still can't believe he would do that, but I will keep an eye on him, and you can come to me if you encounter any trouble." Carlos shook his head as he watched the three people leaving. Although they agreed, it was obvious from the looks of Harry and Ronald that they didn't want him to participate. Young people always like to be in the limelight. Harry and the others subconsciously, I want to make some achievements on my own. Especially Harry, who has always been known as the savior and has attracted much attention. He has always wanted to do something to prove himself, and Hermione has always been his woman. She also contributed to this incident, but it was a pity that only one of the three made the decision. It was never her. Hey, you have a good relationship with our savior master. Handing a book to Carlos, Qiu Zhang walked out from behind a bookshelf with a playful expression. Don't you know everything? You can learn the truth about the whole world from Alina's mouth. Carlos took the book and said softly, A tilde. Carlos, sometimes I would rather not know the origin of our world and tell it from other people's writings, Qiu Zhang said helplessly. That's not necessarily true. The Harry Potter written by Rowling was just written after receiving information from this world. Aren't many details different? Carlos shook his head at Qiu Zhang and said seriously, yes, according to Alina, our world was written by certain writers who were inspired by some so-called cosmic information. Qiu Zhang hugged Carlos and said lazily, now that you know, what else do you have to worry about? Carlos asked. There's nothing to worry about. I'm just absolutely certain that the me in that movie was so ugly, just like the beauties in the movie lowered their appearance. Humph. Qiu Zhang looked up and stared into Carlos's eyes with dissatisfaction, said, isn't that bad? Just because all of you look completely different from the people in that movie, I will accept you. Carlos nodded and said seriously, I think you are a straight man with terminal cancer. You are hopeless, Qiu Zhang said with a smile to Carlos. Of course, I don't want my woman to look ordinary. You are my Zhang Qiu, Carlos whispered in Qiu Zhang's ear. Well. You are also my only Carlos, and the oath I have made with you will last forever. Qiu Zhang said seriously. Qiu, the level of this world is not high, it's just a low-level magical world. Are you interested in going out with me to have a look? Carlos extended an invitation to Qiu Zhang. Of course, when you summon me, I will definitely go, Qiu Zhang said in an erratic tone. You are still so smart, knowing that I will not have much time to spend with you when I go to other worlds, Carlos shook his head. 2. Of course, if we are waiting for you in this world or you summon us, why not we will always wait for you, Qiu Zhang said with a nod. Don't worry, although I discovered the coordinates of a new world, I won't set off until I take control of this world, Carlos said seriously. What I know is that what I need is you after taking control of the world. Use the power of the world to create a space with endless time. Qiu Zhang made a request. Of course I will. The thousands of years in that space are just 1 second outside. Each of you can spend decades alone with me. No, it should be different organizations in your harem. Each one will accompany you for at night. The 3 Harry Potters were walking hurriedly in the corridors of the college. We have to find Dumbledore, Harry said breathlessly in the corridor. We have to find out Snape's crime tonight and tell Dumbledore. No one had ever told them where Dumbledore lived, nor did they know of anyone who had ever been taken to see the headmaster. No, someone actually said that. On the 8th floor, behind the 2 statues. Hermione said hesitantly, Carlos once said that the password is lemonade. Don't be stupid, that's just. Before Ronald could finish his words, Harry had planned something. Whether it's true or not, we have to try. This is the only clue we have at the moment. They arrived on the 8th floor and successfully entered the headmaster's office, but did not find Dumbledore. How could he know? Ronald felt incredible all the way. Then 3 first-year students, Harry Potter, Ronald, and 16 Hermione, were caught wandering around at night by Professor McGonagall. Each of them was deducted 50 points. He later met Snape, who was in a cheerful mood, which made Harry vomit blood even more. Gryffindor appeared and lost 150 points overnight. Not only did the distance between him and Ravenclaw suddenly widen to the point where he could no longer catch up, he also gave up the 2nd position to his old enemy Slytherin. Even Hufflepuff's score was higher than Gryffindor's. Much more, the Gryffindor students passed by the arrogant hourglass that recorded the house score. I couldn't even believe my eyes and thought something had gone wrong. How could they suddenly lose 150 points compared to yesterday? Then, the matter slowly spread. Harry was originally one of the most popular characters in Gryffindor. Although he was suppressed by Qiu Zhang in 2 Quidditch matches, even Carlos didn't take action because he had already got what he wanted. But after this incident, he suddenly became the target of public criticism. No one in Gryffindor gave him a good look. Even the team members were particularly dissatisfied with him and almost no longer called him by his name. As for why Carlos didn't take action, it's because his ability has surpassed the level of the entire world, so he basically doesn't participate in team games, unless Qiu Zhang can't hold on, but that's impossible. Quidditch Genius level for 2023/5000, you are a Quidditch Genius. Effect improvement of flying talent, improvement of charm, improvement of flight understanding ability. Riding level 6, 956 1 million, your riding ability has formed inherent magic. You can enslave a formal wizard or a magical creature of a lower level to become a mount. Effect: the favorability of magical creatures is increased, and the riding comfort is improved. When you sit on the mount, your speed automatically reaches 3 times the usual speed, which can burn the life of the mount to increase the maximum speed to 6 times. This is the list of abilities that Carlos showed to Qiu Zhang a month ago. At that time, Qiu Zhang directly gave Carlos a long vacation and burst into tears looking at her riding ability that was just approaching level 2. For Harry, his situation is several times worse than in the original book. Because of Carlos's existence, the entire school has become a harem that belongs to Carlos alone. In addition, Carlos Ravenclaw has always been in the lead in terms of credits, and last year it defeated Slytherin and won the double cup. Therefore, everyone in the school supports Carlos' behavior, and of course they are all girls. However, this year Carlos officially withdrew from the competition in the school. In the eyes of the beauties in the school, the credits in the college are the reflection of their own achievements. They must be divided into 3rd, 6th, and 9th grades, otherwise none of them would be willing to tolerate it. Therefore, the beauties in Gryffindor didn't look good on Harry, and they even looked bad on other boys, making those boys think they had offended Carlos's harem, but of course they really did. In this tug-of-war between the forces in the harem, it was good that Harry was not killed by the many beauties in Carlos' harem, but Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff basically had no reaction, and Slytherin was somewhat proud of his old enemy. After all, the 3 concubines of Carlos are all suppressed by Ravenclaw, so they don't dare to do anything too outrageous. At most, they can only taunt the beautiful members of Gryffindor by deducting points when they see them. But just the condemnation from the many beauties of Gryffindor and the contempt from the boys was already too much for Harry. He was only a teenager after all, and he even wanted to quit the team at one point. In addition, Hermione and Ronald were also suffering. Their days were not as difficult as Harry's because they were not as famous as him, but no one wanted to talk to them. As Carlos's concubine reserve, Hermione no longer showed up in class, always lowering her head and studying silently. During this period, Carlos found him and wanted to eat this little beauty. Hermione agreed immediately, but she needed Carlos to go to the goddess dormitory where she was and eat her. She was not stupid. This was an opportunity to bring a group of people into Carlos' harem. As long as Carlos is here, Hermione Granger will have as many women as she can push. Only a fool will go to Ravenclaw and let Carlos eat it. At night, in front of the Gryffindor girls' dormitory, why does Carlos keep coming so close? As a girls' dormitory in Hogwarts, the author has been in dozens of girls' dormitories and is familiar with everything. However, he is a frequent visitor to many 940 girls' dormitories, and he will come to every girls' dormitory for a drink. Gryffindor's girls' dormitory, this was perhaps one of the most familiar scenes in his previous life. Carlos walked up the spiral staircase on the right with familiarity, opened the door, and walked into the girls' dormitory located in Gryffindor Tower. Lifting up the brim of his hood, Carlos looked around cautiously. Just like what I saw before I came to this dormitory last year, a row of beds with 4 pillars and dark red flannel curtains stretched inward from the door, and the floor was covered with a red and gold furry carpet. In this era without the internet or mobile phones, students do not have many ways to relax and entertain themselves. At this time, most of the little witches in Gryffindor Academy had already put on their nightgowns, or gathered together in 2s and 3s to chat quietly, or sat alone by the bed and read quietly, and no one noticed the sudden change at the door. 10 freshmen came in. Near the door on the soft big bed where Carlos's 7th grade senior who graduated last year slept, a little witch with long brown wavy hair leaned on the curved bedside backrest, concentrating on reading a large and heavy book. Books with a lass. Isn't this classmate Hermione Granger? Destiny is truly wonderful. Carlos raised his eyebrows playfully, stood on tiptoes, and quietly walked around behind Hermione. He leaned over and glanced at the title of the book in Miss Know-it-all's hand, A History of Hogwarts. The content described on the open pages of the book is exactly how the 4 founders arrived and established Hogwarts. Needless to say, the cute little Hermione must want to see how to avoid deducting points. Actually, I didn't see it here. Carlos coughed lightly and explained seriously, "Didn't you say you wanted me to come over at night and eat you, so I came. I know, I just want to confirm again." "Yeah, Hermione nodded absently and stopped abruptly in the middle of her words. She turned her head away with wide eyes and a shocked face, and her quill drew a long mark on the page. Before Hermione could cry out, Carlos opened her mouth and kept sucking in Hermione's mouth to prevent her from announcing it loudly. He didn't want people to find out that he was sleeping in the girls' dormitory in the middle of the night. "Carlos, why did you really come here?" Carlos looked at the familiar and handsome face in front of him, looked around cautiously, and asked in a low voice. Due to some accidents, God Penilo and I were separated, and then Qiu Zhang asked me to come to this floor to find you. Carlos sat down on the edge of the bed, shrugged, and replied sincerely, although it sounds a bit fanciful, the facts are already in front of you. The password is Dragon Slag, right? Glancing at Hermione's suspicious eyes, Carlos stretched out his paws dissatisfiedly and rubbed the baby-fat little face of the girl in front of him, with a hint of heartache in his tone. Oh my God, what is that look in your eyes? Could I lie to you? I am a divine son. I just remembered that I may have kept you waiting too long. Zheng Neng will come to you tonight. In fact, what he said was indeed true, but he omitted some irrelevant parts, but it was still an irrefutable fact. But Hermione glanced doubtfully at Carlos's pure black eyes, which were gradually approaching. Although they were full of sincerity, her intuition kept telling her that there must be something wrong logically. Okay, don't think so much. I'm here to find you now. Do you need to think about anything else? Well, Carlos, I will leave the rest of my life to you. Please give me your advice. Well, Hermione, let's take the oath. Everyone else in your dormitory is gathered around. Ah, I've been discovered. Parvati Patil said in surprise, but can you two stand behind me openly without being discovered? Carlos was speechless. Carlos, I love you. Let's do this together. Lavender Brown's voice came loudly from time to time. Okay, let's come together. Carlos shook his head helplessly. In this situation, it is impossible to swear an oath. Thinking of Alina's silver-haired dumpling, he and her must make up for the oath as soon as possible, otherwise those guys will be here even now. His own concubine also had a somewhat dishonest reputation. Carlos, I'll leave it to you tonight, Hermione said seriously. Please advise Parvati Patil. Carlos, don't look at me like this. Lavender Brown said to Carlos, I am still a pure virgin. I have had my first kiss. I, Lavender Brown, only want to have S*X with you, and I will only do it with you. You do? Yeah. Carlos still believed in Lavender Brown's words, at least there was no way he could deceive the system. Then a melee started and the system beeped, and I kept thinking about it. Ding, the host has obtained the first blood of Hermione Granger, a character in the main storyline of Harry Potter, and will be rewarded with 50 skill points and 6 million universal proficiency points. Ding, the host and Hermione Granger double practiced once and gained 60 points of universal proficiency. And the dual skill proficiency +1. Ding, the host and Hermione Granger double practiced once and gained 60 points of universal proficiency. And the dual skill proficiency +1. Ding, the host and Hermione Granger double practiced once and gained 60 points of universal proficiency. And the dual skill proficiency +1. Ding, the host got the first kiss from the ordinary plot character Parvati Petiers and was rewarded with 1 skill point and 10,000 universal proficiency points. Ding, the host gets the first blood of the ordinary plot character Parvati Patil, rewards 10 skill points, and rewards 100,000 universal proficiency points. Ding, the host and Parvati Patil will practice double cultivation once and gain 60 points of universal proficiency, and double cultivation skill proficiency +1. Ding, the host and Parvati Patil will practice double cultivation once and gain 60 points of universal proficiency, and double cultivation skill proficiency +1. Ding, the host and Hermione Granger double practiced once and gained 60 points of universal proficiency, and the dual skill proficiency +1. Ding, the host gets the first kiss from the ordinary plot character Lavender Brown, rewards 1 skill point, and rewards 10,000 points of universal proficiency soldiers. Ding, the host gets the first blood of the ordinary plot character Lavender Brown, rewards 10 skill points, and rewards 100,000 universal proficiency points. Ding, the host and Lavender Brown practiced double cultivation once and gained 60 points of universal proficiency, and dual cultivation skill proficiency +1. Zhao. Ding, the host and Hermione Granger double practiced once and gained 60 points of universal proficiency, and the dual skill proficiency +1 to be continued. Please make up your mind. Automatically in the middle of the night, a silver-haired man suddenly came to Carlos. First, he kissed Carlos passionately, and then the defensive cloth armor on his body disappeared one by one on the ground. At last, Ding, the host and Alina Katerina will practice dual cultivation once and gain 60 points of universal proficiency. Dual cultivation skill proficiency +1. With the blessing of Vila Bloodline, 6 points of universal proficiency will be obtained. Ding, the host and Alina Katerina will practice dual cultivation once and gain 60 points of universal proficiency. Dual cultivation skill proficiency +1. With the blessing of Vila Bloodline, 6 points of universal proficiency will be obtained. To be continued, please make up your mind automatically, but on this day, Hermione rushed to Penelo's prefect's dormitory and found Carlos. Carlos, who was having fun with a group of beauties, reached out and pulled Hermione closer to the chaotic battlefield. "Tell me, Hermione, what needs you to come to me for?" Carlos said softly, patting Hermione, who was lying smooth in his arms. "Wait, I'm completely weak now." "Carlos, let me lie down for a while," Hermione said lazily. She had already climaxed several times under Carlos's thrusts, and now she couldn't muster any energy to talk about Harry Potter. Request. "Okay, then I'll wait for you to rest." After Carlos said this, he gently moved his brother up. Wait, I surrender. It's your request for my attention, Harry Potter," Hermione said loudly. She didn't want to be knocked unconscious by Carlos. "What's going on? Don't I want you to stir up trouble as the savior? Could it be that those saviors are making big moves?" Carlos stopped his movements instantly and said with satisfaction. He is still very concerned about his woman, and of course he will not continue to rush forward when Hermione can't hold on. In that case, he will be a pure scumbag. His life creed is that a man can have many women, but he is a stallion. But Carlos will not hurt his women and will prepare all kinds of resources for his women. He cannot give them wholehearted love, but at least when he cultivates with them, take good care of their bodies. Usually he prepares enough money, status, and even power for them, and brings them the possibility of unlimited improvement in strength. This is why Carlos's women will let him open a harem, and even take the initiative to help him expand the harem infinitely. As for the thoughts of all the members of his harem, Carlos naturally understood that he wanted those harems to elevate his status to the only level in the world, and naturally those harem members had more or less inferiority complexes. Mentality. It's not that they can't find their own strengths and weaknesses, but Carlos's harem is so huge that he can see his own strengths and weaknesses in several people, and some of the members' strengths even surpass theirs. Under such circumstances, none of them have enough information. If Carlos does not continue to expand the harem, there is a high possibility that the last ones left by him are not themselves. Even the three concubines Penelo, Q, Zhang, and Hermione didn't have enough information to leave at the end. Except for Alina, who already knew that Carlos was a super stallion, she didn't worry at all that Carlos would stop that day. Expansion. So the silver-haired Hundun would join Carlos's dual cultivator melee every day whenever he had time. In the past 2 days, that guy's relative came, so he didn't come. If Carlos knew Hermione's thoughts, he would say that he is still too young. When Alina's relatives arrived 2 days ago, they said they wanted to commemorate that this was his first opportunity to grow up, so they dragged him here. Discussed several battles. Now Alina's silver-haired Vila probably hasn't woken up yet. Carlos can know the consequences of insisting on dual cultivation with him 20 or 30 times if Alina doesn't wake up until the day after tomorrow. It's Harry who said that Snape is going to take action. He already knows how to pass Fluffy's level, and he also tricked Professor Dumbledore away. He also said that he must get the magic stone in advance, but I am a member of the team. I dare not help him without your instructions. The Savior has no idea how to pass other levels, so he asked me to come to him. You helped. Let me think about it, Hermione. Carlos lowered his head and thought for a moment. Although he didn't want to spoil the plot and face Voldemort now, it was okay to just help the Savior deal with those levels. After all, he still wanted to see what happened. The plot of the original work under his influence will not be discovered yet. He needs to collect enough data to prepare for future travels. For example, in some worlds, the world consciousness gave birth to entity consciousness, such as Xing Yue. Another example is Xing Yue. Thinking of the two Lolita Alea and Gaia in Xingyu, and even the personification of the root, Genji. If he can figure out what the consequences will be for the whole world after destroying the plot, he can prepare to invade Xingyu in the future. Preparation for the world. Please give me flowers, of course. Carlos will not travel into Xingyu now. After all, he does not even have complete control over his own ability proficiency system. He relies on the system to absorb the origin of the entire world. He even suspected that he would be hunted by the entire world just after he traveled to Xingyu. After all, his purpose of traveling across the world was to plunder the origin of the world and improve the world. Unless he could control his powers one day, otherwise he would be a demon king who destroys the world, Carlos thought helplessly. While he was thinking wildly, Hermione's voice brought him back to his senses. Hermione chuckled and said, Carlos, we just need to help Harry pass the first few levels and then we can start watching the actors. Well, Carlos nodded slightly and then asked Hermione curiously, Alina has told you everything, so what do you think? Our thoughts are with you. Oh, what do you mean? It actually has something to do with me. Of course it has something to do with you. Carlos, as long as you take me to travel to other worlds, those so-called original novels and so-called movies will become ordinary stories that are inspired by the information of our world and written to be plausible. Well, what you said makes sense. Carlos thinks the same way. This kind of thing can only be judged by the benevolent and the wise. Since you have decided to let Harry be the last person to be Quirrel, of course I have no problem. It's just that when the saviors are ready to take action, I can wait for you outside Gryffindor's door. Carlos smiled and nodded. Just tonight, the savior made an appointment with me and told me not to forget it. Then I'll wait for you outside Gryffindor's door today. The two agreed on a time, and Hermione continued to be gentle with Carlos for a while, then got up and left. She was deeply afraid that Carlos couldn't help but want her again. Looking at Hermione's retreating figure, Carlos smiled slightly, still very much looking for at midnight. The portrait in the Gryffindor common room suddenly opened, and a sound of footsteps suddenly came out, but no one was seen. Hermione, didn't you make an appointment with Mr. Carlos at midnight? Where is he? Harry's voice came from the air, wrapped in his father's invisibility cloak, and asked Hermione, who was also wrapped in clothes. It's not like you succeeded without an invitation, right? Don't talk nonsense. How could I not invite Carlos? He must be delayed by something. Hermione explained unhappily. That's not true, Ronald said with some schadenfreude. If you hang out with us, no boys will like you. Although they have a good relationship with Hermione, both Harry and 453, Ronald are subconsciously doubtful of Hermione's charm. After all, there are too many women around Carlos, and Hermione really can't see it in so many lives. To outstanding advantages. You two are looking for a fight, I'll give it to you, he said, staring at Harry and Ronald with dangerous eyes. How is it possible that of course we will believe in your charm? Harry laughed dryly. Although he doubted it, he couldn't admit it. If it's Alina, that silver-haired beauty would be a lot better. As for... Ronald muttered desperately but quickly shut up when Hermione glanced over. He was afraid that Hermione would beat him. I said Carlos would come, and he will definitely come back. You have to believe in my charm as a girl. Hermione said dissatisfiedly as Ronald and Harry didn't believe in themselves. That's right, Hermione is a little beauty. How could I miss the invitation of a little beauty? Carlos' figure suddenly appeared from the air and smiled at Hermione. Of course I have confidence in you. If you didn't come, Alina heard that she had slept all day, Hermione said with a proud smile. Okay, don't mention Alina. There is no limit to how crazy that silver-haired dumpling can be. Carlos said helplessly. He was really afraid that Alina would go crazy like this. She was too careless about her body. He could secretly use it against Alina, several healing spells. Sir Carlos, how is Sister Alina? Harry's voice sounded weakly. Yeah, what happened to Sister Alina? Ronald's voice continued. It's okay, she just played too crazy with me. What are we going to do next? Carlos quickly changed the subject, not discussing his woman's hobbies with others, even if it was just a simple concern. Okay, what are we going to do next? Ronald said with a puzzled look on his face. What's going on? Harry didn't know how to start. He was a bit complaining that Ronald could only make the atmosphere so awkward. Seeing the awkward atmosphere at the scene, Hermione helplessly asked Carlos, Carlos, was it the disillusionment curse you cast just now? I don't feel like it. The effect is much better than the disillusionment curse. Hearing Hermione's question, Harry and Ronald quickly recalled the information about the disappearance curse. This spell can achieve the same effect as an invisibility cloak, but sometimes the cloak will not cover it tightly, but this spell can make people completely hidden. The person who has been cast by the spell will have a cold liquid drip down from the place where the wand is struck and flow all over the body, causing the body to appear the same color and texture as the background, but it is not invisible. It just seems to have transformed into a human form, dragon, but at this time Carlos really disappeared as if he was wearing an invisibility cloak. It was obviously not a simple phantom spell. Harry and Ronald looked at Carlos with more and more confusion. They wanted Carlos to answer Hermione's question, but they didn't know how to speak. Well, this is just an advanced application of the illusion curse. Although it can maximize the invisibility effect, there is a time limit. Carlos fooled Harry and Ronald with wrong answers. Hermione rolled her eyes at Carlos. Don't think she didn't know that Carlos often used the disillusionment curse to enter and exit the girls' dormitories. His disappearance curse had reached a level that could ignore all the magical protective barriers in Hogwarts. This was specially trained to interact with women. Carlos could only choose to ignore Hermione's glare. It couldn't be said that the level of the disguise curse was the first skill he used to improve with universal proficiency points. He only used this strategic resource to play with women. Oh no, it's Peeves. Harry's voice suddenly sounded. At the top of the stairs on the 4th floor, Peeves was jumping up the stairs, loosening the carpet on the stairs, hoping to cause others to fall. Several people held their breath, quietly stepped onto the stairs and walked towards him. Who is over there? Peeves suddenly narrowed his black eyes that always liked to play tricks and said, I know you are there, although I can't see. Are you a ghoul, a resurgent ghost, or a student kid? He rose to a halt in midair, squinting his eyes and looking towards them. Harry and the others felt their whole bodies stiffen and were about to exclaim subconsciously. But then Carlos's voice suddenly appeared in their ears. Leave it to me, you can just watch my performance with peace of mind. I saw a transparent figure suddenly flashed out and Peeves suddenly froze. Get away. The transparent figure cast a 0-6 ray of light and Peeves screamed and flew out and then his head disappeared. Fly away without looking back. Sir Carlos, how did you do it? Can you tell us how to hurt the ghost? Harry and Ronald kept asking Mo when on the way. It's just some magic spells. It's not that we can't really hurt ghosts, it's just that it's difficult to do it under normal circumstances. Carlos explained vaguely. He was not interested in teaching the Savior advanced spell knowledge. He could just be vague. This way. But fortunately, after a few seconds, they arrived outside the corridor on the 4th floor. The door was already opened a crack. Well, you saw it, Harry whispered. Snape has successfully passed Lu Wei. Seeing the half-open door, Harry was even more sure of his goal. He pulled off the invisibility cloak and said to Hermione, Ronald, and Carlos, who was revealed, If you want to back out now, I won't blame you. He said, You can take the invisibility cloak away, I don't need it anymore. Don't say anything stupid, Ronald said. Let's go together. Hermione said. Carlos shook his head. How can you leave such a publicity thing to you alone? I hope to attract more girls' attention this time. Hermione glared at him, but Ronald was amused. He was obviously more pleased with Carlos and patted him. Brother, you are already popular enough. The girls who like you are already all the beauties in the school. Ronald paused after saying this with a look of sadness on his face. He actually forgot that this B*******D had packed up all the beauties in the school. The so-called attraction was just to show off the 16-year-old's life skills. Harry also paused. He also thought of this. It would never be a good idea to chat with the winner of life, so he quickly pushed the door open gently. The three-headed dog that was crawling on the ground and sleeping soundly seemed to feel something. Its nose began to twitch, and its eyelids jumped up. A series of deep roars sounded from its mouth, as if it would wake up at any time, and in beside it remains a harp. Okay, Harry took a deep breath and played the flute according to Hagrid's instructions. As soon as he played the first note, the big dog's eyes drooped downwards again. Harry blew almost non-stop. Slowly, the big dog's barking stopped. It swayed a few times, then fell to the floor again and fell into a deep sleep. Harry, I have to say that your flute sound is really unpleasant. Please practice more next time if you have a chance. Carlos said loudly while looking at the three-headed Lu Wei. Harry rolled his eyes at him angrily but did not dare to stop talking for a moment. At this time, Ronald and Hermione had already opened the trapdoor. Looking at the dark hole, Ronald swallowed his saliva and asked, Which one of you wants to go down first? Everyone looked at each other for a moment and lost their attention. Just when Harry was about to volunteer, Carlos took out his wand and jumped in before anyone could react. See you soon, he also said to everyone at the same time. He waved his hand. Then after a while, Carlos's voice was heard from below. No problem, it's a soft landing. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and then jumped down one after another. Hermione and Ronald only felt that they had landed on a soft plant. Chuan asked Carlos, who had fallen on the other side, What is this? Mowen couldn't see clearly in the darkness, but Ronald could hear the narrowness in his tone. Devil's net. Carlos, you be *****D. Hermione yelled, jumping up and struggling towards a wet wall. The reason why she struggled like this was because as soon as she landed, the plant stretched out snake-like tendrils and wrapped them around her ankles. Carlos and Ronald on the other side were already entangled in the long vines without knowing it. On both legs, the devil's net on Carlos's body has even spread to his chest. Ronald began to tear off the vines with all his strength, but the more he struggled to break free, the faster and tighter the vines became. At this moment, Carlos's voice suddenly came over. Don't move, the more you move, the faster they will become entangled. But obviously Ronald didn't listen. After a while, only one of his heads was left exposed. At this time, there was another falling sound. Harry also came down, and there was another figure struggling in the devil's net. Carlos, think of a way, Hermione shouted anxiously as the vines were about to wrap around her thighs. Well, Harry is down too, okay. A dazzling firelight suddenly came over. In just a few seconds, the two boys felt that the vines were shrinking to avoid the light and warmth and loosened their entanglement on them. The plants twisted and twitched, automatically loosening their entanglements. Everyone finally broke free from the tendrils on their bodies. After taking an annoyed look at the fire coming out of Carlo's body, Ronald coughed twice and then said angrily, "Carlos, I'll act sooner if I think of a way next time. I was almost strangled to death by that damn thing just now. Yes, Professor Plout said that Devil's Net likes darkness and moisture and flame is its natural enemy. Why didn't I think of that just now?" Hermione on the other side blinked at Carlos, pretending to be surprised. "Explain." Carlos dispersed the flames on his hands, shrugged and said, "This place has been enchanted and cannot be suspended in the air. I can only wait for Harry to jump down before taking action, otherwise Harry will probably become the first person in history to be enchanted." The savior fell to death. Listening to his joke, Harry and Ronald both became happy, and the fear caused by the thrill just now also subsided a lot. As for Hermione, she was just acting with Carlos, otherwise her strength could completely turn this place to ashes in an instant, and she would still have to wait for Carlos to rescue her. This is just a game between her and Carlos. Walking along a stone corridor, there seemed to be gentle rustling and tinkling sounds ahead. Could it be a ghost? I don't know, it's like the sound of wings flapping. There was a light ahead, I saw something moving. They came to the end of the corridor and faced a brightly lit room with a high vaulted ceiling. Countless little birds, as dazzling as gems, fluttered around the room. There is a heavy wooden door on the opposite side of the room. "Do you think they will attack us if we cross the room?" Ronald asked. Carlos looked at the sky and shook his head. "I don't think so, it should be a kind of conditional magic. I'm afraid we have to catch the key among those birds, otherwise we won't be able to get through this door." Only then did everyone realize that what was flying in the air was not a bird at all, but keys with wings. Harry looked around every corner of the room. "Here we are, look, the broomstick. We have to go up and grab the key to that door. But there are hundreds of keys, let's try to open the Alajo cave first." Ronald muttered, but unfortunately no matter how hard he tried, the door didn't respond. Carlos smiled, chuckled, took a broom and rode on it. "Harry, let's compete and see if we can grab the key first." Harry was stunned for a moment, then took a broom and said, "I won't lose. You know, this situation is more suitable for the seeker." Harry hadn't watched Carlos's game because Carlos hadn't participated in any competition at all this year, but Qiu Zhang crushed him during the game, although it was very embarrassing for him. At that time, Ronald and Hermione comforted him together. Although he was depressed at that time, he unexpectedly learned about Carlos's competition last semester, so Harry still knew Carlos very well. He admitted that Carlos's speed and strength were the most outstanding on the Hogwarts Quidditch field, and no one could stop him. But now the competition was to catch the key, which was undoubtedly more beneficial to the seeker. The two of them rose into the air almost at the same time, and then rushed into the dense array of keys. They grabbed and fished desperately, but the enchanted keys evaded so quickly that it was impossible to catch them. Although Harry is the youngest Quidditch seeker in a century, Carlos, who has a proficiency system, is even more abnormal. His current strength has long been beyond the scope of ordinary wizards, and his eyes are almost not dazzled by what he sees. Affected by the key, his power is even more abnormal. The broomstick is almost like a straw in his hand, and he can control it however he wants. I saw a figure flash through the key array and plunged almost straight in. With a turn of more than 90 degrees, Carlo's hand fiercely grabbed in one direction, and then a big silver key appeared, caught in his hands. Seeing Carlos grabbing the key, Harry felt inexplicably disappointed, but he quickly forgot about it. The most important thing now was to quickly stop Snape from being an imaginary enemy of Carlos. "We should not talk about it later. Good job, Carlos." Seeing Carlos grab the key, Hermione cheered immediately and gave Carlos a look, blinking as if to tell you if you were hiding too much. "No problem, Hermione will come to Penello's dormitory to find me tonight," Carlos said with a smile. "Okay, I'll come to see you tonight, and everyone in my dormitory will come to see you too," Hermione nodded and said with a smile. Ronald and Harry looked uncomfortable when they heard the conversation between Carlos and Harry, because this was a naked show of affection, or a show of Carlos taking away all the beauties in the school. Seeing that Carlos and Hermione were still planning to continue chatting, Ronald's face became even more ugly. He turned to look at Harry next to him, rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Well, Harry, you fly very beautifully too." Hearing Ronald's words, Harry nodded, then silently walked over and patted Ronald. The two looked at each other, and a feeling of being connected with each other arose spontaneously. How could there be such a pervert like Carlos in this world? All the beauties in the school were packed away by him alone. Just when the two were feeling sorry for themselves, Carlos and Hermione had stopped showing off their affection and kissed Hermione gently on the mouth. Carlos took out the key and walked forward. When he came to the door, he roughly inserted the key into the keyhole, twisted it hard, and the door was opened. Guess what the next level is? Lu Wei was set by Hagrid, and the devil's net should be Professor Sprout. Just now the key looks like it belongs to Professor Flitwick. I guess the next level is either Professor McGonagall or Professor Snape. Carlos said as he opened the door. It turned out that he was right. The second room was completely dark and nothing could be seen. But as soon as they stepped in, the room suddenly became brightly lit, illuminating a shocking scene. They were standing next to a huge chessboard with black chess pieces in front of them. Those chess pieces were taller than them and seemed to be carved out of something like black cloth. At the other end of the room, facing them, were some white chess pieces. Harry and Ronald were trembling with fear. The towering white chess pieces had no facial features. As for Hermione, she was a bold lunatic. She took this opportunity and hugged Carlos. She gently grabbed Carlos's hand with her beautiful hand and kept groping Carlos with her left hand like a woman with constant desires. But Carlos could know that Hermione, the little witch, was leading his right hand to her face and even licked Carlos's hand. An electric shock-like feeling spread throughout his body from his right hand, which startled Carlos and quickly retracted his hand. He now doubted whether the women in his harem had shared information. This move is Alina's unique skill, but she didn't expect that she would actually give it to Hermione. It seems that the two of them have joined the same harem team, but I don't know whether it is Qiu Zhang and Penello's group or the two of them formed a team of their own. While Ronald and Harry looked at the huge chessboard in shock, Hermione kept licking Carlos' big hand. This pet-like behavior made Carlos' body become hot. After all, there are very few women in this era who can do this as their husbands, and this level of flirting can only be done at home. Carlos turned his head and stared in front of Hermione's eyes. Seeing the mist in her eyes, knowing that Hermione was about to get emotional, he quickly said with a smile, "Little Hermione is in the wrong situation. Let's wait. Let's talk about it after we go back to the dormitory, okay?" "Yeah." "Carlos, I will go to Penello's dormitory to find you, right on her big bed." Hermione woke up after hearing Carlos' words and quickly made the agreement with a smile. Carlos nodded and said with a smile, "No problem, but you'd better recruit more people, but a small body like yours won't last long." "Yeah, I'll get the people from my dormitory and then I'll get the people from Alina's dormitory to come find you." Hermione said with a smile, "Then I'll wait for you. I'm looking forward to the combination of you and Alina, that silver-haired dumpling." Carlos said expectantly, "I won't let you down. We can prepare a good idea." Hermione nodded and said with a smile. Hearing that Hermione had prepared a good idea, Carlos nodded and said expectantly, "Just let me look forward to your good idea." Hermione was very proud of her success in arousing Carlos's expectations, so much so that she looked at Harry and Ronald, who were looking at these huge stone chess pieces in surprise. Hermione turned back to look at Carlos, who was not surprised, and asked with an exaggerated expression, "Carlos, what kind of magic caused this?" Harry and Ronald were attracted by Hermione's question and saluted Carlos together, waiting for his answer. Chessboard formation, Professor McGonagall's transformation magic. In response to Harry and their expectations, Carlos just shrugged, with an inexplicable light flashing in his eyes. "Since this is a chessboard formation, what should we do now?" Harry whispered to Ronald. "It's not obvious yet." Looking at the chessboard, Ronald's eyes lit up and he said, "We have to play chess to get to the other side of the room. I think we have to be the chess pieces." The poor kid has completely become a stranger because of Carlos. Now he finally has a chance to express himself. 343 was a little nervous. He glanced at Carlos, then at Hermione and Harry. "You need to think about it carefully. I'm afraid we have to replace the 4 black pieces here." Harry and Hermione said nothing. Carlos also remained silent, and finally Ronald plucked up the courage to say, "That's it, Harry, Hermione, don't be angry because I said something rude, but to be honest, you two are not very good at chess. Carlos, you play. How is your chess level? If possible, let me do it." Carlos shook his head and turned his eyes to the chessboard. "Can you guarantee that 4 pieces will survive this game?" he asked rhetorically. Carlos thought for a while and shook his head unwillingly. He might be able to pass the level while ensuring that 1 or 2 chess pieces survived, but even if he deducted the king piece, there were still 3 pieces left. This was too difficult. Chess itself is very powerful in fighting. Unless the opponent is too good, no one can guarantee that certain pieces will not be eaten. "BGDI, I hate following other people's rules." Calmly raising his wand and staring at the chess pieces, Carlos suddenly experienced visible magic fluctuations. "Kill them to death." With careful control of his mind, Carlos emitted an invisible wave that spread throughout the chessboard. All the black chess pieces suddenly moved and rushed toward the white chess pieces, which also rose up to resist. The Black Knight rushed into the enemy's camp, and with one charge he knocked a soldier into pieces. The White Queen used a giant hammer to knock over the city wall, and the soldiers shouted and drew out their swords to slash at each other. Armor protection. Gorgeous armor covered the black chess pieces, protecting them from slaughter. The brute force technique makes them extremely powerful. The lightness technique makes their figures more flexible. Blade skills make their weapons sharper. With the help of Carlos, the black chess pieces quickly gained the upper hand, and a large number of white chess pieces were broken into pieces and cleared out of the field. The soldier's sword penetrated the White King's body, and the Black Queen's hammer followed closely and blasted the king's head. As the white crown fell, the door also opened. Harry and others were dumbfounded, but Carlos smiled innocently. He actually had many ways to break the situation. The simplest ones were the shrinking spell and the enlarging spell, which could instantly kill him. He could even use transformation capture to create a giant dragon, but that would just be a waste of magic. The most important thing is that Dumbledore is using magic to watch here. If he uses those heaven-defying spells now, his leisure life will come to an end. Carlos thought silently that he was not ready to go to war with the entire world and then register to become the Lord of the World, because there were still many origins in this low-level magical world that he had not absorbed. He doesn't want to control the world before his strength has reached its peak. The most important thing for him is to improve his strength, then collect beauties and control the world. This is the root of Carlos's current salty life. Through constant spell casting, Carlos continues to become familiar with the magic he controls in this world. Although the magic in this world is not as good as the magic in other worlds in terms of power and system perfection, but in terms of the mysterious nature of some magic, the magic of the world is no worse than that of those high demon worlds. If the strong men of those worlds are careless, they will be overturned by the masters of this world. Okay, let's go to the next level now, but now is not the time to think about this, Carlos said to the three of them. Oh, right. Only then did Harry and the others react to the scene. They put away their surprised expressions and walked towards the next level. However, the scene just now was still imprinted in their minds. Hearing that domineering declaration, the gushing magic power and the wonderful magic, they will never forget it in their lives. The door opened, and Carlos quickly used a high-level 4-head bubble spell on himself and Hermione to isolate all the smells. In the end, the most important thing was not to affect the conversation. As for Harry and Ronald, he gave up. A disgusting stench hit their nostrils, and Harry and Ronald quickly lifted their clothes to cover their noses. Both of them had tears in their eyes, but they dared not speak out about Carlos' behavior. They did not have the full status of Carlos. In the eyes of the two of them, as a divine son, Carlos was considered a blessing from the gods to accompany them to this place. As for the other two, they didn't know exactly what life Diggory and the unlucky guy who offended Carlos lived in school. Moreover, through their blurred, tearful eyes, the two of them saw a giant monster, even bigger than the one they fought last time, lying motionless on the floor in front of them, unconscious, with a large bloody mass on its head. Co-books. Hermione stretched her neck with a smile and said arrogantly, "By the way, you'd better change your clothes, the train is about to arrive. It's time for us to go back and change clothes. Goodbye." Carlos said goodbye to Harry Potter and took Alina back to the carriage. Harry Potter stared at Carlos, who had just left, raised his fist and murmured, "I am the savior, I will not lose to you in the future." "Great, we don't have to fight this troll anymore," Harry whispered. Carlos looked at the troll with a thoughtful expression and suddenly asked, "Who do you think set this up?" Ronald said nonchalantly, "It should be Quirrel. After all, he is also the professor of the Defense Against Dark Arts class, so he still has some skills." Harry also nodded in agreement. "We'd better move forward quickly. Snape is already ahead of us. We must not let him succeed," he urged. Hermione on the side turned her head and glanced, seemed to have thought of something, lowered her head slightly and stopped talking. Seeing the two of them, Carlos frowned and explained, "Do you still remember how Quirrel behaved when he saw the troll on Halloween? First he was so frightened that he fainted, and then he didn't dare to step forward when he saw the dead troll. If he had the ability to survive a giant monster, how could he behave like this? It is much harder to survive 10 electric monsters than to defeat a temple monster." Harry said anxiously, "So what? This is Professor Quirrel's problem. The most important thing for us now is to stop Snape." Carlos said angrily, "Don't you understand what I mean? I think it is very likely that we will not face Snape in a while but Quirrel." Harry took a step back and said, "This is impossible. I saw Snape threatening Quirrel with my own eyes, and Snape Tilda also wanted to kill me during the game. Carlos took a step forward and said, "So what if Snape threatened Quirrell? Why don't you think it was Snape who broke through Quirrell's actions and threatened him to stop him from acting rashly? Compared with Snape, who usually has a bad face, I think Quirrell, who pretends to be fine, is more questionable. Could it be that he let the giant monster go because Halloween was boring? I even suspect that he also let the giant monster in. He can catch this monster. Just the big one, and the small one is no problem either." Harry took another step back and shook his head. "No, SB, Snape wanted to kill Harry. We saw it with our own eyes during the Quidditch match. How do you explain this?" Ronald interrupted at this time. "Ronald, Harry, I think Modi is right. I remembered that when I went to rescue Harry on the day of the game, I knocked down Professor Quirrell. We don't know whether I set fire to Snape or knocked him down. Quirrell was the one who stopped the curse. You have to keep an eye on the other person, not only to cast the curse, but also to remove the curse. Snape was probably saving Harry." At this time, Hermione, who was lowering her head beside her, also spoke. "This is impossible. Snape hates me so much, how could he save me?" Harry still shook his head in disbelief. "Because he likes that your father is a big gay, and your original mother was kidnapped by the future me just after her 5th birthday. So I really don't know what your situation is like. It can only be you. Your father had an affair with Snape. Carlos cursed it in his heart, but he wouldn't say it out loud, otherwise how could he explain how he traveled from the future to the past? Instead, he said, 'Forget it, let's go to the next level quickly. No matter who it is, we have to stop him now.' The reason why I tell you this, Harry, is just to remind you to be prepared and don't get involved easily after what happens to Shiyu. Yes, we have to go to the next level quickly," Harry said immediately and then walked towards the door immediately. He still couldn't accept the fact that Snape might save him. As soon as Carlos and the others crossed the threshold, a flame rose up behind them and sealed the doorway. This flame was unusual. It was purple. At the same time, black flames burst out from the door leading to the front. They're stuck in the middle. "Look." Hermione grabbed a roll of parchment lying next to the bottle. Harry stood behind her and read with her. "Danger is in front of you, safety is behind you. There are 2 of us who can help you. Drink them, one will lead you forward, the other will send you back to where you came from. 2 contained nettle wine, 3 are killers waiting in line. Take your pick unless you want to be stuck here forever. We also provide 4 clues to help you choose. First, no matter how cunningly the poisons hide, they are actually standing to the left of the nettle wine. Second, the contents of the bottles at the left and right ends are not clear. If you want to move forward, they are not will be useful to you. Thirdly, you will find that the bottles are of different sizes. There is no death hidden among giants and dwarfs. Fourth, the second on the left and the second on the right, although they look different, they taste the same. Please give me flowers." A logical deduction, it should be that if you drink the right potion, you can pass through the fire. If I guessed correctly, it should be the smallest bottle. Carlos said, "How do you know?" Hermione, who also saw that it was an inference, was thinking about which bottle it was when she saw Carlos immediately gave the answer and asked in surprise, "Have you already deduced it?" "I haven't thought about it yet." "Well, Carlos, you are indeed the smartest in the school." Carlos just smiled, pointed at the bottle and said, "Only that bottle has been drank by someone. If the person before was not burned to ashes, it should be this bottle. Of course, if that person has been burned to death, we will also no need to drink." Ronald just smiled. He didn't expect Hermione to be so confused, but Hermione blushed and said arrogantly, "Carlos, let me reason again. What if that person drank the wrong drink? Many of the greatest wizards don't have the slightest ability to reason logically, so we'd better not take risks." Harry, who had originally reached out to pick up the small bottle, immediately retracted his hand. After a while, Hermione, who was holding the parchment, took a deep breath and said, "Yes, that small bottle is the antidote for progress." Then, "The one on the far right is the potion that will allow us to go back." Carlos suddenly said, looking at the astonished Hermione and blinking, "Don't you really think that I will just let you drink the potion? I was just a person just now. It's just a joke to lighten the mood." "Carlos, you are such a loser. I was obviously worried about you, but you actually," Hermione said, stamping her feet angrily. "Okay, Hermione and I, don't you know our strength? Do you need to care about such a potion? You can ignore it completely," Carlos said with a smile. "Okay, I have no problem. The question now is what should we do? The potion in that small bottle is only enough for one person to drink." Hermione's face changed and she recovered instantly and said, "Carlos is helpless. No matter how many antidotes there are now, only one person can drink it in the end. This means that 4 people must fight for the so-called antidote, which is the correct key. Killing each other, that's what that guy wants to see. Have you ever thought about why that guy Xylo went to all the trouble to use this method to kill us? if he is really strong enough to crush us regardless of everything. This kind of clown-like method just shows that guy Chi Luo is probably at the end of his rope. Harry looked at Carlos with confusion on his face. What do you mean, Carlos? He just needs an excuse to make us kill each other. Yes. Who is Professor Ziluo, the teacher of the Defense Against Dark Arts course? Since he is familiar with defense against dark arts, then what he is really good at in 980 should be defensive magic. Carlos said, then slowly walked towards Hermione and then looked at the potion in her hand. His eyes flickered slightly, followed by a gentle smile. Don't you think it's strange why a professor who is good at defensive magic is so proficient in space and potion magic? With that said, Carlos snatched the potion from Hermione's hand. The potion, which was originally glowing red, began to glow black the moment it was held by Carlos. Crack! Carlos didn't hesitate at all and threw the potion to the ground. As the porcelain bottle shattered, the black liquid began to flow out of the porcelain bottle, and a strange stench came out. In response, the black flame door began to twist slightly. Immediately afterwards, the flames and black liquid merged together. Carlos saw this scene and slowly took a step back, although he felt that his guess was correct. But in the final analysis, guesses are just guesses and cannot be used as the final result. Therefore, for safety reasons, Carlos had to retreat a little. The other three people who saw this shocking scene in front of them were even dumbfounded. The door of black flames began to merge with the black liquid. It was like a black demon, tearing at the surrounding void in an attempt to escape from its confinement. Puff. The moment this sound sounded, the black flame door in front of him began to gradually extinguish. Finally, the normal path beyond the door was revealed. This scene made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. It was just a success. Carlos took the lead and ran directly towards the other end of the passage. Several other people behind him immediately followed after seeing this. Continuing to walk to the front of the secret room, Carlos found that he had arrived in another room. The room is very empty, but there is a chair in the middle of the room. It was a white chair, and there seemed to be a name written on it. Carlos walked over and fell into deep thought about the name on it. To be honest, Carlos really didn't expect that his name would be written on this chair. I don't know which stupid thing is capable of doing such a thing. However, just as Carlos was slandering, several other people nearby had already walked over. Then everyone looked at the white chair with a strange expression. Why does this only have my name on it? Caslow looked at the moment when everyone spoke in unison. I couldn't help but sigh, when will this design end? Yes, he realized that this chair should also be a mechanism designed by that guy for people like him. As for the purpose, well, he doesn't know yet. Harry looked at Ronald with a strange look on his face and then looked at Hermione, who was looking on the other side. What did you see? Whose name was it? Mine. Without any hesitation, Harry escaped from the magic wand. Looking at the white chair in front of him, he was about to give him a hard time. However, the next moment the chair moved on its own as if something was moving the chair. He, what an irritable boy. If you try to break up my old man, I won't be able to spare you. Keslow, Harry, Hermione, Ronald, the four of them pointed their staffs at the chairs in front of them. The flames burn out, Avada Kedavra, boom. The chair that was still in place turned into ashes under the magic of the four people. The scattered flames were coupled with the final wailing sound. Carlos shook his head. Although there are many things in nature that turn into strange creatures due to mana. But it doesn't mean that they are all good like the chair just now. There is life, but its cursed side is exposed immediately, that is, the enemy. After all, what good person would put everyone's name on his chair? The shattering of the chair just exposed another piece of parchment hidden under the chair. Harry laughed with a frightened look on his face and then walked towards the parchment over there. We discovered that human soul and soul are two different things, but one is indispensable, at least for humans. Yes, as I said, at least people are like this, and other things don't need to be different, they just need to be the same. After reading this brief sentence, Harry and others shook their heads. On the contrary, the smart Hermione immediately guessed the meaning of the words. So the chair just now is, as the parchment said, an object. A chill suddenly appeared from behind everyone. The chair that can curse others has other people's souls stuffed into it. Does this kind of thing, which is more black magic than black magic, really exist? Holding the parchment, the few people at this moment once again walked towards the door in front. If you look in the direction of the secret room, the last room in 5-9 should be in front of you. Carlos walked to the handle, stretched out his hand and slowly put it on. If you follow the normal path, the last level will be the boss, so be careful. After saying that, the door was also pushed open through a thin gap. Then, like a storm, it came from inside instantly. Taking the 4 bodies with him, he rushed towards the room. The moment the powerful suction sucked several people into the room, the door behind them was also suddenly closed. Darkness filled every corner in an instant. Then in the darkness, there were lit candles and familiar voices. In the dim environment, the world seems to have become so silent at this moment. Carlos looked at the rows of candlelights flickering slightly in front of him and smiled softly. This voice is very special, and you almost know who its owner is as soon as you hear it. Haha, dear Quirrell, Mr. Zillow, first of all, thank you very much for your invitation. I feel very honored for this banquet. Then to the question you just asked, my answer is if you don't do what you can, don't do it. Doesn't Mr. Zyro have any awareness of his magic? The moment Carlos's voice sounded, it also represented his contempt for Zillow in front of him. Yes, it was contempt. For Carlos, he never felt that anyone could pretend to be a ghost in front of him. Even for teachers, any dangerous information in the world may reveal a safe side. For example, the two doors placed by Zyluo at that time were two doors formed by flames, one door of life and one door of death. There can only be one key to life. Originally, this was a very difficult question to choose 16. However, in the eyes of Carlos at the time, a master of defense against black magic like Zillow, how is it possible to master potions and space magic? Are you saying that I am only good at defense against black magic? I am not good at potions and space magic. That's not what I said, Mr. Zillow. I never said that. In the firelight, there seemed to be a face slowly revealed in the darkness. Harry walked up and looked at the face, which seemed to be extremely ugly and covered with countless wrinkles. There seemed to be cracks one after another among the wrinkles, spreading crazily to the back of his head. Carlos frowned. That shouldn't be the case. Logically speaking, Zillow should only meet that old guy Voldemort in the second semester, that is, in the second season. Why did it suddenly change so quickly? Carlos knew it very clearly. There seems to be another face behind that ugly-looking face. A face belonging to Voldemort, that is, the reason why Zyluo was in front of him led to Voldemort's rebirth. Carlos blinked, then shook his head. The two sides looked at each other and Zillow was a little angry. He never thought that the novice magician in front of him, who seemed to be just a student, would be so bold. He actually despises himself. In his opinion, he still doesn't know a little bit of potion magic, right? It seems that you think highly of yourself. Carlos, as a leader among the younger generation, are you very confident in your magic? I teach defense against the dark arts courses, so I definitely have a little understanding of black magic. Since Carlos-san feels that his understanding of magic is worse than mine, how about we use magic to fight magic? Carlos's face twitched slightly. He didn't expect the old guy in front of him to be so shameless. Looking at Chi Luo's appearance, he seems to be almost 8 or 9,000 years old. Until now, he is still alive in this world, which shows how powerful his black magic defense is. After all, in the world inside Hogwarts, Carlos felt that those powerful magicians were almost all old guys. Age and strength have almost become a direct ratio. Older magicians are more terrifying than younger ones, both in terms of cunning and proficiency in magic. Because the number of battles in their lives must be much more than that of novice magicians. Cass shook his head speechlessly, but since he was provoked, he couldn't say no. Then I saw a face that slowly stretched out its hand and emerged in the darkness. He also smiled slightly, a very weird and scary smile. Immediately afterwards, I saw Chi Luo's figure wearing a robe appearing bit by bit. It was a black magic robe specially designed for black magicians. The black robe revealed bit by bit the black aura on him. Then he walked towards Carlos little by little. The next moment, the two people standing opposite each other slowly looked at each other with the staffs in their hands. Since I have been provoked, I cannot answer no, dear teacher Chi Luo. May I ask, is this magic duel a duel without rules? Chi Luo smiled slightly, and the smile on his face stretched from his mouth to the roots of his ears. Harry and the others behind him looked at Carlos with worried expressions. He was afraid that Carlos would be hurt, but Carlos shook his head. Without Voldemort's help, this Luo would be very skilled in defense against the dark arts. However, for Carlos, who has learned black magic, even if he couldn't defeat Cackalos in front of him, Carlos was very confident that he would definitely be able to escape from his grasp. Of course, this magic is an irregular way to deal with nature. I believe Carlos-san is definitely looking forward to a duel like this, so without further ado, let's get started. The two stood opposite each other and then performed a noble etiquette leisurely. The staff slowly lowered it a little and then raised it little by little. At the next moment, Zyro, if he strikes first, or if he wants to take things by surprise, he will give Carlos a chance to react. 457 Avada Kedavra. Immediately afterwards, a bolt of lightning emitting fire was seen shining brightly from Chi Luo's staff. It exploded straight towards Carlos, but Carlos shook his head slightly. The staff in his hand will slowly tap, followed by a wave. There are many obstacles. A black light emerged from the Carlos' hand staff. The lightning and fire were directly accompanied by Carlos's many obstacles, and he was blocked in place. There are countless intertwined vines and various stones. It appeared from the air like this, blocking the path of Avada Kedavra. Seeing this scene, Quirrel couldn't help curling his lips and then waved his staff again. Casting black magic again made Carlos faster. I only saw him suddenly wave his hand, just when Xylo was about to use Avada Kedavra. Carlos also used Avada Kedavra at the same time. This time, Carlos' speed was much faster, and the speed of rising and falling was indeed much slower. When the two released Avada Kedavra, two flames also appeared. But this time, Carlos's lightning and fire light had already arrived in front of Xylo. But Xylo's Avada Kedavra had just been released, and in this explosion, blue flashes of light were emitted, as well as bits and pieces of lightning. Immediately afterwards, he saw the fluctuations blooming in the two rays of light, pushing the two of them directly back a few steps. Carlos stood there quietly and waited, looking at the other party quietly, watching the staff over there in Xylo's hand wave again. Get big fast. Of course, this time Carlos was facing the magic that bloomed from the stone above Xylo. The white light flashed away, and only the stone above was seen, turning into a huge stone as it quickly grew in size. The large rocks that were originally only a few tens of meters high suddenly increased to 100 meters high. The smoke between the two finally cleared, and Carlos finally saw clearly what was wrong with Quirrel. That's right, Xylo quickly used his defensive magic to block Avada's Kedavra just now. It has to be said that Neo is indeed a master of black magic defense. For such a master, from the very beginning, Carlos had no hope of being able to deal with him as quickly as possible. Currently, the most powerful black magic in Hogwarts is Avada Kedavra, and above that, there are those invisible black magics. Even he has ways to defend himself against Avada Kedavra. So as a master of black magic defense magic, how could Xylo be unable to defend Ava from seeking his life? So from beginning to end, it was impossible for Xylo to be injured because of that little Avada Kedavra. As early as the beginning, Carlos chose the stone above instead of other black magic. The stone above slowly began to crack due to changes in volume. The molecular structure inside the stone is like layer after layer of cake being peeled away, slowly cracking one gap after another. Quirrel, who was preparing to cast another black magic below, suddenly heard a rumble and a vibrating sound coming from above him. Then he looked up and saw a huge stone hitting him. If this huge stone hits him without accident, he will either die or be injured. Without any hesitation, Quirrel put away the black magic he was preparing to release just now. The black light on his body disappeared in a flash, and the defensive magic appeared directly in front of him. There was a bang, and only a subtle flash of light was seen in the collision between the defensive magic and the boulder. It was a bolt of lightning, fire, and lightning caused by friction, and there was a bang. Only then did Xylo finally understand how scary Carlos was. He had never thought that such a student would actually focus on the rock above his head from the very beginning. Obviously, just now, he didn't want to use magic to defeat himself. When the boulder fell, at the same time, the staff in Carlos' hand bloomed again. Avada Kedavra. One for now, the magic that Carlos is most familiar with is growing in size quickly, and then Avada Kedavra. Therefore, the mastery of rapid growth is deeper than that of Avada Suhumai. At this moment, Xylo looked at the student in front of him and once again used Awad's life-killing moment on himself. His face couldn't help but darken in this situation of defending against this huge boulder. If you still want to defend yourself against Avado's death, even you don't have that ability. Although black magic defense is a very strong defensive magic, it does not mean that it can defend against two attacks at the same time. At the same time that Carlos was smashing out Avada Kedavra, his body also started to move. The staff in his hand is like a sword-like weapon. He rushed towards Quirrel on the other side. In the midst of Quirrel's disbelieving eyes, a puff sounded. Avada Kedavra was able to block it. Of course, he used the boulder to block it. But the moment the boulder blocking him moved away, he saw a figure stabbing towards his body with a staff in hand. There was a squeaking sound, and Luo only felt a slight pain in his shoulder. He saw that a staff had penetrated his shoulder and then reached straight to the other side. You won't be able to escape this time. Avada Kedavra. Xylo's expression changed slightly. He did not expect that Carlos would actually make such a move at this moment. This kind of close contact with one's own body in order to cause harm to oneself is very likely to cause harm to him as well. Xylo didn't understand why Carlos had to do this to kill him. Then he saw that the staff in his hand suddenly pierced Carlos's body hard. Then, before he had time to think about it, he suddenly heard an explosion sound under his body. Immediately afterwards, Chi Luo felt his body being thrown high in the air for an instant and then fell down on the stone wall above. How is it possible? Obviously your release speed was not so fast at the beginning. Why did it suddenly change so quickly? Carlos shook his head, reached out and held his staff in the center of his hand tightly. When Carlos saw his body rushing over, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a mocking smile. From the beginning, I didn't reveal my full strength, so that you thought I was really only that weak. Oops, it is precisely because of this relationship that you lose the possibility of being wrong in your judgment of me, and the final result is just that simple. Carlos slowly pressed the staff in his hand. It was made of yellow wood, leaning against the metal skin, including the encircled Dharma Wang Qianhao staff, and the front seemed to have a faint hint of horror. He first looked at a bloody hole on his arm, and then looked at Chi Luo in front of him, his face full of gloom and disdain. Zyro shook his head slightly, and then he saw Carlos in front of him rushing over to fight him to the death again. But at this time, he didn't have the time or the mood to fight Carlos in front of him. Seeing Carlos's rushing figure, Zillo immediately turned around and ran towards the distance. For him right now, saving his life is definitely the most important thing. Then Carlos would not let him go. Carlos suddenly raised his hand, waved the staff out, and the white light flashed away. There are many obstacles. The originally empty way out suddenly became filled with countless things blocking his way. Just like that, Carlos stopped here and stared directly at his neighbor in front of Kiluo. Zillo's face was very ugly. He never thought that Carlos would be so powerful at this moment. Logically speaking, as a student, Carlos is not as good as a student who has just entered school for one semester. His level of magic training should not be strong, and his proficiency in magic is not very good either. But at this moment, Carlos's strength was overwhelming, and he smashed a deep avenue in front of him. Damn it, Zai Luo's expression was very ugly. He wanted to kill Carlos in front of him. But subconsciously, something in his mind told him to leave and escape from here quickly. If you don't escape here, Carlos will kill you. This emotion has been amplified in my mind, and finally it is so hard that I can't get rid of it. Carlos's face was very calm, and he just looked at Zai Luo in front of him quietly. There was a burst of pain in Zillo's body. This was due to the injuries caused by the Vada Kedavra that Carlos had just released on him. Dear teacher Zillo, I know that you are a teacher of the defense against the dark arts course, and you are also a teacher who is very proficient in this black magic, so I know. The black magic you release will definitely be more powerful than the one I use. That is to say, under such circumstances, I deliberately slowed down my casting speed a little, just to make you relax your vigilance. 693 Please fulfill your promise now, duel, life or death. Carlos would not give the Zai Luo in front of him a little bit of life or even a little bit of mercy. For Carlos, if Zillo wants to kill him, then he must kill him. At this moment in Carlos's eyes, there was only a deep murderous intention for Xylo. The moment Xylo saw the murderous intention in Carlos's eyes. For a moment, he forgot that the Carlos in front of him was a student, and there was no concealment of his murderous intent at all. It was as if he was standing in front of him trying to disembowel his body. Is there really no other way? Do you really want to die with me? Oh my, I don't know who was so confident just now and wanted to kill me. It's good now. As a teacher, you actually break your promise. Of course, if you want to escape, I can't stop you. Of course, I know you have a way to escape. But if you want to escape from me, you have to put in a lot of effort and even sacrifice something. Don't you think so, teacher Kiluo? Yes, just like Carlos said, Zillo knew that he could escape. You can escape from the sight of the guy in front of you anytime and anywhere. This is not difficult for him, but the price he pays is extremely terrible. In this blocked space world, if you want to escape from here, you must consume almost 50% of your blood. This kind of chi and blood is difficult to make up for. For black magicians like them, once the chi and blood are consumed, it will take many years of continuous accumulation to make up for it. It is difficult to catch up with Mo Carlos in terms of his understanding of magic and his practice of magic. Just when Zillo was hesitating, Carlos slowly raised the staff in his hand. He knew that Chi Luo had been severely beaten by him just now, and with the extent of his physical injuries, there was absolutely no way he could win if he wanted to fight to the death. In this case, there is no need to talk nonsense anymore. Looking at the black magic faintly exuding from Carlos, Quirrel finally made up his mind. I saw him once again stretching out the staff in his hand. There are many obstacles. That's right, the same barrier-heavy magic as Carlos's. This is the most commonly used basic magic to defend against black magic. Every obstacle created by BGDC can hinder the progress of black magic. In the obstacles one after another, the energy of black magic can be consumed. Let it gradually disappear into nothing in the air, which is why Carlos also likes this magic very much so far. Its uses are too wide, and at this moment when Carlos said Wakanda Kedavra, black magic flashed out in an instant, with lightning, flames, and black power. In an instant, he rushed towards Killuo, ignoring the stones along the way. He helped Killuo block this magical attack and finally dissipated. Chi Luo shook his head, waved his staff again, and was about to exchange blood for blood and escape from here. But just when Zai Luo was about to do this, a head behind him slowly made a sound. The head's mouth blinked twice, revealing his teeth and a scarlet tongue inside his mouth. He licked his old lips and then spoke slowly. Kinno, my old friend, you don't have to be like this. As I said, as long as you help me, then I will help you. Why do you waste your energy and blood and escape from here? I can help you once and help you get rid of these little guys. Of course, my magic can only be used once. Next thing I know, I'll be asleep. Just wait for the moment when my magic power revives again and I will reappear in the world again. Chi Luo, my old friend, when the time comes, we will once again hold the whole world in our hands. This familiar voice whispered in his ear like a deep devil. Zai Luo was slightly stunned. He couldn't understand what Voldemort said for a moment. But the next moment, he saw a black magic flashing out in front of him. It was like a barrier, separating himself from Carlos in front of him, and then he couldn't see Carlos in front of him. That's right, Carlos disappeared, as if a light suddenly left this space. Carlos, who was standing there and preparing to kill Chi Luo in front of him, was also slightly stunned. He raised his head and looked around, turned his head to look around him, and then shook his head slightly. What a pity. I originally thought I could kill Voldemort's possessed object this time. This way you can take a good look at Voldemort and prepare who he will possess next time. Since they had escaped, there was nothing they could do. Harry next to him was about to go up and ask if Carlos had been hurt in any way. At this moment, the sound of a door opening slowly sounded, followed by an old figure slowly walking in from the outside. He glanced at Harry in front of him, then at Carlos over there and spoke slowly. Someone told me that several people appeared in this room. Those who suddenly appeared may have just gone outside the void. Although I don't know why you disappeared suddenly and why you suddenly appeared here, but it's time for you to leave and go back to your dormitory. Albus, Dumbledore's voice rang out in front of Carlos's men. That's right, the person in front of you is Hogwarts, the greatest principal in it. Harry was stunned for a moment and then immediately ran towards Dumbledore. Mr. Principal, we have encountered many terrible things. I think this matter needs to be discussed with you. Otherwise, there are many problems that we will not be able to solve. It's something you need to discuss with me. Oh, Harry, don't you think so? Did you see any scary person? Did you see who caught you? Or did something scary happen? As the greatest headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore certainly knew what Harry Potter in front of him was talking about, and he also understood Harry Potter's intentions. But at this moment, he couldn't deal with some things. Carlos shook his head and stopped Harry from continuing. He understands that the principal needs to take into account the interests of the people, and similarly, he needs to take into consideration the current situation of the school. This principal is very powerful and smart. How could he not see the hurt that Carlos is suffering at this moment? There is black magic and the damage caused by magic defense. In the entire Hogwarts, who is the most powerful teacher in terms of magic defense and dark magic? Naturally, it must be that one. Teacher Killuo, however, what Carlos didn't expect was that Teacher Killuo actually personally took these children to another dimension. They haven't suffered any serious damage from the outside. It only left a few flesh wounds on Carlos' body. It doesn't matter, young men, if you don't deal with it, it doesn't mean you won't deal with it forever, just like Carlos said. I will help you teach him a lesson, don't worry. Several people left the corridor little by little, and then walked in the direction of their respective classrooms and dormitories. After returning to his dormitory, Carlos saw at this moment a piece of letter paper placed on the table in his dormitory. On the paper, in addition to his name, there was a strange line. I hope there will be good weather tomorrow. Carlos didn't know who put this letter on his desk. But being able to avoid the defense of Hogwarts, the milk was able to reach his dormitory room unimpeded and was accurately delivered to his desk. If you look at it this way, apart from the management staff of the dormitory, there are some relatively powerful people. If you are the manager of the dormitory, then this letter will not do any harm to you. If it comes from those powerful magicians outside, then I don't need to worry about him. After all, there is a magician who has the strength to run rampant in Hogwarts. Why do you need to assassinate yourself? Open the letter and slightly pull out the official envelope. And on that piece of paper, the first sentence was my name. Yes, that was my name. Dear Carlos, Mr. Lucifer, I am very honored to put this letter into your hands. Before reading this letter, please allow me to introduce to you the recent situation in the outside world. The crowd at Northern Magic Academy is gathering, and they seem to want to do something big. There is a group of hunters in the south. They have entered the magic forest. Do they want to capture some rare beasts and prepare to sell them to some businessmen? I think you should know that the reason why I mentioned the south and the north is because there are works from these two in Hogwarts at this moment. Although I don't know whether Mr. Carlos was involved in this matter, but I think Mr. Carlos must be very interested. What kind of existence will Hogwarts College, currently in the middle of these two events, be like? Okay, I have finished introducing the outside world. Let's talk about the Lucifer family. Some people can live forever and some people can exist forever. Please give me flowers. The Lucifer family has been inheriting for 1,000 years, but during these 1,000 years they have strayed far away from their inheritance. Why is this? Because the orthodox Lucifer family has long been wiped out. Mr. Carlos must understand very well, right? At this moment, your family is just a branch of Lucifer's orthodox family from 1,000 years ago. But because it is a branch family that has been favored by Hogwarts Academy, it has also inherited the inheritance from the main family. For example, let's take the banquet of subversion, so we invite Mr. Carlos to come to us on the 20th of this month. I believe that Mr. Carlos will be able to see clearly where the code prompts are. Please come to Mr. Carlos. The letter ended here. It was a very long paragraph, but it made Carlos a little irritable. What kind of person is talking to himself in such an arrogant tone? What kind of person uses this feeling, as if he already knows everything and then talks to himself? This way of speaking reminded Carlos of a lot of things, such as his own family. Yes, many people in my own family speak this way. At least in the past, when I didn't reveal my identity as a magician. Some people can't wait to show off to me secret code. It's really ridiculous that this kind of thing only played by children is still being played by people now. But since you want to play so much, then it doesn't matter if I play with you. In fact, Carlos discovered the secret code at the beginning. That sentence is obviously wrong. Obviously, how can anyone know what the weather will be like tomorrow so quickly? He was talking about the 20th of this month, and it's the beginning of this month. In other words, there are still more than 10 days left before the banquet begins. During this period of time, the only rainy day can open the road to that. As for whether it was cloudy or sunny, I couldn't tell. Carlos put the letter in his hand in the drawer. He shook his head. Forget it. Let's take a closer look tomorrow to see if it will be rainy or sunny, right? Just as Carlos thought, the next day was very sunny, and the sky seemed to be showing a big smile at this moment, bringing a sense of warmth to the entire Hogwarts world. The sun is shining in the sky, so naturally a Quidditch match will be held. This is a game about the legal compliance battle between colleges, and Harry is the protagonist of this game. After all, he is a Gryffindor who represents courage, of course, at least that's what Carlos knows. In his memory, in the next game, Harry will show his grace, courage, and fearlessness in every possible game. Although I forgot the specific game, it doesn't matter. All he had to do was wait. Magic balls were being thrown around in the sky. He kept waving 940, while Harry was looking for an opportunity in the venue, waiting to enter the venue. Carlos was at the side, watching quietly, his eyes staring straight at the other colleges waiting on the other side. Yes, as a courageous Griffin, he has considerable power in this competition. But similarly, the ambitious Slytherin Academy has an aura of sinisterness and cunning. Therefore, Carlos had to guard against them at this moment. But fortunately, this game is not like before. These guys are just watching the game quietly here. As long as he doesn't make any small movements, then it's nothing to Carlos. According to the time, today should be magic potion. As the stylistic professor in the entire academy, Snape was slowly talking about the control of magic potions. The dosage of each magic potion may represent the success and quality of the potion. Similarly, when making potions, you must also recite the incantation. Spells also have great control over the quality of potions. Carlos looked at the bottle of green liquid in front of him and the jumping frog beside him, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth slightly. The potion this time is just a very simple recovery potion. Simply put, it is a potion that can repair damaged shoes, socks, and books. But Carlos's handling of this potion was really disgusting. The blood or saliva of the restored frog is needed to make the medicine. In this case, is it necessary for me to wear those clothes that have been repaired? Shaking his head, Carlos looked at the figures around him one after another, grabbed the frog in his hand, and began to extract the saliva and blood from its body. Of course, saliva and blood are both acceptable. Extracting saliva will be a little more disgusting, and making potion is more difficult. And if it's blood, then it must be killed as a magic potion. In fact, all the teachers of magic potions strongly advocate this. After all, many medicines in the future will have to use the blood of various magical animals. Only by using their blood can we make the best medicine. Snape was on the stage, quietly watching the classmates below one after another controlling the potions. But his eyes were fixed on Harry, who was carefully extracting saliva bit by bit. However, he didn't notice that Carlos was staring at him with nothing to do. That's right, Carlos has completed mastering the recovery potion. For him, he only needs to successfully make the recovery medicine once. It will be difficult to fail again later. Proficiency is so easy, and you can control the production of potions. The dosage and control of the medicine are very precise. Carlos glanced into Snape's eyes and knew that he was not the one who wanted to kill Harry. But at that time, it was not Snape who wanted to kill Harry, and it did not mean that Snape did not want to kill Harry. Although hatred will occupy people's consciousness and soul, it will also make people stronger. Although I do not advocate hatred regarding the meaning of life, Snape, if you really want to use your hatred to support yourself in living, then I won't let you endanger me like this. After all, Carlos knew that Dumbledore would be killed by Snape in front of him. After all, Dumbledore is recognized as the most powerful magician in the magic world. It is also the existence that Voldemort fears the most. Dumbledore has made many contributions to the wizarding world, and the reason why Voldemort has not dared to appear so far. It is because Dumbledore is still alive that the moment Dumbledore's death comes to this world, the entire world will fall into Voldemort's shadow. In Carlos's consciousness at this moment, he was thinking about saving Dumbledore, so he had to keep an eye on Snape in front of him. The next moment, there was a bang, and I could only see a certain figure next to me, and suddenly I felt the vibration coming from the medicine bottle in front of me. Immediately afterwards, the power of an explosion violently impacted. White smoke, accompanied by green breath, began to hover around his head. The man who made the recovery potion suddenly felt that his short hair that had just been cut suddenly started to grow again and became longer and longer. As I said, the potion must be dosed each time, and the spellcaster must master it well. Using the blood of magical animals to make potions will be easier than using other things on the body, such as saliva. Because blood is the place where the most essence is gathered in the body of magical animals. Therefore, if you cannot control the amount of potion, then use his blood to make the potion. Putting everything aside, Snape's mastery of magic potions was indeed very deep. This is a teacher who is proficient in magic potions. That 5'4" man whose face was covered in ashes by the failed product he created in front of him. With a sad or rather painful look on his face, he seemed to feel that he was getting the embarrassing and contemptuous looks from classmates around him. But there is no way at the moment. If you fail, you will fail. Just next to him, another Carlos succeeded. Looking at Carlos's green bottle, there seems to be a little strange magic coming out of it. He became even more aggrieved. Why could others succeed but he couldn't? Apparently he saw that Carlos also used the saliva of magical animals to make the potion. Then why was he successful? He also made the medicine with saliva. Is there any difference between him and me? As a result, Manas, who was furious, immediately stood up, pointed at Carlos in front of him and said harshly. However, Carlos shook his head. This young man had a bad mentality. Not letting go of his own mentality, he started biting people randomly, but he was the target of being bitten. Of course, he still had to stand up and speak. Looking at Carlos, he seemed to be planning to stand up and speak as well. Snape shook his head, not intending to explain anything further, but looked at Carlos and smiled as he stood up, and quietly looked at Manas in front of him and then said, "It's a joke. During the time that you don't know, I achieved the dosage of the potion through constant practice. For example, it was said in the book that the strength of magical beasts and dragons varies according to their own strength. The magic power present in each magical animal's body is naturally different. To grasp the dosage, it must be between milligrams. Usually, in order to get the dose right, I will choose the same water as the liquid for training. I know the weight of water accurately. Do you think you and I are doing the same thing? Haha, you look like a clown in front of me, pitiful and ridiculous." Carlos's voice was very calm, 16, and very indifferent. He did not yell as loudly as Manas in front of him. In his opinion, doing so was nothing more than incompetent rage. His usual efforts were automatically denied by others, which was something Carlos could never bear. Manas looked at Carlos in front of him, and the ferocious wolf in his eyes flashed away. The hair stick in his hand suddenly moved, pointing at Carlos. You be *****D, you are insulting me. You actually dare to insult a great magician. I will challenge you to a duel. Carlos narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Manas in front of him as if with a murderous intent. Manas looked at the murderous look in Carlos's eyes and trembled slightly subconsciously. He didn't know why, but it seemed that in Carlos' eyes he really seemed to see a corpse slowly squirming. Are you sure you want to challenge me to a duel? A duel between magicians. It's completely different from a duel between ordinary people. I want to explain to you in advance here that if you challenge me to a duel, you must be prepared to die. I won't play house with a kid. Are you sure you want to challenge me to a duel? Death. That's right, Carlos said these two words directly just looking at him. Manas in front of him trembled momentarily, and his body trembled slightly at the same time. He also looked at Snape next to him. At this moment, he could neither get up nor get down. He wanted to find steps to go down now, but there was no one for him. On the contrary, Snape next to him was quietly watching the scene in front of him, just like a passerby watching, but if Snape wanted. He even wanted to pick up a piece of watermelon and take a couple of bites. Harry and Hermione, they just looked at Monsieur over there with speechless expressions, with strange expressions on their faces. After all, the two of them knew that Carlos was the one to fight. When Quirrel was a defense against the dark arts teacher, he was able to defeat the opponent, but it was not easy to face such a little chacha. Manas saw that no one stood up to talk to him or help him. No one stepped down for him, and he immediately gave him a hard slap. Carlos in front of him felt his heart skip a beat and then said suddenly, Carlos, don't insult me with your words and don't want to anger me. I tell you today's duel. You must accept it otherwise. Otherwise, what do you want to do? Carlos in front of him was choked by these words. He was slightly stunned. He didn't know what he should do otherwise. It's just that he was very angry, so angry that he was a little overwhelmed. Carlos shook his head, just a little kid, and then spoke slowly. Okay, little brat, don't say anything more. I accept your duel then, let's go to the arena. With that said, Carlos picked up his staff and his belongings. Walking towards the arena, the inside of the arena started to become lively with the arrival of classmates one after another. It seems that the surrounding scenes are becoming known to more and more people due to the transmission of it by caring people. Manas looked at the man in front of him. He had heard of Manas' family, just like the Lucifer family almost 100 years ago. This is also a declining family, but because of his father from the previous generation, he entered Hogwarts Academy as a magician. So his next generation seems to have begun to possess the talent of a magician. Then he also entered the academy to study. Since you have the opportunity to enter here and study hard, why bother to be jealous and cause trouble for me? Why don't I have the flowers you need by my side? No. Of course Manas knew no, he was just a little angry. Why can angry Carlos make things that are difficult for him to make so calmly? The two looked at each other, and then, under the referee's order, Manas rushed towards Carlos and swung the staff in his hand towards Carlos, bone-gnawing and heart-gnawing. Carlos frowned slightly and then waved the staff in his hand in the same way. Once the light flashed with black light and lightning, it was smashed over. Wakanda Kedavra. 7 There was a bang, and when the two rays of light smashed together, they spread towards the surroundings. The surrounding atmosphere and the duel between the two men in plain clothes began to reach a climax. Harry and Hermione watched the scene in front of them without any anxiety. They understood that Carlos would never lose at this moment. Just as the two of them thought, Monier suddenly saw Carlos' body coming in front of him in the smoke and dust. His speed was so fast that he couldn't react for a while. Then, the magic in his hand hit his face. There was a bang. Yes, Carlos hit Monier in front of him hard on the face with his staff. Monai felt a slight pain on his face when he was insulted, and then his whole body flew backwards. There was a bang, and Manas was seen flying out after being struck by his own staff. Carlos shook his head, although he said that he had exerted a little gravity. But he didn't expect that the speed and distance he would fly backwards with you would be so much. After the smoke went up, he saw that the person lying on the ground was Manas. The whole place was silent, and no one made a sound. They only felt the calmness of the scene and the power of Carlos standing on the arena. The Manas family, as a family that once fought against evil and Voldemort together with the Lucifer family. It was also 1,000 years ago that it had its own glorious moment, but it's also because of the strength and character between the two families. In the Great War 1,000 years ago, the two families finally fell. In these countless hours, the Manas family was able to move from a Muggle family to a magical family in one fell swoop. This is different from their Lucifer family. The Lucifer family succeeded in entering Hogwarts Academy directly until Carlos's generation, and then they had the talent for magic in their bodies. Let me think about it, you should be a member of the declining family just like us. As one of them, you don't have the caution you should have. Now that you know that within the family, you are the only one with special abilities who is still staying in this magic academy. Then you should put down your so-called ridiculous self-esteem, because here, weak people will never have self-esteem. Only by preserving your bloodline can you be truly worthy of your Manus family. After finishing speaking, Carlos slowly put away the staff in his hand. As the last member of a declining family of the same generation, I have to say that Aloes was not very sympathetic to Nice in front of him. Similarly, he did not intend to break the hands and feet of Manus in front of him. For him, this is something that can be done, but he doesn't have to do it. Sympathy? No, this is just the sadness of a family of the same generation. When Carlos walked off the stage, Manus lay quietly on the ground. He had actually woken up after hearing the sound coming from Carlos' mouth. He couldn't help but feel ashamed and angry. He didn't know what he was doing, and he didn't know what he should do. There were countless people around, and their calm faces seemed to be filled with silent mocking voices. Although I can't see their laughing faces, I can feel their laughing hearts. The other members of the magic family who were originally preparing to help him fight against Carlos. They were already far away from him. At this moment, Manus felt that he had few friends around him. Everyone rebels against their relatives. No, this situation is even more ridiculous. He slowly climbed up, took his staff little by little, and walked towards the outside of the ring. The moment Carlos stepped off the ring, Harry, Hermione, and Ronald immediately ran over and said excitedly, "Although I already knew that you could defeat that guy, I didn't expect that you would be so strong." Wow, one blow. No, he was knocked down in 2 blows. Carlos shook his head and slowly moved his head to the side in a pretentious manner, as if he were a noble. Seeing this scene, Harry and Ronald couldn't bear it anymore. They grabbed Carlos's hand with one hand and lifted him up directly. Then he threw it towards the sky. Carlos shook his head, feeling that his body was dangling in the sky and his soul was wandering in the sky. On the other side, in a certain room, a woman slowly opened the letter in her hand. He did not receive a letter from that person. Of course, a family banquet would not receive many letters from people. In other words, whether you are willing to participate or not is another matter. There are not many people who are willing to abide by aristocratic etiquette. The only people who can abide by noble etiquette are some ancient families. But then, the moment the lady opened the next letter, he only saw the lady's brows frowning slowly, as if he had seen something unexpected. There was a conflict between Carlos and the Manus family. No, I remember that the Carlos and Manus families were both declining families. How could the conflict between them reach this point? They actually went to the ring to hold a duel. Sparring, dueling, family dueling, and magician dueling, these are different ways of dueling. The discussion is a friendly discussion, while the duel is a dual method to resolve hatred. The family duel is a duel between families. This kind of duel will block some kind of honor of the family or opportunities and other items. As for the duel between magicians, this is the most terrifying existence. This kind of duel involves death or injury. At that time between Carlos and Quirrel, it was the Magic King. After the potions class and the duel, it was almost late in the sky. Carlos returned to his room and was slowly preparing to lie down. But at the next moment, his brows furrowed again because a letter once again appeared on his empty table. There are familiar notes and familiar colors on this letter. Coupled with the familiar tone, Carlos understood in an instant that this letter was written by the same person as the letter that came last night. Waving his hand, Carlos took the letter into his hand, opened the envelope, and looked at the beautiful handwriting on the letter. It was a little strange for a moment. This was written by a woman. The first line of the opened letter was written, "Mr. Carlos, I don't know if you have received my letter. However, I received a letter from Hogwarts. I heard that you had an affair with the Manus family. This is not a good thing. As a member of the same family, I hope you can safeguard the honor and dignity of the family. Instead of dueling with our side, the Manus family and the Carlos family belong to the nobles who signed an ancient contract. You should understand that since you abide by the inheritance of Carlos Zhao of Zhao, you must also abide by the ancient inheritance. This time there is no honorific above it, which means that the people who wrote the letter are very angry." Angry? Carlos shook his head. He always had only one way to deal with such angry people, and that was to ignore them. Carlos slowly put the envelope in his hand toward the candle next to him. Under the candlelight, the letters began to disappear into the sky little by little. Carlos, shake your head. No one can order yourself and no one can criticize yourself. Whatever you want to do is your own business and has nothing to do with anyone. You can abide by the order of the nobility, and you can abide by the inheritance that belongs to Carlos. If he didn't comply, Manus wouldn't have been able to walk down to the arena at that time. Death? No, at least in-laws would let him lie down. Ma'am, Carlos burned your envelope. Carlos's act of burning this letter in his dormitory was naturally known to a certain figure on the other side. After all, she left a little bit of her own magic on the envelope. When this bit of magic power is burned away, the magic power will return to your body. This is a small method that belongs to them. Of course, Carlos also understands the existence of this method, but he doesn't care. Being able to let the person who wrote this letter know his attitude is what Carlos should do most at this moment. As for that family banquet they were talking about, in Carlos' view, it was just a union of fallen people. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, the alliance and banquet between nobles and nobles is also a considerable force. But so what? The whole world inside Hogwarts. How many declining aristocrats like this are there? Thousands of them. It is estimated that those who still have some inheritance can claim their ancestral aristocratic status. The lady slowly tightened her grip on the letter in her hand. Her eyes were fixed on the small snakes placed in the glass jar in front of her. The little snake spit out the letter and seemed to be able to feel the anger in the eyes of the lady in front of him. 550. Of course, it can also feel that the anger is not directed at itself, but it is still so terrifying. The little snake spit out the letter and crawled slowly inside the glass bottle. The lady took a deep breath and then continued writing the next letter. She must spread all these letters within today. In a few days, the noble banquet will begin. If it weren't for the recent situation in the entire magic world, there are some weird things. She would not try to win over so many nobles to unite. After all, in her opinion, many declining noble families are not qualified to drink with her. Carlos looked at the small barrier in front of him. Then he looked up at Chi Luo above. After that incident, Chi Luo still received no punishment, but what can be seen is that the mark belonging to Voldemort on the back of his head has disappeared. Zillo seemed to be able to feel that Carlos was looking at him at this moment. He slowly turned his head, saw Carlos, and smiled slightly. It's like a kind teacher, BGCJ, or he is a teacher at the moment. But this teacher was completely different from the one Carlos imagined in his mind. Harry next to him came over leisurely and asked strangely, "Is Zillo different from that day? The aura on his body is obviously not more evil than that day. Could it be said that he has changed? Has he gotten better?" Ronald on the other side also came over carefully and said with a speechless face, "If he gets better, then my sow will climb a tree. It's really ridiculous. How could a pig be able to climb a tree? So it is absolutely impossible for Kyle to get better. Can't we say that only good people are allowed to become bad, but bad people are not allowed to become good? Maybe his conscience discovered it, or maybe he was deceived by something, so his attitude towards us is much better than before." However, Carlos was still looking at Zillo above him quietly. How could a black magic teacher who could use Wakanda Kedavra on a student change so easily? Zillo's heart has completely changed, and he was seduced into hell by Voldemort. So Carlos didn't believe it at all, and the defense against the dark arts course in the classroom ended very quickly. It can even be said that it was incredibly fast. The students who were practicing black magic and defense felt a burst of surprise. Normally, Zai Luo would definitely drag all the students to practice this magic once before it can be over. But today was different. Instead, Chi Luo had a smile on his face and walked out the door with his lesson plan. In the principal's office, Dumbledore was just looking in a certain direction at the moment, slowly looking at Zillo's leaving figure. He knew that Quirrel had not gotten better. The reason why Quirrel was like this was because he warned him that night. Although I felt a trace of Voldemort's aura from his body. However, it was not strong, so Bliss always thought that Zirer was just exposed to Voldemort. There was no one else, but only Carlos knew that Chi Luo was not just in contact with Voldemort. Now she and Voldemort have become one, and even his body has begun to be shared with Voldemort. Don't let me down. The clear sky let Carlos know that it was still not the time for the noble banquet to start these days. Since your noble banquet has not started yet, for now, it is basically certain that you have to do something. Just maintain a good relationship with Harry and the others. As for practicing magic, Carlos decided to learn a new magic next time. Vadaka Kedavra is indeed very powerful as an offensive magic, but it doesn't mean that this magic can be released casually. After all, this is a black magic, at least for now. As for black magic, once it is used on classmates, the results can be imagined. It is very likely that he will be turned into a corpse eater by some thoughtful people. Next, he may suffer endless massacres. In the last arena duel, if Manus had not used a black magic to deal with himself, then it would be impossible for him to realize Wakanda Kedavra at that time. So for Carlos at this moment, his most important thing is to find a new attack magic. Of course, that is not the attack magic of black magic, whether it is getting bigger quickly or there are many obstacles, or it's Vidaka's Kedavra. These three magics are very strong at present, but they are not suitable for any place. I need a magic that can stabilize damage and control others. While Harry was continuing to practice for the Quidditch game, Carlos came to the library. There are all kinds of books in this library, large and small, with all kinds of strange pictures and written by magicians. It even records that a certain magician used magic to change the fate of ordinary lives, but no one knew the specific spell of magic. After all, there are only stories in the library, not magic. Ancient magicians, what opportunities and methods were needed to create magic? This is the most important point. Many times, many spells and magic are created under corresponding circumstances. This is a very necessary thing for this world, for example. At this moment, I need to be able to reach a place quickly and stably. Then the ancient magicians would create the art of flying, which was used in the application of magic. It will change according to the actual situation and space choices. Then the question comes, if you need to use a better magic at this moment and you are not a black magician, what method is needed? Carlos walked slowly in the library, looking at the rows and rows of books on the bookshelves above. In some books, what is besieged is the development process of modern magicians. Some of them show how many people have created magic thousands of years ago. There are so many great magicians in all kinds of books, and you can even see some weird novels. Of course, these books are of little use to Carlos at this moment. He took down a book called The Application of Magic and found it strange. Although I don't know why this book appears here, it is obvious that books related to magic knowledge should not appear in a place like a library. After all, a place like a library where most people can come. It is equivalent to a place where everyone can step on it. Naturally, any knowledge related to magic is likely to be used by others to do some correspondingly terrible things. It is a very scary thing to be good at practicing magic privately without corresponding guidance and education. It is possible to harm others and yourself, so generally speaking in Hogwarts College. Real magic is difficult to put in a library like this. But how could applied magic, such an important magic book and magic-related academics, be placed here? Slowly take down the book. Each word and line on it shows the release of magic spells and the control of magic power that is commensurate with magic. But after these years, Carlos has learned more about the world. He came to the conclusion that in this world, he must use magic for a better purpose. Then the control of magic and the casting of spells are indispensable. In a duel with the enemy, if you can cast spells faster and more accurately, then it is equivalent to forming magic with the enemy one step faster, and then also occupying the superiority in the written duel. Carlos was able to say the spell faster and faster so that he could catch Zillow off guard at the time. Zillow mistook Carlos for being just an ordinary student and became careless. So the question is, what role do accuracy and speed play in the process of creating magic? Maybe someone has tried it or maybe no one has tried it, but if I create a new magic, will my proficiency increase? This is a false proposition, after all, if Carlos has created new magic. Then this magic is a magic that belongs only to him for the time being, a magic that belongs only to him, and his proficiency must be the highest in the world. Since it is a unique magic, proficiency comes naturally, so the question comes to this, will the system give itself the ability to create magic? Make this unique magic of yours the most powerful, that is, the most proficient. Shaking his head, Carlos reached the demon's testing ground. There is a spacious grassland here. Near the grassland, you can see several big trees growing slowly. Because this is a magic experiment site and here, students often lose control and use magic. So the big trees here usually don't grow very big, but because of their magical power, these big trees recover very well. Carlos looked at the staff in his hand and thought for a moment. It needs magic that can not only control the enemy, but also cause a lot of damage to the enemy. Maybe you can try it yourself. In fact, among the existing magics, there is one that has such an ability. For example, Tong petrification can cause damage to enemies while petrifying others. This is a very useful magic, but Carlos knew that he would definitely be able to learn it in the following tutorials. Please give me flowers. For now, he doesn't think this magic is suitable for him. Recently, compared to Harry, Carlos felt that he had attracted a lot of enemies, and it would be nice to have a little more magic. I remember that the formation of swamps seems to be the cooperation between soil, water, dry matter, and the landform environment to form a favorable swamp environment. Then the question comes, if I just create conditions like this in one place, a swamp will not form. Carlos looked at the small piece of ground in front of him and then raised the staff in his hand. The staff slowly flashed a gleam of light, reflecting the gray and dim light. Immediately afterwards, in the land ahead, there seemed to be a little bit of soil that was sinking. The soil seemed to be pulled bit by something underground, sinking bit by bit downwards. The next moment, the water and soil merged with each other, plus the dry matter that was gathered together in the soil. They began to be stirred together by the magic. 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 1 minute, 5 minutes, then a small swamp slowly appeared in front of him. Swamp manifestation. Looking at the small swamp in front of him, Carlos shook his head slightly, then he picked up a branch and put it down little by little. The branches were swallowed up bit by the swamp. Carlos nodded. This was indeed a form of swamp. But this is not big. A small swamp does not pose any threat to the enemy. On the contrary, it will only increase the burden on my own magic power. I must practice this swamp technique to the extreme. Just as Carlos started practicing, the noble banquet on the other side was slowly beginning to take place. In an alley belonging to Quirrel fans, figures one after another slowly walked into the alley. But if anyone takes a look, they will find that these people never came out after entering the alley. If these caring people take a look up again, they will find that the end of the alley is just a wall. That's right, there are no directional entrances around that lead to other roads. The banquet was held jointly by the 5 existing ancient families. The Dark family is one of them. Voller looked at the man in front of him and couldn't help but smile. They decided that this was sometimes the case, only when power and power came together. Only then can you control what you want. Ms. Lanya, I heard that you gave an invitation letter to that down-and-out family. What? Is there a demon in their family? A week ago, I received news that the Lucifer family had a new magician in modern times. At first, I thought it was fake, but I didn't expect that later it was confirmed that there was indeed a student named Lucifer Carlos in Hogwarts Academy. This person. But this student is different. He is different from us nobles. Perhaps 080 is because he has been in the Muggle family since birth, so he does not have the etiquette and style of a noble. Oh, Ms. Lonia, it turns out that's what you're talking about. I've also heard about it. He seems to have had a duel with the Monis family. I don't know what the outcome of the duel was. Is it the family that has 2 magicians, the Monis family? Aren't they also like the Lucifer family, a family in decline during this period of time? I really didn't expect that the ancient family that ended thousands of years ago would actually sprout new seeds now. Sir, we don't care about the sprouts. For now, the one named Carlos shouldn't be so ridiculous. Families and families should get together, live in harmony, and jointly resist the general trend of the future. At the family banquet, people gathered together one after another. The conversations between them all showed that they had only one purpose, which was to bring their rights together to do a big thing. Of course, the conversations between them all reflected their terrible arrogance. Carlos looked at the dark clouds in the sky and couldn't help but shook his head slightly. It seems that this so-called family banquet has already begun. Immediately afterwards, he no longer paid attention to the dark clouds in the sky. Instead, he slowly focused his gaze on the land in front of him. Behind them, Hermione, Harry, and Ronald looked at Carlos quietly. They didn't understand why Carlos called him here. Immediately afterwards, Carlos raised his hand and slowly waved the staff in his hand. Swamp manifestation. 1 second or two, the originally empty land gradually began to spin. A circular area about 50 centimeters wide gradually began to merge together. Immediately afterwards, I saw that area sinking bit by bit and turning into a swamp. The people behind him were stunned when they saw this scene. He didn't expect it. Carlos actually created a new magic just as he said. It's still not enough. Although it can expand the scope of the swamp to 50 centimeters, the release of magic is not much faster. Compared to the last time, it took almost 3 minutes to reveal the swamp. But this time, Carlos needed more than 2 minutes and 50 seconds. In other words, the specific situation was only a few seconds shorter. Harry, who saw the scene in front of him from behind, immediately walked up, patted Carlos on the shoulder, then pointed to the ground and said, "You guy, what you created is a new magic which is incompatible with this world. Think about it, a new magic created by you can be released so quickly. This is already more than 2 minutes. Don't feel modest, it's very fast." After all, the extent to which Carlos truly created new magic surprised everyone. In the principal's office in the distance, Dumbledore looked at the 4 figures at the magic experiment site and nodded slightly. Harry, whom he had always had high hopes for, was able to learn magic and control it, which really made him very happy. And Carlos, who was traveling with Harry, also surprised him. He did not expect that Carlos could actually create magic that was different from the magic system that Hogwarts had for so long. When it comes to swamps, it's not that no one has thought about how to create them. But so far, those who have created swamps have either discovered that the creation of swamps requires a huge amount of magic power or a huge amount of time. These problems really bother them. But the method used by Carlos is different from the traditional method. To put it simply, he first uses magic power where he wants it and then uses it repeatedly. It requires magic power to be bonded with water and land, which is different from ordinary magic power. In simple terms, Carlos is using current matter to create, fuse, and then create swamps. However, those ancient magicians who wanted to create swamps did directly want to create swamps. To be honest, if Carlos knew what Dumbledore was thinking, he would definitely feel a burst of horror. It took me several days to come up with such a solution. But Dumbledore, a principal, could tell everything at just one glance. After all, Carlos, who has received 9 years of compulsory education, naturally knows one thing: energy is conserved and so is matter. Generally speaking, the energy and matter that you think have disappeared will exist in this world in another form. Therefore, Carlos is different from the magicians in this world. The first thing he thought of was to use matter to create matter, not to use magic to create matter. Although in this extraordinary world, for the sake of convenience, people choose to use magic to create what they want. This is orthodox. However, the energy and magic required for this are also huge. 5-2. Carlos understood that if he did not attend the family banquet, it meant that he might suffer revenge from the family members. Of course, Carlos is not afraid of revenge. What he is worried about is the Lucifer family who has been implicated because of him. After all, as the Lucifer family, they have already accepted the inheritance of the main line. There must be no surprises now, but Carlos shook his head. Sometimes it's not that you want unexpected things to happen, but unexpected things happen to you. The so-called wanting to give myself a reminder is just a warning to myself. There have been many family duels throughout the ages, but I have never seen these so-called ancient families come to stop them. On the contrary, it was a duel between two defeated families, and they jumped out to speak. Of course, just because Carlos did not choose to attend the banquet does not mean that someone does not need him to attend the banquet. Carlos is the only magician in the Lucifer family. It also bears the common wish of many members of the Lucifer family, that is to rejuvenate the family. At this moment, under the expectations of many people, he was naturally taken on this task. However, what you need to know is that many people in the family, many nobles, almost all still have the pride of belonging to the magical nobles, but they completely lack the self-awareness of being ordinary people. As a father, Delia glanced at the son in front of him. He didn't know what to say and felt that he was completely capable of taking charge on his own. Even when considering many important matters, I need to ask my son. Father, what do you mean? Many people want me to come to this banquet. Everyone likes the family, right? They feel that with the rise of the Lucifer family, superpowers are placed on you, so as a member of the Lucifer family, since you are a member of the main line of inheritance, our family must bear this responsibility. Really? According to what they mean, the people in the main lineage have no right to decide the direction of the family, right? It's better that we don't want this inheritance. Delia's expression changed slightly, but she quickly calmed down. He knew that his son could not be that kind of reckless person since you said such words. That means he must have enough confidence to do such a thing. He looked at the son in front of him, then smiled and said, "Since you don't want to attend this family banquet, then forget it. Do what you want to do, as long as you can do it for yourself and take on everything. No matter what, Lucifer and our family must at least be left in your hands from now on." Carlos nodded and then turned off the remote call. In the Lucifer family, after Derry understood his son's decision, he also understood what his son really thought. He stood up slowly and walked towards the conference hall outside. In the conference hall, figures one after another were sitting proudly on their chairs. They are still like ancient nobles, their eyes are full of contempt for everything around them, and they are completely arrogant. Delia and Lucifer naturally sat in the front position without hesitation. He sat down little by little, and at the same time his eyes slowly turned to the people around him one after another. As if she couldn't hold back due to the glare, there was a woman who wanted to speak. "How is it? What did Carlos say? When are you going to attend the Yan family banquet? I heard that the family banquet may end in the next few days." The Luciferian family, which has been passed down from ancient times to the present, has almost broken everything that should be broken. The remaining few families can only be said to have the same bloodline as theirs. In Dea's lineage, there are only his eldest son Carlos and one of his uncles. As for anyone who is still related to him by blood, to be honest, there are none here. Okay, everyone, Carlos' meaning is very simple. He does not intend to attend this family banquet. If you are willing to attend this banquet on behalf of your family, you can go on your own and we will not stop you. Denia's body sat on the chair without wavering. He didn't even look at the group of so-called family members around him. After hearing Delia's voice, many people could no longer sit still. They all stood up and started to accuse Carlos. However, Delia really had no intention of paying attention to them. The other two sons behind him watched the scene in front of them quietly. To be honest, they were not magicians, so they were not qualified to know these things at the beginning. They are just like Carlos before them. People without magical talent will never know these things. Likewise, they are not even qualified to participate in this meeting. But now they have it, because the appearance of Carlos represents the right of their clan to speak within the family. There were noises, curses, and roars, all kinds of sounds in this conference room. It started to explode like a vegetable market, with countless people having only one request. He just wanted Carlos to attend this so-called family banquet. This group of people thinks this is profitable. At least it can bring greater benefits to their family. Of course, both Delia and Carlos can clearly see the so-called benefits. I just want Carlos to mention the Lucifer family in the mouths of other ethnic groups and families, putting their group of so-called muggles on the same level as magic. After all, in this magical world, who can say for sure whether anyone has a potion that can turn muggles into magicians? If they can let those muggles return to the ranks of magicians again. It was really possible to become an aristocrat through the ages once again. Dea and Carlos, who saw this, had nothing to say. As for whether those nobles will threaten them and suppress them 763, Dea shook his head. The dangers in the world were no problem for them. The family that became lonely may have been a noble among magicians thousands of years ago. But similarly, after falling, all their power has been wiped out, and as ordinary people, they can only live with the world all day long. At this time, the Lucifer family has no way to defeat them using ordinary means, as long as they don't use magic means. Those magician nobles wanted to use magic means to make him surrender. He shook his head. The rules were there and they were not to be followed casually. The meeting here finally ended. This meeting lasted for almost an hour. A few minutes were the result of Denia's announcement, and almost all the rest of the time was spent in noise. Carlos is still obsessed with studying his magic. For him, improving his own strength is the best way to deal with the disaster next. However, even if I rely on my only knowledge to study these magics, Carlos still has no way to create better magic. It's like adapting to local conditions and doing everything in Jiangnan. Of course, Carlos refused this family meeting, but in fact the other people had no problem. Mainly the lady who initiated this meeting was very angry. For her, this banquet is not just an opportunity to unite all the families to maximize their power. Likewise, it is also an opportunity to demonstrate the strength of their family. However, the demonstrated strength did not bring all the families to come, which seemed to mean that what he said did not work. Lonia narrowed her eyes slightly before looking at the man in front of her. The man seemed to have a body that could serve as a minister hidden in the darkness. The moment Lonia's eyes looked at him, he stood up slowly, then pointed at the small microphone and said, "Matter." Lonia also nodded and said the names of several people. Then he also told them their identities and what the desired results would be. The man nodded, his body wandered in the air and then quickly disappeared. The next moment, when the man's body got further and further away, Nanaya looked at the portrait in front of her. It was a portrait painted in oils. In addition to the bright background, there was also a personality that completely set off his own identity. It's like adding a touch of nobility to his identity. What a pity, Carlos. Originally, you lonely families could rely on your strength to rise in the future, but I didn't expect that the Lucifer family would fall into destruction because of your choice. Today's lesson continued with the potions class. For Carlos, he was able to grasp the dosage of the potion exactly. You don't even need to use more hands to measure it, you can feel the dosage with just a pinch. Of course, just because the potions class went very smoothly, it doesn't mean that other classes are the same. After all, Carlos understands the potion course. In normal times, he can rely on training to know the weight of each potion. You can control the quantity of each material. As for other courses, it is difficult for you to truly master them. To be honest, to the greatest extent, my system can only ensure that I improve my proficiency. But if you don't use it much, or there is no way to learn it. No matter how much you can improve your proficiency, it is impossible to increase your strength to the highest level in an instant. I am different from Harry. Harry's talent is indeed powerful. No matter what he is watching or learning, he can learn it in an instant. If only I could have Harry's talent, I will have less trouble learning magic in the future. As for Chi Luo, who is still in class teaching the defense against the dark arts course. Carlos didn't think he was weak, even though he was in a secret room at that time and was defeated by himself. But Carlos understood if it weren't for underestimating himself. It was impossible for Killua to be defeated so easily by him at that time, or in other words, it was impossible to be defeated by him at all. At that time, he only knew 3 magics. After the 3 magics worked, Chi Luo could better deal with the magic of his 3 magics. As a teacher who teaches defense against dark arts courses at Hogwarts College, Zillow definitely has good magical abilities. It would be terrible if Voldemort wakes up again. When the time comes, coupled with Xylo's original strength, it will only become even more terrifying. I don't know why, but it seemed that after that duel, Chi Luo became silent. No matter in every class or every action, he almost never exposed his identity to others. So much so that at this moment, Carlos had no chance to catch Zillow's weakness or find Zillow's problem. Now, if Zirer had not revealed that he was possessed by Voldemort, then Dumbledore would not have been able to make Zirer pay the price. Time passed day by day and the swamp created by Carlos himself appeared. It can be completed once in 10 seconds, and the consumption of magic power is not large. On that day, Dumbledore happened to make an announcement in the school. The 4 major colleges of Hogwarts, under the leadership of Hagrid, will enter the magical forest for practical teaching. That's right, in Hogwarts, it's not just theoretical study day after day. It also has complex and more practical applications. The magical forest is the place with the most magical animals in the entire Hogwarts. The magical animals here can almost be said to be the most widely used in the entire academy. Carlos could even feel that almost all of the materials described in any potions class were found in the magical forest. Don't underestimate the animals in the magical forest. Any animal in it may have weak power. Maybe when you see an ordinary rabbit in this forest, you think it is very cute, then maybe he will bite you suddenly. After all, I have seen it before. A scene where someone enters the forest and is bitten in half. Hagrid's voice was very plain, but his plain voice and breath revealed a frightening meaning. Carlos shook his head slightly, feeling that Hagrid was like this. No matter what he faced, he would face it calmly, just like how he protected Harry and he was so calm. It's just that under that calm face, the words he spoke can make anyone feel uneasy for a week. Zhao Zhao. This time, the students who came for practical learning felt a sense of fear when listening to Hagrid's voice in front of them, but at the same time they also felt calm. When you turn around and look around, you will find that every student here has lost the excitement just now. So far, their hearts are completely different from before. Frizz is the biggest taboo in this forest. Hagrid smiled slightly, then pointed inside and said, "Okay, everyone, come in with me. I will take you around the forest first. Then in the place I specified, everyone can move around freely for a while. Let's do this time. Remember, in this forest, danger will never appear in front of you, and don't kill monsters at will, because the animals in the magical forest are alive, just like people and just like magicians." As for Hagrid's philosophy, Carlos actually very much agrees with it. He recognized Hagrid's view of life as an equal being. No matter what life is, as long as it exists with wisdom, whether it is humans or animals, they should coexist peacefully and should not kill each other. This is Hagrid's philosophy, and Hagrid's philosophy has naturally been passed down in Hogwarts. When Carlos, Hello, and Hermione Dorn walked inside, Hagrid in front was already slowly leading everyone in a certain direction. He needs to take everyone to see the various animals in the magical forest. This will make it easier for everyone to have sympathy and compassion for the animals in magical life. Of course, some people will not have this kind of mentality, and some people will, which is normal. On the white grassland, it seems that it can be seen from the sun in the sky. This grassland is not peaceful. Looking from here, we can see that there are holes one after another on the grassland. There are traces of the presence of some kind of animal, one after another around the entrances of the caves. Rabbit, yes. At this moment, Carlos could only think of something that could make holes like this in the environment of these 593 grass plains. Mole, rabbit, but if it is a mole, then it is impossible. It was shot vertically, because moles will hide their home but rabbits will not. Then I saw a pair of red eyes slowly revealed next to dozens of holes. Immediately afterwards, a white rabbit slowly ran out of the hole. When Hermione saw this scene in front of her, she was immediately excited and wanted to go up and pet the rabbit, but then he was stopped by Cross behind him. Carlos, what are you doing? Such a cute rabbit, don't you want to touch it? Carlos twitched speechlessly, looking at the rabbit over there as if looking at a plate of delicious food. I don't really want to touch it, but I kind of want to taste it. Wow, the rabbit is so delicious, right? The skin is tender and the meat has a good texture. It's delicious just thinking about it. When Carlos said these words, Harry and Ronald next to them twitched the corners of their mouths. They never thought that Carlos' thinking would be so strange. Of course, Carlos would never admit that his thinking was strange. I just feel that the thinking of these guys in front of me is strange. Hagrid had already told all the students outside before. All the animals here are magical and magical. They all have very strong violent minds in their bodies. Maybe what you see in front of you is a peaceful animal. However, maybe at the next moment, this peaceful animal may let you show its fangs. The rabbit is so cute, but you still want to eat the rabbit. Carlos, can you please stop being so cruel? Carlos shook his head speechlessly and shrugged. At this moment, Hermione was not the only one who wanted to pet the rabbit. There are many other attractive female classmates who also want to pet the rabbit. At this time, Hagrid was watching quietly. When Carlos saw Hagrid like this, he let go of Hermione's hand and said, Okay, I'm too cruel, you go quickly, go quickly. At this moment, Hermione finally saw the inexplicable and strange emotion in Ross's eyes. For other people, she might not believe it, but for some reason she still believed Carlos and Harry. He shook his head, cleared his head, and then looked at the traces of rabbits in front of him. Immediately afterwards, I saw a group of people touching the fish roe. The reason why Carlos let Hermione go to pet the rabbit was simply because Hagrid didn't care. After all, this is the first actual combat exercise, and the school will definitely not let anyone mess around with the actual combat exercise. The reason why Hagrid BGCG ignores their actions must be because these slaves are not dangerous. He was watching quietly from behind, and suddenly he heard the scream of a girl. The screams were a bit melancholy. A rabbit was violently knocked away. Take a closer look. You will find that a red tooth was bitten out on the girl's hand. Blood continued to overflow, and the wound seemed to be very deep. Hagrid shook his head gently. With another wave of his hand, a ball of green light appeared on the girl's hand, treating the girl's wounds. Hermione couldn't help but feel palpitated when she saw the scene in front of her and lightly patted her chest, although his chest is not. Carlos took a look, then nodded and said, This is why I don't want you to go. Do you remember what teacher Hagrid said before? Hermione didn't rush to say it, and Harry next to her chose to speak. Danger is hidden in peace, that's it. Carlos, you don't have any clear reason for this. It's because you are afraid that these seemingly cute and peaceful animals are actually dangerous themselves. Carlos shook his head. It's not that it looks like it, and it's not that I'm afraid, but I think it will definitely be like this. Don't talk about these magical animals. Even ordinary animals will be in danger if they are angered by humans, not to mention these magical animals. When Carlos's voice sounded, it was also heard by a group of students around him. Hagrid nodded, standing at the front, and said with a smile, Classmate Carlos is right. In this world you look peaceful and there is nothing dangerous. In fact, he may be violent inside. He may be irritable, and he may always be hiding at the bottom of the danger so you can't see it. Students, please remember what I said before, life is your own, don't do anything reckless. It's that saying that goes well, knowing people, knowing faces, but not knowing hearts. You may seem like a kind person, but there may be an evil soul lurking underneath. After this incident, the surrounding students became obviously more cautious. They looked around each other, fearing that a cute rabbit like this would suddenly appear, but it would bite them with fangs. Not only those students, but even Carlos could see it clearly. And Hermione, they are all relatives of the group. It's a good thing to be this calm. But the calmer it is, the more it means that what happens next is not fun. Looking at Hagrid like this, next time, everyone in the Yin family may still spend the night in this magical forest. It is also what Carlos least wants to encounter. The unknown means that it is full of dangers, and the unknown means that there are too many impossible things happening. A group of several hundred people were walking slowly in the magical forest. Hagrid was just leading from the front and moving forward slowly. From time to time, he looked at the night in the sky. The moment night fell, he knew that the first night in this magical forest was about to begin. Hagrid nodded, then clapped his hands and said, Dear students, there is a river in front of you, and there are many magical animals around here and there. But there are also some ordinary animals within about 300 meters. Please do not leave this distance. This distance is the safest distance I can guarantee inside. Everyone can freely search for ingredients, fetch water, and live and die. Next, we will spend the first night in this magical forest and return to Hogwarts tomorrow. You can find a place to live wherever you like. Hagrid's figure was walking slowly in the forest, and his eyes followed the shadows of the surrounding trees that were hosting the feast bit by bit. Yes, it is indeed safe just a few hundred meters away from Hagrid. A powerful magician like Hagrid can use his magic to eliminate any danger within a few hundred meters of him in an instant. Safe, Carlos said, then looked at Harry next to him and Hermione. Let's go look for food for today. I've been hungry for almost a day. If I don't eat better, I may feel uncomfortable in my stomach. After Carlos finished speaking, he took the lid and walked to the side. Within a few hundred meters, there isn't much that can be eaten. In particular, there are not many ordinary animals that can be seen. So Carlos decided to go directly to the river to find it. According to Hagrid's words, the river is all around me. If I turn around and look, it's only about 100 meters away. It also represents the range of rivers and is also included in Hagrid's safe area. Hagrid would never do anything he was unsure of since he had the courage to say such things with confidence. It means that there is not much danger in the river. As he watched Carlos lead the crowd towards the river, Hagrid nodded slightly, his eyes always looking at Harry. Although there is no unequal system here, but to be honest, it just changes with people's hearts. Hagrid will save whoever he is willing to save first. This is friendship. Carlos looked at the trickling river flowing to the side. Looking inside the river, there seemed to be fish swimming slowly one after another. Then, Carlos turned to look at Harry next to him. Harry, I remember that you seem to have a strong talent for magic. Didn't I use a speed to grow in size before? Do you want to try it? Harry nodded. He indeed had a particularly strong talent for learning. Just by looking at the magic on other people's bodies, you can learn it to a similar degree. At that time, Carlos had almost mastered this magic the moment he used the speed to increase in size. And this, Carlos asked him to perform this magic, which was also an encouragement to him. Carlos nodded, then picked up a stone next to him and threw it towards the river. Hurry now, use the transformation quickly. Harry nodded, stretched out his wand and said, get bigger quickly. The light hit the stone directly. With the flash of light, the stone slowly began to grow in the hands of magic and under the influence of magic. Of course, it seems that because the control of magic is not very precise, only this stone is under the influence of magic. It just doubled in size, and in the end the stone was only about a dozen centimeters in radius. It wasn't a big stone, and it only caused a splash when it fell. It's of no great use in this river. Carlos shook his head, then said to Hermione next to him, Hermione, throw a stone for me. Hermione also nodded and then picked up a stone of about the same size on the ground. Throwing it towards the river, Carlos raised his staff and shouted at the stone on the other side, get bigger quickly. There was a buzzing sound, and the stone suddenly swelled under Carlos's magical power. The stone that was originally more than 10 centimeters suddenly turned into a radius of several meters and was smashed into the water, causing a splash of water. Please give me flowers. At such a high height, the fish in the water were smashed up. The vibration here also attracted the attention of the surrounding students who were looking for ingredients. Many students were immediately attracted by the shock. When Ronald saw the scene in front of him, he felt a little indignant, but his hands and feet did not stop. Still picking up the fish that accidentally fell on the river bank. Did you see that under the control of magic, the size of this stone can also be made very large? No matter how strong your learning talent is, no matter how powerful your magic is, if the person who casts magic has no way to control his own magic, then there is no way to increase the power of magic. 0. The degree of magic control is directly proportional to the power of magic. This is what Carlos wanted to say and turned to look at Ronald next to him. Come on, let's go back and make a fire and get ready to eat. Of course, Carlos's behavior also inspired other students around him. Everyone seemed to finally understand the use of magic at this moment. Magic is not only used for fighting, it can also be used to make a living. At this moment, Hagrid, who was sitting on the branch, was full of surprise. He did not expect that the answer he had always wanted to pass on to these students would actually be reflected in Carlos at this moment. He smiled, and it was indeed a very good move to be able to lead Carlos and the others here this time. 4 or 5 fish were slowly grilled over the charcoal fire. The tender and juicy skin and meat were moist under the skin. It was so delicious and tempting, but Harry's eyes were fixed on the sky above as if he was counting the stars. Carlos, what exactly is the magic we practice? Carlos was stunned for a moment, stopped biting the fish, and then said, I don't know. If you ask me these things, how can I know, even if I am a magician among the nobles? But you all know that there has not been a magician in our family for thousands of years. There are some things that I have no way of finding the answer to, it's just small. Today, a new transfer student came to the Slytherin class. This transfer student's name is Delankas. This man looks ordinary, but he has a powerful body and terrifying strength. In this class, he can almost be said to be the one who broke the curse and the magic with his body. The moment Carlos saw his strong body, he realized why there was such a legend on campus. Almost all the students in Slytherin can be said to be a group of ambitious people. Such a person will be transferred to the Slytherin class, which means that this person may also be an ambitious person. Only such people can thrive here. You can see this just by looking at the bosses in Slytherin. Here, if there is no certain ambition, it will be 010, and if there is no certain strong power, then you will only be enslaved as a lower-class person. At this moment on his first day, Dalan Castle F*** ed almost all the bosses in this class. In the end, only the nobleman Blackhorn was left. Of course, it didn't mean that he didn't dare to fight Delankas. It seemed that he had heard rumors that he had had a brief fight with Dorrance. It's just that in the end the two of them ended up in a draw, and that was the end of it. Ever since, there was another boss in Slytherin Bando, his name was Dorankas, and Blackhorn eventually became as good a friend as Delankas. When Carlos heard the news, he was slightly shocked. He didn't think about himself and Harry. They just went to the magical forest and walked for a day. Such a big thing happened when we came back, Slytherin and these ambitious people. There is actually a second boss, and things seem to be developing out of control. When Carlos came to the classroom on the third day, countless people seemed to be watching in the entire classroom and outside the corridor, silently staring at someone in the classroom at this moment. Carlos shook his head, walked straight to the middle of the crowd, and then looked up into the classroom. Immediately afterwards, he saw a burly man standing on the podium. His eyes scanned the surroundings as if looking for someone. And the moment his eyes finally looked at Carlos, he couldn't help but smile. Then his eyes once again looked at a figure next to his Carlos. Dorola, come out, I have something I want to talk to you about. Dorola can be regarded as an outlier in the down-and-out family. Similar to their Carlos family, they are both a family that symbolizes courage. Dorora is an extremely brave man. Of course, the magicians of his generation in the family are almost as talented in magic. When their family received the invitation letter from the family banquet, they actually did not attend the banquet. It seems to be a protest, which is the same purpose of holding this banquet. Downtrodden families like them, in this banquet, naturally have no qualifications to stand in front of those powerful families. Naturally, Dorola would not attend the banquet at that time. Seeing Dorola walking out of the crowd, she looked at the man in front of her with a strange expression and said, "You are the transfer student who transferred to Slytherin, right? What do you want from me?" Delankas laughed, and as he moved forward bit by bit, he slowly spoke with his finger on Dorola's head. "If I want to challenge you to a family duel, I will challenge you to a family duel on behalf of the Delani's family." Delankas's voice sounded, and at that moment Dorora in front of him slowly shook his head. He didn't bother to participate in any family duel. "Sorry, I refuse. Give me a reason." Delankas's voice was angry and hoarse, and he looked at Tirola in front of him. He seemed to be thinking about why he refused to sit there and said with a smile, "You need me to give you a reason? No, you should give me a reason why you want to initiate a family duel. Family duels are no joke." The reason. "It's very simple, because you got the invitation letter but you didn't attend the family banquet." Dorora was stunned for a moment, then laughed closely at him. Among the crowd, his voice was very impudent. He looked at Doran Lace in front of him and said, "Is this the only reason? What a ridiculous reason, Chelenka's family. I have heard that this is a very powerful family, and it is said that there are also paladins in this family. What I didn't expect was that the Delanka's family would become someone else's dog until now." "That's right, knights, don't they serve others?" The moment Carlos heard this, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He didn't expect that this Dorola would actually mock others, and it could be said that she was completely unobtrusive and she only poked at other people's pain. "Dorora is indeed right, Delankas. There is indeed a paladin in this family. As a family that once fought against Voldemort and the ghouls together, this family has made infinite contributions. But it is in the same family so far. Jujin is a subordinate family of the Narnia family." This made Carlos feel weird, but no matter how speechless or disgusted Carlos was, no matter how much he despised others, he would never say such words like Duran Rice. It has to be said that Dorola, a noble child, can't help his own temperament. Delankas was indeed angered by what Dorora said. He looked at him in front of him, slowly raised his hand and pointed at Dorora's head and said every word. If you have the ability, please repeat what you just said on 5-1. I said it turns out that the former paladin was just someone else's dog. It's really ridiculous the dog actually came out. Can't the owner handle his own dog well? The moment Dorola finished saying this, Delancas's hand tightened little by little. Then looking at Dorola, he held back his anger and his anger that wanted to roar. Then he took out a full-handled staff in his hand and said, "In the name of the family nobles, I launch a family decisive battle against Dorora." Dorora's eyes narrowed slightly and her pupils shrank slightly. He didn't expect that this guy Chilan Kassan would actually take out such a precious thing. This is a knight's contract in the name of God, and he actually uses it to fight himself. Dorora looked at Delancas in front of her, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly, then a burst of anger appeared in her eyes and she suddenly spoke angrily. "Are you crazy? Do you know what this is? This is the contract of the paladin. You can't get something like this even if you spend the efforts of the whole family. You actually wasted the duel between us like this. The Delancas family is so pitiful for having a traitor like you. It seems that you are determined to ruin your family's fortune, and you are unwilling to do so. There is no way to make a contract like this, and you must abide by it. An oath contract is generally a covenant signed between each other in the name of God. This kind of contract is signed by every family. Many big families also sign their names and family names on it. All families must abide by this contract. The moment Delancas says he initiates a duel in the name of the family, he has neither the right nor the possibility to refuse. Okay, I accept it. Of course, what I accept does not mean that I will duel with you now. We will duel in the inner court in 5 days. See you there." Delancas nodded. Since he has achieved his goal, there is no need to say anything more next. He only saw him slowly glance at Carlos standing in the crowd and then shook his head. Walking towards the distance, he didn't look down on Carlos at all. This so-called declining family was just a magician of Carlos's generation. How dare you be so arrogant and not attend a ladies' party? When he defeats Dorora, he can then fight Carlos for a showdown. At that time, the ladies' trouble will naturally be solved. In Delancas' view, Carlos is just an ordinary magician. For a magician like this, even if he makes peace, it doesn't matter if he gets injured. It was even possible to kill Carlos. Dolenio smiled and then ran straight to his seat in the classroom. A group of people also walked into the classroom. Today's class is Defense Against Dark Arts. That's right, it was that old Chi Luo who came to the class as a representative again. But today, Carlos discovered that Jai Luo did not appear on the podium. His figure seemed to suddenly disappear into shadowless infinity. Dumbledore walked into the classroom slowly, glanced at the students in the classroom, smiled slightly, then pointed outside the classroom and spoke slowly. "Dear students, Teacher Kiluo took leave today and is sick. He needs to go out. So for the time being, I will be leading the defense against the dark arts class today, everyone. When I came here before, I saw the whole classroom was very lively. I don't know what happened, but no matter what happened, please keep a normal attitude and face the next small test." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, both Harry and Carlos looked slightly startled. Then he looked at Dumbledore in front of him and then a student asked a question. "Mr. Principal, is this small test a test of our magic? I remember your name is Bolaño, right? Yes, it's to test your magic. I want to test your defense against black magic or against magic." As he said that, he saw Deng Benlido slowly stretching out his hand, and a ball of light flashed out bit by bit in his hand. Carlos frowned slightly when he saw the scene in front of him. Unlike in the past, Dumbledore used substances to transform, resulting in the current magical phenomenon. If it was in the past, it would be Dumbledore or another magician. The first thing they will do is create magic, not make magic. That's right, Carlos shook his head slightly. He didn't expect that this old guy would actually steal his own ideas. Seeing Carlos's angry eyes, Dumbledore immediately understood why Carlos was like this. Indeed, this method of creating magic was created and pioneered by Carlos himself. Dumbledore smiled slightly. He certainly had no intention of robbing students of their achievements. For him, in fact, many things have long been looked down upon. But just because he wanted Carlos to come to him, the photon magic slowly rotated in the air. Dumbledore once again looked at the other students below, then pointed to the empty ball in front of him and said, "This ball of light will be fired. A magic bullet. Every student must try to use their own abilities and magic to defend against this magic bullet. As long as it can be defended, then this small test will be passed." Dumbledore said, then turned to look at the classmates one after another below, and then he pointed at Harry Potter, who was sitting in front of Carlos. "Then the first jackpot will be Harry Potter, who will bring us wonderful magical defense. For students, if it is just a theoretical test, it must be very irritating. After all, no student likes to do it on paper. But if it is a small test of this experimental nature, then no student would not want to just see it. Harry Potter slowly walked to the magic ball of light, looked at the ball of light, and then Dumbledore asked, "Harry Potter, are you ready?" Harry Potter smiled, nodded, and said, "I'm ready." The light ball flickered slightly in the air, and then from the inside of the light ball it seemed that circles of light were forming. Gather the magic power in the air and then collect it to form a magic bullet. Carlos nodded. This method is indeed good. If he learns this magic, he should be able to make it into a powerful attack magic. Then I saw a magic bullet hit hard. Upon seeing this, Harry Potter immediately stretched out his hand to use magic to block the formation. However, he soon remembered what Carlos said to him. The power of magic is usually related to its quality and control. Harry Potter was stunned for a moment, and then he threw a piece of wood. After the wood flew in the air for a moment, Harry Potter stretched out his hand again. Get big fast. The wood that was originally only a few centimeters suddenly became several meters in size in Calibo's hands, directly blocking the path of the magic bullet. There was a bang, and the magic wand finally sank directly into it under the impact of the wooden blocks of the board without being penetrated. The magic bullet that was knocked out of the light ball finally embedded itself in the white wooden board, leaving a deep black mark. The traces of sparkling sparks were so dazzling that it was impossible to see clearly the power generated by this piece of wood. Everyone was slightly surprised. They didn't expect that quickly enlarging could be used in this way. Help yourself with a small one, then block a large one for yourself. Dumbledore, who was standing on the stage, nodded. He had heard Hagrid tell him before. This method was not thought up by Harry Potter but by Carlos. Since Harry Potter knows this method, it means that Carlos can also do it, even if it is not original. I glanced at the classmates around me, and then it seemed that many students were also eager to try. After seeing Harry's actions, they also thought of this method. One classmate after another began to frantically look for various items around them. Some are looking for stones, some are looking for iron pieces, and some are looking for wood. Dumbledore couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene in front of him. To be honest, there are still too few students who can think independently, except for Carlos and Hermione, who were standing over there. There are very few students who can truly think and create independently, but being able to learn from other students doesn't mean that they don't have talent. The next moment, I saw classmates coming forward one after another. Start learning the Harry Potter method and use it to get bigger quickly. However, how can they, beginners, increase their release speed as easily as Harry Potter? The element set in Harry Potter's hand grew larger like a river. What they held in their hands was the water coming out of the water pipes. One student after another went up to try magic again and again, on one after another, made up of all kinds of strange objects. In the end, if Dumbledore hadn't taken action, many students might have been hit directly by magic bullets. Carlos shook his head, walked up directly, and then held down the staff with one hand. The moment he saw the magic bullet coming out, he raised his hand directly. There are many obstacles, letter 3005. Countless branches and various stones popped up out of thin air around them. There are many obstacles, and this is the magic that Carlos thinks consumes more magic power so far. Unlike Avada Kedavra, this magic requires creating too many things. And this is something created out of thin air from the void. Then more magic power is needed, watching the obstacle army fight through countless obstacles. The magic bullet eventually turned into a smaller wisp of fireworks among these obstacles and dissipated in the air. When Carlos saw this scene, he couldn't help but nodded slightly, then looked at Deng Dondu and said, "Thank you, Mr. Principal." After saying that, he slowly turned around and walked towards the back. Dendolito stroked his beard and laughed. Then one student after another came up to demonstrate their magic. On the other side, Blancas is preparing for a family duel. 5 days is a long time but a very short time when Deng Maladu finished a defense against the dark arts course. This so-called showdown ushered in. Dorola was actually one of the luckier families among the declining nobles. Their family has been prosperous for a longer period of time than the Lucifer family, and after a period of their prosperity, there was a period of decline. It can be regarded as a relatively peaceful period of time. There was no robbery, no fighting, and no tyranny. It was just the decline of peace. They said that it has declined without magicians, so their family still has quite a lot of ancient magic books. It was just that it had been kept hidden until the talent of Dorola's generation of magicians was revealed. Only then will their family's magic books begin to be gradually taken seriously. The Lucifer family is different. At the moment when the Lucifer family fell into decline, and in the previous period it experienced almost all kinds of things. Rebellion, riots, alliances, and finally competition have caused the Lucifer family to plummet to this point. So don't look at the fact that Dorora seems to be just a beginner at this moment. But maybe, when he revealed his magic talent, he had already learned some magic that was easier to learn in the family. Don't underestimate some little magics that are easy to learn. After all, many people don't know that these little magics may have their own uses. There was a buzz of people around, and after Carlos entered the auditorium, the figures around him started to boil one after another. It was actually a family duel, which I haven't seen in several years. Even those students in the advanced class would find it difficult to see such a wonderful situation. After all, family duels almost always involve something on the line, such as Delanka's at this moment. In order to continue this family duel, he did not hesitate to use the secret knight contract passed down by his family. If it weren't for the knight's contract, Dorora wouldn't have participated in this so-called family duel. Two small figures looked at each other on the ring. Just like when Carlos played against Manas. The eyes of the two of them revealed infinite evil. Yes, the two of them had only one idea at this moment, and that was to kill each other. When Carlos saw this scene in front of him, he knew that the current situation might be bad. Fortunately, Delanka's, if Dorora breaks out with murderous intent, it will be enough. It means that he may really have the intention to kill him. Delanka's should be regarded as a subsidiary family of Lonia. The Lonia family will definitely not allow family fighting. After all, this moment is considered a critical moment. Voldemort's prophecy has begun to appear gradually, and no one dares to ignore it. Once any death occurs in a family duel, it can be seen as a break between families. Don't underestimate the family system inside. Maybe they, the so-called existing nobles, feel that the lonely family is just a group of little mice living on their last legs. But she also understood that when these declining families united, they would become a huge force. A power so huge that it makes them fearful, but at this moment, Delanka's would definitely not want to kill Dorora, but Dorora really wanted to kill Dorlands. After all, he is still a child, and he can't be so calm. Carlos felt that if he were Laura, he would never show his intention to kill him like this. After all, now in this arena, the worst-case scenario is to find a deserted place and beat her up. If you do this, the requirement is to make your own strength stronger. Dorora looked at Delanka's in front of her, and then the two of them slowly raised their staffs. Under the light of the staff flashed a brilliant light between the top of its head. The two then pointed at their family's crest with their staffs and said, "I am Delanka's, I'm Dorora. We hereby declare that the family showdown has officially begun. We will fight against each other in the most sincere way as a family, and the two parties will live in harmony. That's all. Let's never let the casualties become a tragedy at this moment." After finishing speaking, the two raised their staffs and looked at each other. Immediately afterwards, I saw an indifferent smile in Dorola's eyes. The staff in his hand slowly stretched out and there was a bang. Expelliarmus. 903 Delanka's looked at this scene, and he did not expect that Dorola would be so powerful. Just this time, he let himself know that Tirola felt that he was not a beginner. That's right, this time it's just an ordinary weapon removal. To be honest, if Carlos hadn't reacted in time, the blow just now would have definitely hit him in the hand. His staff will definitely fall to the ground. Once this happens, the chance of defeat is 100%. However, he didn't let this happen. The next moment, Delanka's also raised his staff and looked at Dorola opposite. The two looked at each other with wary faces, and then when both sides raised their staffs, a burst of light directly hit them like wolves. Expelliarmus. Both of them used the Expelliarmus magic at the same time. I have to say that this magic is really easy to use in this kind of duel between each other, since they have no intention of killing each other. Then Expelliarmus can declare one's victory while getting rid of the opponent's weapon. The moment when two black BGCD rays of weapon-expelling light collided directly, countless light spots also flew away fiercely to the side. Countless spectators around them suddenly burst into roars, and the emotions of each spectator reached the most diligent extreme. Delanka's looked at Dorola in front of him and couldn't help but smile slightly. The difference in strength between the two is not big, and the difference in magic power is not big either. They are almost between level 2 and level 3. This is the level for a beginner to intermediate magician. By the way, Carlos's current Avada Kedavra can be regarded as the most powerful 9th level in the entire magic. This is also the reason why Carlos was able to use Avada Kedavra to defeat Zillo in one fell swoop. None of the Expelliarmus between the two hit each other. As a result, the staffs resolutely remained in the hands of the other two. The moment the staff was raised again, this time it was different from just now. The moment Quirrel raised his hand, he immediately used it to smash his body into pieces. That's right, the red light of shattered bones disappeared in a flash. Accompanied by a burst of flame power, it hit Dorora on the opposite side. Zuolanka's face changed slightly when he saw the force that shattered his body and bones. That huge power seemed to be oppressing his body and unable to move. Fear makes it difficult to move and fight back. Dumbledore was slightly shocked when he saw this scene in front of him. I saw his body being smashed down from above, a bang was heard and a staff was also hit hard. Shattered to pieces. The two shattered bodies collided together, and Dumbledore had to say that he was really the most powerful person in the school, the most powerful principal. Even if he controls such a small body, he can still destroy the body in front of him. After all, the strength between them is not of the same magnitude. Dorora saw herself shattered into pieces before. At this moment, he was directly hit by Dumbledore's broken bones, and then exploded. The force from the collision between the two shattered bodies finally smashed directly towards the surroundings. Dorola's eyes became lighter at this moment, and he looked at Delanka's, who was kneeling on the ground with fear on his face. He also knew that he must have used his entire calendar in that moment. If he hadn't used all his strength, it would have been impossible to defeat him just now. Dumbledore's hand stroking his beard paused slightly. He no longer looked like he was smiling just now. Instead, he looked at Dorora in front of him with a serious face and said, "When you have no way to control this powerful magic well, you can't use magic like this to shatter bones, because magic like this requires strong control. At the same time, you can also distinguish between friends and foes. If you cannot tell whether the person in front of you is an enemy or a friend, then I advise you not to use this trick casually." Dorora nodded. He truly respected Dumbledore in front of him and was very willing to listen to Dumbledore's teachings. He turned his head to look at the strange-looking Delankas next to him, smiled, and said, "Hee hee. Dockerans, it seems that you are defeated now. Oh, what I didn't expect is this. How could you, such a powerful and confident nobleman, lose? It seems that being a dog has some good consequences, so Principal Dumbledore, I will leave first. The problem between family duels is the game between families. This means that Delankas and Dora are the performers standing in front of the stage. And standing behind the stage are the interests competing for each other among the major families." Delankas, who looked decadent at this moment, shook his head slightly and walked towards the audience bit by bit. His eyes were full of fear, and there was no expression at all in his eyes. The Delankas in front of him was greatly stimulated, and he used the knight's contract. It's almost equivalent to losing 1/3 of the family's wealth. But after he used the knight's contract, he didn't show any results. The next time, it is his life that should be swallowed. Delankas was frantically looking for what to do, and it was at this moment. Suddenly in his sight, he saw Carlos, who looked at him calmly and with a little disdain. The reason why Delankas will be defeated is simple. This guy is too arrogant. Originally, when his strength faced Dorola in front of him, he definitely had a chance to tie with him or even beat him. After all, how could a lonely family be the opponent of an existing family? After all, even if there are so many ancient books in the Dorola family, there are so many magics. However, that is also a lonely family. How can it possibly have more magic than those existing magic families? Therefore, both sides were almost in the same state for the duel. Delankas underestimated Dorola too much. Dorola's actual strength was not strong, but his hidden strength was very strong. Shattered into pieces, such a powerful magic that even Carlos himself has not learned yet. Although Carlos also knows that the magic of breaking into pieces is not something that he can learn now. If only Delankas could be more cautious, more cautious, more cautious. If Delankas hadn't underestimated him so much, the outcome of this duel would have been hard to say. The funny thing is, existing families, you underestimate these declining families too much. How could someone who dared not go to the banquet be such a weak person? Carlos stood up, glanced at Harry, and then said, "Come on, let's go out." Delankas couldn't help but squinted his eyes as he watched Carlos's leaving figure. His eyes were filled with anger and chill. At this moment, he was just like Cadorola's eyes when she looked at him, only angry and murderous. The moment Carlos left the venue, left the auditorium, and walked out of the door, suddenly he saw a familiar voice standing outside the gate. That figure was that of Dorola. He seemed to have come directly from the other side of the ring to this side. Who is he waiting for? Suddenly, Dorola saw Carlos coming out, nodded slightly, then walked over and said, "Those guys from the Lonia family will definitely not let us go. Although the Lucifer family was much more powerful than our Dorola family thousands of years ago. But similarly, the Lucifer family quickly declined because it was too strong and stood in the way of all our declining families. We were grateful to your family thousands of years ago. Carlos, please be careful these days. Delanca's is just a clown who came out on his own." After saying that, Dorola slowly left towards the distance with a book in her arms. Harry behind him looked at Carlos in front of him and said with a strange expression, "I never expected that he would suddenly come directly to remind you to be careful." Carlos smiled and said, "Let's go, don't worry so much, don't worry, although our Lucifer family is in decline. However, it does not mean that they cannot abide by the rules. If they play under the rules, they can't beat me." The reason why Carlos is so confident is because currently, all beginners can't beat him. Just relying on his current Avada Kedavra, he can definitely make the group of them dare to attack him without any chance of return. Those who dare to write about themselves and initiate a family duel in the light of justice. Only those in the junior class or intermediate class, for these students whose strength is similar to themselves. Carlos can say with great confidence that he doesn't need two hands to hit them. In this Hogwarts Academy, all magicians need to abide by the rules. If these guys want to take revenge on themselves in the real world and use the rules of reality, then Carlos welcomes them, although the Lucifer family is not a magic family. But thanks to the reasons for its decline, the family has continued to develop in the Muggle world over the past 1,000 years. Finally, it reached the level of Lucifer's business empire, just such a business empire. Even a few more clown-like nobles are fearless. Carlos followed the flow of people and slowly walked towards his dormitory. And the moment Carlos returned to his dormitory again and closed the door, he suddenly felt a ball of flames erupting around him. That ball of flames seemed to be monitoring me or watching me there. When he noticed the flames for the first time, Carlos immediately closed the window of his dormitory. There was a click and the flaming gaze suddenly disappeared. The windows are shielded by magic, which means that anyone who peeks in may be shielded. Please give me flowers. The figure in a certain grove frowned as he watched Carlos' dormitory window being slowly closed. He didn't expect Carlos to be so cautious. Forget it, since Carlos is so cautious, let's find him next time. And under this person's feet there was another figure being stepped on. The figure lying on the ground with blood all over his head looked very miserable. Next to him, there is a green magic wand, and the light spots of the magic that bloomed just now remain on the magic village. It seems that an additional magic duel was just held here. Of course, you will know who wins and who loses at the end of this duel. Then I'll take a look. There should be 3 more family members. I wonder what Ms. Lonia is thinking. Such a group of guys who don't abide by the rules and etiquette should have been kicked out of the ranks of the nobles long ago and allowed to fend for themselves. Carlos sat by the bed, slowly thinking about the power brought by that peak, powerful and terrifying. Intermediate level intermediate magic is already a 10th level magic compared to their junior magic imitations. Only this kind of magic can have such powerful power. If it was an intermediate magic, then I might not have any way to resist him. Just relying on the few magics he currently has, whether it is the 9th level of Avada Kedavra, or various other magics, there seems to be no way to compete with the opponent in a duel. So now, we can only find another way. Swamp magic is Carlos's trump card at this moment. After all, Carlos has never revealed the magic of the swamp in front of others until now. In Carlos's impression, Harry and the other 3 were the only ones who knew about the magic early on. However, Carlos felt that Principal Dumbledore should also know that he had created the swamp magic. Then use this magic as your trump card and practice until you reach the intermediate level. These representatives may still be able to defeat the person who peeks at them. No, you don't need to defeat him, you just need to be able to trap him or delay him. After all, in Hogwarts, anyone who doesn't follow the rules has already been kicked out. 5 days later, Carlos continued to deepen his power to manifest the magic of the swamp during these 5 days of practice. I have to say that it seems that it is because of my own system that I have to do twice the result with half the effort when practicing magic. But again, it seems that the swamp manifests magic. It was a magic that I created myself, which led to my proficiency in practicing this magic, and I could drive faster. In just 5 days, this magic assassin has reached level 9. You must have been practicing the other 3 magics a few days ago, and the first half a year, and the time required is even less. You must know that this is only 5 days, and only 10 days have passed since creation. Then, if you go to the next level, you will almost reach the intermediate level magic. Once you reach the intermediate level of magic, your 103 understanding of swamp magic will be even more terrifying. I saw a deep round land in front of me that was completely different in color from its surroundings. Carlos smiled, then stretched out his hand and prepared to walk towards his dormitory. Tomorrow is still Zai Luo's defense against the dark arts course, so I must have a good sleep today. In this school, his enemies are not only from the power zone that peeked at him just now. After all, Xylo is also his own enemy. No, Xylo is Harry's enemy. He was just an innocent person who got involved and came in. The next day, Inlos walked into the classroom as usual. Harry had already arrived, and he seemed to suddenly see Carlos arriving. He quickly ran to Carlos' side and pointed at the blackboard. Carlos, no, something big happened. Look at the blackboard. While listening to Harry's hurried voice, Carlos turned his head and saw the blackboard next to him. At this moment, line after line of words are written on the blackboard, which seem to be telling the world about his greatness. As the god of fire, God declares to the world that all guilty people will be punished by fire. I will speak for myself as the god of fire to rid the world of guilty people. Carlos seemed to be able to feel the breath of the flames that was constantly burning and boiling from the black and white writings. God of fire, Carlos shook his head. He never thought that in this magical world someone would dare to pretend to be a god. So, that's it, Carlos scoffed and was about to return to his seat. Suddenly he heard a scream and a roar coming from the crowd. Immediately afterwards, he saw a person's body beginning to be consumed by fire. The flames on his body seemed to have stirred up a sea of fire at this moment and began to devour his body. The sounds of screams, roars, the noise and panic all around. Everything was displayed in front of Carlos like a scene from hell. Carlos shook his head and stretched out his hand to help him. But it was too late. The fire engulfed his body, just as the writing on the blackboard just showed. The Vulcan will punish the guilty. What happened here quickly reached the ears of Dumbledore and other teachers. Soon the entire classroom was sealed off, and the body in the classroom was damaged by the light of the flames. The body was already charred and black, and it fell to the ground bit by bit. Polito and the others saw it. I can indeed feel a little bit of fire magic from his body, but why? Obviously I didn't see the spellcaster, did you see it? Although Dumbledore said this to all the students, his eyes only focused on Carlos. Among these students, he still trusted Carlos and Harry. After all, other students were likely to see the look in Harry's eyes, but Carlos was different. Carlos shook his head and said, "No, at least I'm sure I didn't see any judicial presence around this classroom. This means that the spellcaster is not with us." After Carlos finished speaking, he fell silent and stayed where he was. Yes, he means that there is no suitable one around him, which means that the Wanderer does not exist around him. But Carlos never said that his accomplice was not with him. Dumbledore seemed to be able to hear the meaning from Carlos's words. After nodding, he glanced at the charred corpse in front of him, shook his head, sighed softly and said, "Forget it, bury him in the Valley of Death." Okay, let's have a good memorial ceremony, and others will go check to see if there are any outsiders in the school. The other teachers nodded and immediately walked away. At this moment, Carlos slowly pulled the corner of Harry's clothes and said, "Call Hermione and the others over here. You can go over there and discuss it." He smiled as he watched Carlos leave and then disappeared in an instant. At this moment, Dumbledore was in the corner on the other side, telling all the scenes he saw, "Be careful." Although, as I just said, the caster is indeed not with us, but his accomplices are next to us. Harry's expression changed slightly and he looked at Carlos in front of him, waiting for Carlos' answer. Hermione's face was full of fear. "Carlos, what do you mean? Does this murderer have any accomplices?" "Yes, that's what I meant. The scene I saw at that time was that the writing on the blackboard gradually began to smell hot, and then the flames began to burn on his body. It's like a certain kind of information. Indeed, I did not see any spellcaster appearing next to that classmate when his body was burned by flames. But it does not mean that 4-8 means that the caster has not done anything on him, such as trap magic. The only thing Carlos is sure of is that if the caster wants to cast the spell somewhere outside the school, then if that person's body is burned by flames, it will require strong magic power and control. Carlos is certain of this, except for Dumbledore, Zillo, and the others. There are only a few people in this school. Neither other students nor classmates or teachers have such ability. I'm afraid I don't have such ability, but as a spellcaster, the murderer can do it. So how did he do it? It was very simple, a transfer station relying on an accomplice as the base station of the flame. Then it was transmitted to the words on the blackboard on the wall, and then the person's body was burned at the same time. Listening to what Carlos said, the group of people immediately felt unbelievable. They looked at Carlos blankly first, and then looked at the blackboard on the other side. Although he didn't know what Principal Dumbledore would do, Carlos felt that he must have his own ideas or clues. There is no doubt about this. Biblito serves as the principal of Hogwarts. With the same strength, he is also the strongest magician in the entire Hogwarts. He said that he had no plan or method of his own, and even Carlos wouldn't believe him until he died. Judging from the situation in this magical world, even Carlos has a way to find the remote-controlled murderer. So Carlos is not worried about the next murderer for the time being. What he was worried about instead was whether the murderer would commit another crime again. No, it's not whether it will happen, he said it will definitely happen. Carlos can be sure that as long as this murderer is still here and still in the school, he will definitely commit another crime. So Carlos, what are we going to do now? What we have to do now is simple, catch that accomplice. Since that accomplice is one of his, it means that the accomplice must know who the murderer is. Even if he doesn't know who the murderer is, secondly, catching the accomplice means that we have the initiative. As long as we take the initiative, even the murderer is still here and has information about his accomplices by himself. He had no choice but to do it to himself. After all, the most critical aspect of this magic was the cooperation of his colleagues on the blackboard. Because only these two are needed to transfer the fire magic to the victim at the same time. After listening to Carlos' words, Harry and others nodded. They all felt that what Carlos said was right. Not only Harry, but also Ben Leto, who was following behind, nodded. Yes, he thought it was right. Carlos didn't expect that Dumbledore actually liked peeping so much. By the way, he doesn't have the magic of peeping, just like some old guy who has the magic of telescope. And the very next day, the classroom was as peaceful as ever. But while everyone is still waiting for this day of peaceful time to pass, in the classroom, a line of words suddenly began to appear on the blackboard. That's right, that line of words appeared out of thin air, as if there was an invisible hand slowly drawing one stroke on the blackboard. The words reveal all kinds of terrifying power, a terrifying and hot breath. In the name of the god of fire, let me choose the next person to die. Sinners will eventually, and they will not escape the judgment of the god of fire, nor the power of the gods. The words on the blackboard were written line by line, and at this moment when Carlos saw that moment, his eyes narrowed slightly, and Harry's people next to him also started to turn their heads and search around. Last night, a few of them had agreed on what to do if such a word appeared again. If this happens, you need to look for it and observe it. The accomplice, that is, the corresponding person, is the person he needs to serve as an intermediary to transfer his magic. Then he must match the magic aura on the blackboard. Carlos's eyes were slightly squinted, and he was looking at the blackboard quietly. And in the next moment, he suddenly felt a blazing flame aura, hitting him hard from the front and behind him. Immediately afterwards, this period of flame breath was like an invisible force, directly entering the body of a female classmate. The female classmate felt a flash of flame in her body, followed by a slight tremor. Then, in just a moment, there was a bang, and at that moment the girl was about to cast the magic in her body with confidence. Terrifying power was constantly generated in her body, and Carlos's expression was slightly stagnant, not good. It was unexpected. When Harry was about to ask Carlos what he meant, he saw a figure buried in flames. The girl's face suddenly darkened slightly, because he could not feel the power of the flame that had just entered his body. The magic of the flames remains in one's own body and is not directly transferred to another person. The girl immediately panicked at this moment. To be honest, she had never thought about it. The hunter who exists as a prey to be slaughtered will one day be treated as a prey and be slaughtered and plotted against. The flames burned instantly and began to cover her body. In the sky, strands of ashes spread across the body. When Carlos saw this, he immediately raised his hand, and as soon as there were many obstacles blocking the girl, she flew away because of the burning pain of the flames on her body. Hurry up, everyone, get out of here. If the flames on her body are touched by you, your bodies will never be able to bear it, Carlos said with surprise, and they walked towards the door. On the blackboards, line after line, only in a moment. At this moment, it began to disappear gradually when Carlos passed the blackboard. His hand suddenly stretched out towards the blackboard, and with a snap, the words that had just disappeared appeared. Suddenly, Carlos wiped a small piece of 27 off his hand. White dust stained Carlos's hands. He walked outside the classroom and smelled it gently. It was discovered that the dust did not seem to be written by chalk. Although in Hogwarts, magic is what most students are best at using, although it is a power commonly used by everyone. But it doesn't mean that they don't need other ordinary items, such as chalk. The words that just appeared on the blackboard were indeed not written with chalk, so it turned out that Zhu Fancy finally understood what it meant at this moment. After all, a person who uses long-distance magic may not need any transfer station at all to use his own flames to burn life. Only at this time did Carlos realize that he seemed to have been tricked. Seeing Carlos's heavy expression, Harry, Hermione, and others next to him immediately came over worriedly and asked with concern on their faces. Then Carlos shook his head, indicating that he had no selfish intentions, and said very excitedly, "Don't worry, the fear has already ended. Don't you really want to know who that person is? Just let us go and meet him in person tomorrow." The charred ash marks on the ground showed that a life had just been lost here, and within those traces of intersection there are also traces of dust. It means that there have been signs of magic here. Carlos looked at the corpse on the ground and couldn't help but start to recall the exact picture in his mind. From the beginning, words appear on the blackboard and then they disappear. This period of time only lasted about 20 minutes. Within 20 minutes, the magician was not even controlled by Hogwarts. To be able to directly control flames to burn others from such a distance. Carlos's guess just now turned out to be wrong. He later realized that that guy actually controlled the entire classroom directly with the help of the writing on the blackboard. In other words, he doesn't need more transfer people at all. To put it simply, he has no accomplices, which is the scariest thing. Inlo smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. The next day, 1 o'clock should have passed, and all the students in the classroom were still sitting quietly in the classroom, looking at everything in front of them. They are also waiting for this so-called murderer to appear. In the next moment, a burst of fiery red light suddenly appeared on the blackboard. When the light flickered, a black shadow seemed to suddenly penetrate the blackboard from the void. If we put it in normal terms, it means that it has penetrated into the writing on it. That's right, the writing appeared on the blackboard again. Line after line is white writing, as if the world is telling his horror. All guilty people should be sent to the law of divine fire. All guilty people cannot escape to the polo hell, and the flames will be reborn between heaven and earth. In another corner, a large figure was looking at the writing on the blackboard in front of him. He shook his head slightly, especially the indifferent look in his eyes. Dumbledore smiled. When Carlos came to him yesterday, he didn't quite believe it. What he didn't expect just now was that it would actually be like this. You can put the corner of the blackboard over there that was scratched away by Carlos still there. At this time, the writing slowly began to appear on the blackboard, and the breath gradually became hot and burning. The guilty person seemed to show his original color at this moment. There was a roar, and the flames shot straight into the classroom and went away. But when this flame was looking for a certain figure, it was discovered that there was not a single student in the classroom. That's right, Carlos and others are not staying in this classroom at this moment. Still staying in the classroom next door, quietly waiting for the results. Dumbledore nodded, waved the staff lightly, and there was a bang. The moment the sound of the fire magic colliding with the staff in his hand was heard, just like that, Dumbledore intercepted the magical aura on the other side. Then his eyes narrowed slightly and he turned his head to look. It seems like we can find some good stuff. The next moment, Dumbledore was seen pulling out his broom, and his whole body flew in a certain direction in an instant. A figure on the roof of a certain room slowly looked at the ball of flame in his hand, which was constantly turbulent. The ball of flame was trembling slowly, as if it was affected by something. It seems that someone broke my magic. The man shook his head and was about to leave when he suddenly felt a terrifying force. Suddenly, someone rushed over from behind him. When I turned around, I saw an old man riding a broomstick. Dumbledore looked at the guy in front of him, with a faint murderous intent in his eyes, and he slowly stretched out his hand. The staff was raised bit by bit in his hand, and the magic power on the slender staff was slowly focusing. The next moment I saw Dumbledore saying harshly, "Shattered to pieces." As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning rushed towards the figure standing on the eaves with fire. The figure could only see the flash of light. Just when he wanted to use his staff to block it, he found that there was no chance. The speed of Dumbledore's spell casting, as well as the speed of this ray of light, were too fast, so fast that you don't have any chance to react. In just a split second, he felt his body fly out, then fall to the ground where he was pinned to the ground. It seems that I have to have a serious talk with you about the use of magic. In another classroom, Carlos, who was waiting for class, yawned softly. When Snape walked into the classroom, he nodded calmly, which meant that this matter was over. Ever since Ryukido started today's course again. After class today, Carlos heard the news again. That is, Dorankas, who moved to Hogwarts, was expelled from school again. Yes, he was expelled, the teacher who was expelled from Hogwarts. It can be equivalent to saying that there is no place for magicians in this society. Even if he were a wild magician, not many people would dare to hire him. This is sad because a magician who can be expelled from Hogwarts has problems with his character and ability. This is the unspoken rule in Hogwarts. No, Carlos doesn't care and neither does Dorora. In the eyes of both of them, this guy is just a clown. Li Lihao in the magical forest, in a cave that no one knows about, a deep figure was slowly lying on the ground. His eyes were filled with all kinds of strange lights. He is a magical giant dragon. The dragon is lying on the ground. Behind him, there are just a few little guys crawling all the time. Their eyes seem to be staring at a certain figure walking in from outside the cave. His eyes were full of vigilance and fear, and the next moment, the giant dragon flapped its wings slowly and stood up from the ground. From that crawling figure, he turned into a standing body. In the next moment, the tall body and the huge pressure caused a certain figure who was originally preparing to walk into the cave. Suddenly feeling this sense of oppression, he immediately stopped his steps and retreated backwards. In this magical world, there are many kinds of magic potions, such as the recovery potions we made before. It can restore anything damaged, but of course the maximum effect of the restoration potion is only on the second level restoration ability. At most, it can only restore ordinary items that we usually see in our lives. Of course, this one is usually very simple, such as cloth or paper. Items like this can be restored. But if a large tree is broken in half, can it be restored? Yes, but by that time, he is no longer a recovery potion. After all, the tree is alive. So the potion we are going to learn today is called the resurrection potion. Snape's voice sounded on the podium, and Carlos looked at the various things on the table in front of him. Looking at the standard grams on each quilt above, I couldn't help but feel slightly speechless. Since the last explosion, the school has been helpless. Directly hand over this gadget that only novices can use to them. For Carlos, this kind of thing actually didn't have much effect. If there is a scale on this measuring cup, other novice students may have a good process of mastering the dosage. He also had a good understanding, but Carlos understood that if they, the freshmen, once relied on the ability of this external object such as scale, 690 instead of relying on their own abilities, the final result is likely to be that they will be inseparable from this thing. Magic requires innovative potions as well, but this has nothing to do with Carlos. Right. After reading a copy of Harry Potter next to him, Carlos went downstairs and grabbed the restored frog in his hand and slowly began to take its blood. That's right, the resurrection potion this time is more difficult to obtain than the last recovery potion, and the same dose must be more. The dose of the restoration material will cause the effect, and the same effect will be caused by the magic spell. I only saw Carlos slowly taking out the material, then putting it in a cold cup and shaking it gently to feel the weight. After pouring it into the experiment cup, Snape watched from the podium as each student measured the potion. The next moment, his eyes narrowed slightly because he saw Carlos moving very quickly, also as fast as Carlos was Hermione. However, Hermione's words were slightly slower than Carlos's, but at the next moment Hermione suddenly raised her hand and said, "I finished. How is that possible?" Snape watched helplessly as Hermione suddenly finished. No, when I first saw her, it seemed that the progress between her and Carlos was still far behind. How come she's done all of a sudden? Carlos isn't done yet. Turning to look at Hermione, he saw the potion in her hand, which was indeed the resurrection potion. A very simple medicine can revive the wounds of injured people. This is the ability and efficacy of this potion. So the question is, why was he able to complete this medicine map so quickly? Wait, if you look more carefully, you seem to realize that there is something missing in the bottle of potion. No, not only is it missing, but there are other things too. Just like other medicines, the materials in each medicine are transformed and matched with each other. If the materials are not mastered well, the final possible result will be restraint between materials. The restrained magic power will directly destroy the potion. This is why Snape repeatedly emphasized that the materials must be in harmony when preparing potions. However, Hermione was different. He completely overturned the material teaching he just taught. Instead, I used the materials I thought about to fuse them. It can even be said that the fusion of materials BGCB is simpler and smoother. He is different from Carlos. Carlos makes it according to the original materials. Although the speed is much faster, he is not innovative. Hermione, she is completely innovating according to her own new ideas. To put it simply, this bottle of resurrection potion is no longer the original resurrection potion. It may even have different effects than the original one. Carlos nodded, and at this time he raised his hand and said I was done. Snape smiled, then reached out and grabbed an owl in the cage next to him and then spoke slowly. This owl fell from a high altitude some time ago. Does any student want to try the effect of his own medicine? Hermione shook her head indifferently and looked at Carlos, who also smiled and nodded. Then he picked up the potion, walked up, and poured the potion on the wound on the caught owl. Owl suddenly felt that a kind of magic power was building rapidly in his body. The mouth opened its mouth and screamed twice, and suddenly it felt like the injured foot was getting better. As a result, the sleepy owl hurriedly opened his eyes and looked at Carlos, who was holding the medicine in front of him. Thank you, dear Carlos." Carlos nodded. He said calmly, "You're welcome. Facts have proved that Carlos' potion is useful and very useful, being able to heal this owl's wounds at such a fast speed." This scene also made Snape next to him feel even more strange. He wouldn't be surprised at all if Hermione could use a new potion to heal her wounds faster. After all, it was a completely new bottle of potion, but Carlos still used the original materials to make the potion. So what is the problem that makes his recovery potion so powerful? By the way, is it the dose? I understand. It seems that Carlos' grasp of experience has reached a very scary level. Unlike geniuses like Hermione, Carlos was a complete genius and not a genius in medicine. Of course, although he is not a genius in potions, he is just an ordinary hardworking person in potions. But with one hand like his, he can completely control the dosage of materials. In the magic defense class, it can be said to be unique. He looked at Carlos and smiled, then turned to look at Hermione on the other side and said, "Hermione, please save your bottle of potion for next time. Dear students, we must learn from Carlos. Remember, the materials of each bottle of medicine must be completely relative. If there is a slight error, it may lead to the destruction of a bottle of medicine. Turn off the lights, and you will find that in this classroom there was no one in the world." Suddenly, a pair of eyes slowly opened. He walked in from outside the classroom little by little. But he did not hear the vigilance magic arranged in the classroom sound, that is to say, the moment this person walked into the classroom. No one knew that anyone in the classroom had been in the classroom at such a late hour. He walked along this narrow aisle bit by bit, his eyes looking around quietly. His hand slowly reached to the side, inside Hermione's desk. The next moment, there was a bottle of Hermione's potion in his hand. That was Hermione's resurrection potion, which was different from other potions. The red liquid, like blood, can flow in the human body. The figure holding the medicine smiled slightly, and then the body disappeared into the darkness again, and the darkness left the classroom. Carlos opened his eyes suddenly, and he felt like someone was peeping at him again. Although he said he was just peeping with a malicious look last time, this time it was completely full of murderous intent. Something happened, otherwise this person would suddenly want to kill himself. Are there any problems recently? Carlos shook his head and decided not to think so much anymore. Since that person wanted to kill him, but he never did it. It means that he has never been able to find an opportunity, and he only needs to act according to the original established trajectory and route. Then that person will not be able to seize his own opportunity, and in this case, he will not be able to take action against himself. Carlos understands that at present, he may not be that person's opponent. But just when Carlos was thinking this, he suddenly found that his body seemed to be blown by a gust of wind. Then he suddenly opened his eyes and his body immediately staggered and was about to fall down. Training course. Yes, Carlos' body didn't know what happened, and suddenly he was in the training ground. This is very similar to the room that was affected by Luo in the secret room at that time. It's like suddenly giving you a medium and then taking you to another room exactly the same. No, magic potion, but I only came into contact with magic potion today. I have never come into contact with magic potions at other times, so what other medium could it be? Shaking his head, Carlos no longer struggled. Even if he now knew what the medium was, it would be of no use. After all, his enemy had already appeared. Looking at the figure in front of him, with a shadow all over his body, he looked at Carlos and Carlos looked at him. The two looked at each other, and then the black shadow body rushed over. The staff in his hand also pointed hard at Carlos. Shattered to pieces. Carlos's face darkened slightly. This guy used the ability to shatter his body into pieces as soon as he came up, but such magic cannot be used by just anyone. And the most terrifying thing is that his body and bones seem to have reached level 9. Carlos didn't hesitate at all, his body immediately retreated back, and then he slowly waved the staff in his hand. There are many obstacles. The 9th level is full of obstacles, and the 9th level is shattered to pieces. It can be seen that shattered bones is still blocked amidst the many obstacles. It is worthy of being the opposite defensive magic, of course, if it is a 5th level attack magic. Carlos knew that there must be no way to stop him from being shattered into pieces. After all, the characteristic of defensive magic is defense, which is different from attack magic. While he greatly increased his ability in defense, he also consumed a lot of magic power. Of course, it doesn't seem that big of a deal to be smashed into pieces at level 9. Who are you? Carlos looked at the man in front of him, slowly aiming the staff in his hand with a vigilant look on his face. And his other hand slowly reached into his back pocket. The man smiled slightly and then slowly spoke. "I'm here to teach you a lesson. I didn't expect that you are the strongest among them." When Carlos heard this, he immediately understood. He was talking about them, not the strongest one in this school or in the junior grade. Although Carlos also thinks that he is the strongest one in the junior grade. But since he said what they said, it meant that this was a specific group of people, not the school's group of people. Family. Yes, the only specific group of people that can be related to oneself is family. And please give me flowers. The only family that has issues with him is the Lonia family. In this case, the crowd he was talking about was only the crowd of declining families. You killed them all. The man's whole body was hidden in the black robe, and the staff in his hand hit his fingers little by little. He smiled and said helplessly, "You don't need to think of me so viciously, right? How could I possibly kill them? The best I can do is to break one of their hands or one of their feet. This is the price for their disrespect to Ms. Ronia. This is to let them know what respect is." Carlos felt strange that this guy was not an admirer of Ms. Lonia. But something is wrong. How could any admirer be so powerful? Ms. Lonia treats you like dogs and you are really willing to be her dogs. It seems that she has given you a lot of bones. The smile faded, and the figure hidden in the black robe immediately raised the magic in his hand. The shattered light once again bloomed towards Carlos. However, Carlos was not in a hurry. He suddenly jumped next to him. After smashing into pieces and smashing into the big tree behind, the big tree turned into smoke and fell to the ground. Carlos shook his head. This was not a gesture to break his hands and feet. "You smashed my body into pieces as soon as you came up. Are you going to break my hands and feet, or are you going to kill me? Can't I see it?" The figure under the black robe chuckled, and he had no intention of answering Carlos. The reason why Carlos was left as the last opponent was very simple. That's because Carlos was the person mentioned by Ms. Lonia herself. Since it is provided by the focus, then focus on taking care of it, so what if you use it yourself? In his opinion, killing one is killing one. Carlos was killed due to bad luck or lack of strength. That can naturally be regarded as a warning to their declining families. But at the next moment, he suddenly saw Carlos stretching out his hand. "You think you are strong? Do you think you are sure to eat me?" The black light shrouded in Avada's Kedavra stabbed hard at the figure on the opposite side in an instant. The figure's eyes closed slightly, and he looked at the biting light in front of him. Smiling slightly, sure enough, it was just like the information he had just inquired about. The man in front of him seemed to be just a noble child from a declining family, but he didn't know how to use such black magic. At this moment, he felt incredible, but even if he could use such black magic, what was the use? Everything is petrified. As the man opposite spoke, he could only see the white light flashing on his hand. It hit the big tree in front of him directly, and the big tree turned into stones, forming a deep obstacle between it and Avadasuo. However, with a bang, Avada Kedavra hit the petrified tree directly like 820, forming a flashing black light spot that scattered in all directions. The middle of the big tree was directly beaten to ashes by Avada Kedavra and fell to the ground. I have to say that Avada Kedavra at level 9 is indeed very strong. Even the 9th level Avada Kedavra at this moment has no problem dealing with ordinary intermediate magic. However, after all, this is attack magic, and the opposite of attack magic is defensive magic. Just like the obstacles I used before, it's the same as facing him to pieces, but if the power of the attack magic reaches a certain level, then the defensive magic had no effect at all, and the figures looked at each other closely. The staff was slowly raised, and a name sounded from the mouths of the two people at the same time. Avada Kedavra. That's right, not only Carlos at this moment, but also the figure opposite can also use Avada Kedavra. The two black lasers from Avada Kedavra collided in the air, and the light spots from the collision sprinkled on the ground. The countless pieces of land on the training ground were formed into tiny black holes one after another by this light spot. Then it wasn't over yet, as Inlos's eyes were looking at the opposite side quietly. The staff in his hand was waving continuously, and Avada Kedavra was releasing it crazily. It seems that Carlos is releasing Awad's life-threatening speed faster and faster at this moment. The figure opposite him raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that Carlos had such precise control over speed and magnitude. Every time he releases Avada Kedavra, whether it is the generation of magic power from his spells or gestures, it can be said that it is very precise and precise. The final result of this is that the magic in Carlos' hands can be released very quickly. The power is also normal, but the figure and magic on the opposite side can only be released after Carlos. Calculated according to this time before the magic power in Carlos' body is exhausted. He might be hit by Avada Kedavra. He frowned deeply, looked at Carlos in front of him, and then suddenly jumped to the side. With a bang, the Avada Kedavra used by Carlos hit the big tree behind him. Because there was no obstruction from Tongtong's petrification ability, this big tree was reduced to smoke under Avada Kedavra's attack, and finally dissipated directly. The figure that jumped directly to the side raised its head again, stretched out its staff, and stretched it straight towards Carlos. Shattered to pieces. However, Carlos's speed was still too fast, and he was released on the huge tree of Avada Kedavra. He immediately retracted his staff and shouted towards the figure on the ground on the other side. Swamp manifestation. Immediately afterwards, his body immediately dodged to the side, barely avoiding the shattered Carlos, and then stood up again. Looking at the figure in front of him, shrouded in the swamp, he smiled slightly. The figure was silently stunned. What the hell? Why did his body suddenly seem to fall into this swamp? Moreover, soon seeing the swamp that had submerged in his head appear, the man immediately yelled at Carlos. "What did you do? Why don't I know you still have such magic?" Because the trump cards must be reserved for the most critical moments before they can be used. Just now, I was very sure that you would compete with me for magic power, because the Avada Kedavra between the two of us is almost at the same level. Level 9. No, you should be at the middle level, so your Awad Keded is very strong and you can push it back a little bit every time, but so what? Magic has never relied on the intensity and power of magic, but on the consciousness of the judiciary. So you want to compete with me on the consumption of magic power, so I will use the trick to lure you into competing with me. There is no way to leave this competition. You can only barely avoid my magic, because you already know that if you compete with me for magic, you may be able to beat me, but competing for speed is absolutely impossible. To be honest, Carlos really hates those peaceful magic showdowns in Hogwarts at the moment. That kind of magic showdown that doesn't pay attention to speed or quality at all is just like insulting the world in people's imagination. Magic must look like magic. After Carlos said this, the figure sitting on the ground was stunned for a moment. He never thought that Carlos would say such words. His body was trembling on the spot, and his soul seemed to have been driven into dust by Carlos. His body kept sinking into the mire, and when his head was about to submerge, he suddenly turned his head and looked behind him and then yelled, "What are you still doing? Come here and help. Otherwise, I will die here and there is nothing you can do. Go back and explain to Ms. Nanaya." 4-3 As if he recognized that there was someone behind him, his eyes stared behind him quietly, and Carlos was staring at him. He had no intention of looking at the woods behind him. Even if there are really people there, what does that have to do with me? No matter what, I have to kill the person in front of me first. Stretching out his magic staff, Carlos smiled slightly and then said, "No matter what, you can't escape anymore. Even if there are people behind you, that will happen later." The sound of footsteps kept coming from the woods behind, and the staff in Carlos' hand lit up with a brilliant light. Fear, however, it is not fear but sadness, heavy sadness. A flash of black light, the power brought by Avada Kedavra, fiercely passed through the head of the man in front of him. That man felt that the source of life in his head was penetrated in an instant. Then it was directly burned away by Avada's Kedavra beam. Death just sinking in like this is the same memory that keeps spinning in my mind. He saw his past and his eclectic body. When I was a child, I was a very naughty and playful person. After I found out that I was a noble, I became a very naughty person. After learning that there is magic power in his body, after learning that he can become a demon. He started to learn and practice excitedly, of course because of his naughty nature and the bad things he did when he was a child. In the end, he was refused admission to Hogwarts College. From then on, he buried hatred in his heart. He wants revenge. This is the same. He also understands that the Dade family is not in his hands. I am not the patriarch of the Dadal family, even if I really have that much strength. With his infallible abilities and that terrifying magic, he had no choice but to order the entire family to help him take revenge. He has no way to control the entire family to do what he wants, because I am just an ordinary magician. Without the support of his family, he is just a pitiful joke. So he decided to get on the big ship of the Lonia family, because the Ruonia family is bigger than their bagged family. It seems to be the most terrifying family in the entire magical world. It was precisely because of Ms. Ruonia who kept moving forward with her that he was able to reach where he is now. With such a strong strength and a background that does not require relying on family. At this moment, all these are lost. Now and today they will all be lost. When a person dies, nothing is lost, no matter fate, money, everything is gone. He finally remembered why he was so conceited, because his father was such a person. The revolving door of memories finally ended, his breathing stopped, and his life stopped in place. Although his body had sunk halfway into the ground, only his head was still outside. But the panic on his face still existed, his eyes were not closed, and his expression was still so scared. Carlos looked at him like this at this moment, then shook his head slightly and smiled. For those who want to kill themselves, they will kill them without hesitation. For those who want to do evil to him, he will not hesitate to send them into the deep hell. I am such a person, and I can never compromise myself because of what others want to say or what others want to do. The staff in Carlos' hand slowly moved its light again, moving towards the forest on the opposite side. The next moment, the light flashing from the staff hit the opposite side fiercely. Avada Kedavra. There was a buzzing sound, and a black light shone in the woods, hitting the doctor directly. It was like a beam of fire shining into the deep darkness, although this beam of fire is a gloomy hellfire and a dark fire of death. But it can still illuminate that person's eyes, which are vicious, and there is a scar on his face. The scar slowly turned ferocious and was split open, revealing a smile like a centipede walking on his face. His face, illuminated by the firelight, smiled, and then like a poisonous snake flashing away in the darkness. Carlos shook his head. This man was different from the man just now. He has very terrifying strength, at least the magic of his body is very scary for him. With a snake-like personality and a figure hidden in the darkness, if you are not careful, you may be attacked. I remember that you seem to be Carlos in the Lucifer family, right? Ms. Lonia once told me that there was such a person who sent him an invitation himself. He had no intention of coming to the family banquet. You even defeated other family members. It seems that you don't know the rules between our families. Then, let me teach you what the rules are, young man, don't die. Carlos didn't hesitate at all. Seeing the figure rushing over there, he slowly raised the staff in his hand. Immediately afterwards, the staff was raised for a moment, and the land in front of it was directly plunged into the swamp. That figure seems to be able to read Carlos's thoughts. Without any hesitation, he jumped up just as his body was about to hit the swamp. The figure leaping high, the black body and the black robe, he stretched out towards Carlos like a hand from the devil's hell. It exploded with a bang, and Carlos saw that the speed on the other side was also very fast, so he picked up the magic power and cast it directly. There is no need to recite the incantation. A word appears, a flash of light, and in just 2 seconds the body is shattered into pieces. The shattering light rotated just above Carlos' head. However, Carlos shook his head and ducked aside in the face of this terrifying light. Immediately afterwards, he raised his hand and slowly released Alda Kedavra. But what surprised Carlos was that at the moment he was about to cast Avada Kedavra, in the sky, the shattered bones that were about to hit the ground just exploded. That's right, he exploded in the sky, and the airflow generated hit Carlos' body like a flood. Pushing Carlos' body directly to the back, he kept pushing toward the back. Carlos felt that countless magic flows were produced in his body in an instant. But that's not pain, it's the shattering of the body and bones, and the magic brought by it shines into his body. If you don't control it, the power of shattering your body will literally shatter your body into pieces. Damn it, he never thought that there was such a way to directly control the air blast calendar of magic. This is completely different from the magic in my impression. The magic in my impression is cast directly on other people's bodies. And he cast it in the air and then used the magic's ability effect to strike the enemy. This method is very effective, but it is also very scary. I am still too young. Carlos felt that the breath in his body was slowly disappearing. That opportunity from life, the feeling of being constantly broken into pieces is so painful. Just like the figure who entered the swamp and was hit by his own Avada Kedavra. That feeling gradually came, and in the sky, the figure that jumped up slowly fell to the ground. The staff in his hand danced slowly. The next moment, he smiled slightly and looked at Carlos, who was lying on the ground with a face of pain. Look, you lost, the dignified Carlos lost. Weren't you very confident just now? Didn't you confidently think you could kill me? Weren't you very confident just now, confident that you were stronger than me? Carlos, you are nothing but a ridiculous, pitiful boy. You are nothing more than a fallen aristocrat whose good luck has given him magical powers. However, your good fortune will not always favor you. Just like today, the goddess of good luck, she favored me, she did not help you. Carlos was coughing continuously, and blood was constantly choking out from his throat. A feeling of weakness was gradually coming in his body, and the next moment he saw Carlos slowly take something out of his pocket. A bottle fell directly into his hands. His mastery of potions these days was not in vain. Although I don't have as terrible a talent for potions as Hermione, but Carlos is confident that if he follows the tutorial, his potion talent will be enough. At least the intermediate potion in the tutorial could be made. The bright red potion was waving in Carlos's hand. He opened his mouth and slowly poured the medicine into his mouth. The man in black across from him also noticed Carlos's unusual behavior. I wanted to go over and break Carlos' hands and feet, but I realized that Carlos was very fast. No, it should be said that his recovery speed was very fast, as if the turbulence of magic power stirred up the surrounding air in an instant. How is it possible? Your magic power, how could your magic power suddenly become so huge? You are just a beginner magician. However, Carlos shook his head. The weak feeling in his mind immediately disappeared. He looked at the man in black robes in front of him, and the master's eyes gradually changed from black to red. The bright red blood-like color in the pupils gradually turned. Just as Carlos raised his staff, a black-red light continued to appear on his body. You are right, I am just a lucky person. Good luck will not always favor me. Good luck may not always be far away from me, although good luck is not something I can possess personally. But I can try my best to seize my good luck, just like now, Avada Kedavra, intermediate level. It's like shouting out your own unique move during a hero's decisive battle. The figure on the opposite side couldn't help but be slightly startled the moment he heard Avada Kedavra. Thinking of Carlos' Avada Kedavra just now, it was just like a small flame in front of him. How dare he have the confidence to continue to cast this magic? Then the next moment, he saw that the staff in Carlos' hand was actually gathering countless light spots around him. Magic, like light spots, is constantly gathering, and the black and red power is constantly rotating on Carlos' body. The breath-like blood continued to flow, and the man in black robes in front of him was immediately frightened. He never expected that the magic flow in Carlos's body would be so huge and rapid. Damn it, your body will be shattered to pieces. He knew he couldn't sit still and wait for death, so he raised his hand and smashed a ball of powder and bones, hitting Carlos on the opposite side. Carlos only felt that his body was being smashed to pieces. Of course, due to the flow of magic power, the pain caused by becoming huge and being broken into pieces began to weaken and began to decrease. Drop after drop of blood overflowed from the corner of Carlos's mouth. As the blood overflowed, his eyes glowed red. There was a roar, and the beam of light brought by Avada Kedavra shined directly in front of his body. That huge beam of light, like the brilliant sun, rushed towards the man in black robe opposite. The man in black robe's expression changed and he chose immediately. But he found something was wrong. He couldn't move his feet. No, it's not that my feet can't move, but that my body is sinking. There was a bang, and the terrifying force hit his head directly as his body sank in. Only his body was seen leaving the swamp under this terrifying force, and also flying towards the back. But the same thing happened. He fell directly to the ground and lost his breath. There was a puff sound, and Carlos spat out a mouthful of bright red blood which was fresh and had a hint of dark black. In the distance, Dumbledore, who was watching, stared blankly at Carlos' fallen body. Then he disappeared in an instant. Of course, he knew that Carlos was engaging the enemy. However, he also wanted to see if Carlos could face two enemies alone. Originally, when Carlos faced the second enemy, he was ready to rescue Carlos. It can be seen that the moment Carlos still had a chance to resist, he had no intention of taking action. Fortunately now, Carlos's terrifying power smashed the enemy to death in an instant. Demara's potion, how is it possible? How did you find the dragon's blood? The money is good. Dumbledore slowly lifted Carlos's body in front of him and then flew towards the campus. In the infirmary, Dumbledore looked at the busy medical magicians one after another with a little bit of horror in his eyes. He was not only shocked by the two figures who entered before, but those two figures in black robes clearly did not look like they belonged to the school's magicians. They could actually enter the school directly. Likewise, what he still felt scary about was the bottle of potion in Carlos' hand. The bright red potion represents the blood of 10 powerful magical animals. Demara's potion can make the magic in a person's body stronger in an instant and at the same time weaken the pain in the person's body. This is the scary thing about this potion, as they usually say. The power of magic is related to the quality and quantity of magic. So that's when Carlos used the Demara potion. The magic power in his body directly reached the peak of quality. Both quantity and quality had reached the level of the most terrifying senior magician at that time. It's just that the materials required for Demara's potion are very demanding. The main material is the dragon's blood, and the accessory material is the rising branch. Of course, branches are actually easy to obtain, and this potion can be found in the magic market. Based on this material, although Carlos's Lucifer family can be regarded as a declining aristocratic family, but after all, they are also a noble family. They must also have certain financial resources to be able to find such materials in the potion market. If there is a channel, there will naturally be an answer, but the dragon's blood cannot be found by ordinary people. Even in the market, it is difficult to find such terrifying power. Snape smiled and looked at Carlos, who was lying on the bed on the ground in front of him. Seeing his still unconscious look, he shook his head slightly and said, "There are signs of black magic on his body 953. It seems that he has used black magic before. Is it the black magic that caused his physical collapse?" Dumbledore shook his head and spoke slowly. "You guessed wrong. Although he does know how to use Avada Kedavra, it is not the black magic that Avada Kedavra uses to cause his body to collapse. In our mouths, it is called black magic, but in fact it can also be used normally. Then what you are saying is that from now on, there is no need to ban the use of black magic, such as the use of Avatar in the academy. Huh, Snape, don't you think you haven't read the content in the school rules? HMPH, principal, you don't need to play charades with me. I'm not interested in knowing what Carlos in front of me has done or what he wants to do. But what he has done cannot be wiped out or disappear, so principal, you don't need to protect him. The use of black magic is forbidden, so he should be tried." Dumbledore looked at Snape in front of him and shook his head slightly. Then he looked at Carlos lying on the bed in front of him and said, "This is not BGBG something we can decide. Let's wait until Carlos wakes up." 3 days passed quickly, and at this moment Carlos's eyes slowly opened. When he woke up, the first thing he knew was that Snape had initiated a magician's trial against him. Of course, Carlos knew about this trial. He is the magic trial executed by the magic tribunal to judge those who use magic illegally, use magic to harm innocent people and harm muggles, and a tribunal of magicians for those who use black magic. Of course, it was Carlos's impression that no one in Hogwarts College was stipulated or prohibited from learning black magic. At least in the future, shouldn't Harry be able to do dark magic? Seemingly sensing something strange about Carlos, Harry, Hermione, and the others smiled slightly. After they heard that Carlos was sick, they immediately came to see him. After they heard that Carlos was awake, they immediately came to see him. "Carlos, is it okay?" "It's okay, it's just a trial, it's not a big deal to me. Don't worry, what I did was based on my heart. He cannot judge me and he is not qualified to judge me. Avada Kedavra is actually not a forbidden magic. At least in the entire Hogwarts Academy, there is no clear rule that prohibits the learning of Avada Kedavra. However, there are clear regulations prohibiting the use of Avada Kedavra on ordinary people, innocent people, companions, and classmates. Although Avada Kedavra's destiny is based on black magic, however, in Dumbledore's view, whether it is black magic or positive magic, they are all props in the hands of the magician. How to use them, the final result is all the magician's own choice. Not only Dumbledore thought so, Carlos also thought so, although Avada Kedavra is considered evil magic in many eyes. But Carlos felt that, just because it is considered evil magic in people's mouths, it should not be used, should not be learned, and should it be banned. After all, it would be ridiculous to kill everyone with this stick. The magical tribunal will be convened soon, and this tribunal will be convened at Hogwarts. He looked at the figures one after another passing by in front of Carlos. And Carlos, with shackles on his hands, sat slowly in the middle. Looking at the president of the court above, Carlos smiled slightly. The tribunal is not implemented by the academy, that is to say, it is not part of the academy's planning. The principal next to him also smiled slightly. He was not in a hurry. He wanted to see how Carlos could escape such a disaster. Snape at the top looked at Carlos in front of him and then said slowly, "Carlos, the Inquisition has ruled that you possess signs of using dark magic. Here, we can identify you as an evil magician. Do you have anything to say in defense? If not, we will punish you." However, Carlos smiled slightly and looked at the president of the tribunal at the top and said, "I just used a black magic and was considered a black evil magician. So are there too many evil magicians in this world? Mr. Snape, do you also know how to use dark magic? Please don't change the subject. At least our use of black magic is an act of justice, but the black magic you used killed 2 people. Isn't this evil? It seems that Mr. Snape is still too anxious. Don't you know that those 2 people entered Hogwarts with malicious intentions? You said they were malicious. These 2 people entered the school and didn't do anything. They didn't even destroy the college. They just competed with you. It would be better for you to kill them both directly. Is this what you call justice? Ha ha ha, but if the teacher knows a little bit, he should be able to understand the shattering magic that remains in my body. But it's not the so-called ordinary magic that can be resisted. Could it be that the teacher still doesn't know the horror of the body-shattering magic and its effects? But even so, Avada Kedavra is the evil magic of the ghouls. Do you use Avada Kedavra to disrupt the order of Hogwarts? Inquisition, I propose that Carlos be expelled from Hogwarts house. Finally, his true face was revealed. Carlos could see what this guy wanted to do early on. His real purpose was not to let himself die in this court, but to get himself out of Hogwarts Academy. Then the question comes again, why does Snape suddenly need to leave Hogwarts on his own? Didn't he do anything to him in advance, or what did he want to do in advance? The first semester hasn't passed yet. This guy shouldn't be the villain boss yet, and he doesn't want to fight two of them. Therefore, at this moment Carlos felt that there must be something wrong with him. For example, the nobility, although the Lucifer family can be regarded as a declining aristocracy. But after all, he is also a nobleman. Logically speaking, Snape should not have any enmity with him. After all, the nobility is also a big group, a big family united together tilde. Basically, everything is shared with the outside world. Only under true inner circumstances can the aristocracy and the clan meet. Just like that time, don't underestimate the struggle between nobles and nobles. That's not just playing house. It's really just a matter of not taking action. Once you do, it will definitely be a life-or-death situation. So Carlos could tell that there was definitely something wrong with Snape at this moment. But for now, Carlos has only one answer he can think of. That is, Snape was also bribed by the Ronia family, or in other words, by Queen Ronia. Nodding, Carlos finally understood everything. No wonder those two guys were able to enter Hogwarts Academy quietly. No wonder those two guys could even directly use their abilities to take themselves out of the dormitory without being discovered by others at all. At most, they would be discovered by Dumbledore. It turned out that everything was caused by the guy in front of me. I don't know how Dumbledore will deal with this mole next. Anyway, I have to escape this disaster first. Looking at Carlos's silent expression, for some reason Snape above him nodded. He finally completed Ms. Lonia's instructions. Anyway, it has nothing to do with him whether Carlos dies or not. It has nothing to do with him whether he is expelled or not. After completing Ms. Ranya's request, he can ask the Nanya family to do something for him. His ambition is not just a little bit, whether he wants to kill Dumbledore or he wants to control the entire Hogwarts Academy in his own hands. He still has to be unique in the entire magical world. This has nothing to do with Carlos. Carlos' only idea at the moment is to teach Snape a lesson. Look, poor Carlos, you have no chance. What you did violated the school's rules and the basic rules of a normal magician. If you use black magic, then you will naturally have evil thoughts in your heart, so we will expel you from Hogwarts College. It is also the most correct decision we have made. I wonder what the presiding judges think. The presiding judge sitting high up glanced at Snape first, then stared at Carlos closely and asked, "If you don't have anything to say, we will deal with you next." Self-reporting, does this mean you want to explain yourself to me? Presiding judge, I would like to ask. Why are people who use black magic necessarily judged as evil people? Because the people who created black magic are a group of ghouls. Their main purpose is to use black magic to destroy this world, and then create a new world that only they want to control. So according to the presiding judge, do they only use black magic and not other positive magic? The presiding judge shook his head and said, "We are talking about your problems now, please don't take the topic too far." Haha, talk about my topic, okay. I won't go too far, so I would like to ask the presiding judge. In this world, how should we distinguish between good people and bad people? Isn't this related to my problem? Because he has already determined that I am a bad person, and I already have evil thoughts in my heart. Those who do bad things are bad, and those who do good are good. In other words, if you walk upright and sit upright, then, presiding judge, I request to ask Principal Dumbledore for questioning. Please give me flowers. The request passes. Carlos smiled and looked at Dumbledore, and Headmaster Dumbledore nodded. Looking at Carlos with a smile, the two looked at each other so intently that they could see each other's youthful thoughts. Dumbledore nodded. He also wanted to change the current situation of Hogwarts. As the most powerful principal, doesn't he think that all students in Hogwarts are not qualified to learn black magic? Or in his opinion, people with evil thoughts, even if they don't learn black magic, are still people with evil thoughts? Excuse me, Principal, did you see the scene where I was fighting with those two people? Zero? Yes, I can see clearly. Snape knew as soon as the principal spoke that Principal Dumbledore was helping Carlos in front of him. However, since you are helping Carlos, why don't you say hello to yourself in advance? The situation was suddenly reversed. Snape's logic was that Carlos was already dead after killing those two people. Regardless of whether the two of them are evil people, whether they are people who want to cause destruction in the academy, are they people who deserve to be killed? There is no way to prove this, which means that they have no way to prove whether Carlos has ulterior motives. Then the positions between the two parties have reached a very balanced point. In other words, if there is no way to confirm that Carlos has ulterior motives, there is no way to confirm whether the two dead people are bad people. There was no way to confirm whether the two people killed by Carlos had evil intentions. All this is based on one condition, that is, no one sees the situation at the scene. So just now, Snape could very calmly and confidently say that Carlos was an evil person. Or, Carlos who practiced dark magic had no original copy of it with Hogwarts. If you can't determine whether Carlos' behavior is just, then expel him. You can't leave such a time bomb in Hogwarts Academy. If we use this excuse to talk about the whole thing, then the matter will be solved easily. But now it seems that Principal Dumbledore does not want Carlos to leave the academy. In other words, Principal Dumbledore may have a better relationship with Carlos. Damn it, Snape never thought that he would fall short in the end. However, what Snape didn't expect was that this incident seemed to be Snape launching a trial against Carlos. In fact, it was a collaboration between Dumbledore and Carlos. So may I ask, Mr. Principal, what was the scene you saw at that time? It's very simple. Those two people use space transfer magic to transfer you to the training ground. Then first a person attacks you, and then that person tries to use black magic to take away your life. It can be seen that he is very powerful and should be an intermediate magician. It is very easy for 013 to pay you such a junior magician. But he was killed by you because you created a Rubik's Cube, and then another person appeared behind him, and he was ready to help that person take revenge. He smashed his body into pieces and drove it into your body. It seemed that he wanted to kill you, but unfortunately he was killed by you too. He spoke very briefly and calmly, as if in Dumbledore's eyes this was just a plain drama. And when Dumbledore said these two sentences, in everyone's subjective impression, Dumbledore, the scene he saw was that the two people wanted to kill Carlos in front of him. Carlos was forced to resist and used his strongest black magic. After all, in that situation, saving one's life is the most important thing. The presiding judges of the trial court began to discuss with each other. The situation of Carlos in front of them was no longer under their control. The situation inside Hogwarts has begun to cause problems. They all understood that Snape wanted to drive Carlos out. So, logically speaking, this matter should have received the approval of many teachers, or at least the strong approval in front of me. However, now it seems that Principal Dumbledore does not have a definite answer and Snape wants to drive Carlos out. This means that everything seems to have yet to be decided. The presiding judge nodded, then stood up and said, "Based on Carlos's pursuit of justice, two unscrupulous people who were planning to invade Hogwarts were dealt with. We all have a very detailed understanding of what happened, so the trial court made the following verdict. Carlos has no chance of being a ghoul, and you have no chance of being evil. In view of Carlos' performance in the academy, we have just asked other teachers in the school. Many teachers have only one answer for Carlos' performance. That said, this is a very qualified and peaceful student. Therefore, we make the following verdict. Carlos's behavior was not wrong, and Carlos does not need to be expelled from Hogwarts College." The court adjourned. Dancing happily in the high air, white light spots gradually began to appear after the trial and continued to disperse around the field. However, just when everyone thought this trial was about to end. Just when Snape thought it was over, suddenly Carlos smiled slightly and stood in front of him. He spoke loudly. "Is this the end of this matter? No, dear presiding judges, fellow compatriots, and magicians from the magic world. Don't you think this is a very terrible incident? If, as teacher Snape said, everyone who has used black magic will be labeled as a ghoul and labeled as evil to be cleaned up and eliminated. Then even after the incident, he suddenly discovered that what they did was just a just thing. So how should those who previously labeled them deal with themselves? How should those people make judgments? Could it be said that no one thought of it? If not today, it is because Mr. Principal testified for me. I may and will be expelled from Hogwarts House just like Mr. Snape said just now. Is this what everyone wants to see? The creation of magic is based on the wishes of the magic creator. Then I would like to ask everyone, does the use of magic by magic users also have to be based on the wishes of the creator? The whole scene calmed down like a falling curling stone. The three presiding judges who were about to leave just now slowly sat back. They looked at Carlos in front of them again, their eyes exuding various emotions. The presiding judge in the middle looked at Carlos calmly. He knew what Carlos wanted to do and turned to look at Principal Dumbledore. Although he is the most powerful person in the magic world, is it too bad to do this? He did not inform them in advance. However, Dumbledore smiled slightly. He felt that he did not need to inform the Inquisition. After all, they would know sooner or later. So Carlos, what do you mean? Those ghouls who use black magic are all righteous people. This was Snape talking to Carlos, and then Carlos shook his head and said, "Teacher Snape, I think you may have misunderstood what I meant. In my opinion, there is never good, bad, and justice in this world. If a person who uses magic does a just thing, then no matter what magic he uses, if his behavior is just, then he is just. If a person's behavior is evil, then he is evil. No matter how righteous magic he uses, there is no effect at all that can represent him as righteous. Magic cannot represent the good or bad of a person, just like you can't see clearly whether a person's heart is good or evil." 3-1. Black magic must be banned, and everyone who practices it should be rejected. Because the person who creates black magic is evil, he will lead everyone who may learn black magic into evil. Carlos, you can't refute this, right? It's a joke. He will lead everyone into evil, so I would like to ask, Teacher Snape has also learned black magic. Does this mean that you have been introduced to evil by the zombies? This is originally an inconsistent logic. How can it be applied to good and evil, good and bad? Someone created a sword, someone created a car, someone created a house. What was the original purpose of these creators? But the final results of these things have nothing to do with the creators. The person who built the house at the beginning just wanted people to have no place to live, but after the house collapsed, other people were injured. Could it be said that this was the original intention of the person who built the house? Does that mean that the house itself means evil? People made gunpowder. At first, the purpose of gunpowder was to set off fireworks, but people found that gunpowder also had other uses. It can be used to create chaos and war. Could it be that gunpowder itself means destruction? People make cars and drive them on the road. Their original intention is to make the cars transport people and goods to a certain place faster and more conveniently. Can this facilitate people's travel? But after a car runs over a person, some people will say that the appearance of the car has greatly made people's travel dangerous. Could it be said that this is the original intention of cars? Many things are just tools in people's hands. When using tools, shouldn't the final result be based on people's ideas? Carlos's voice echoed throughout the venue. Noisy, silent, no one would listen to what he said. No one will feel that they do not understand the truth behind these words. They all understand that everyone has a knife in their hand. Then the function of this knife will proceed according to that person's will. This knife can cut fruits and vegetables. This is a very convenient tool that can help you open wrapping paper. But what if? If a knife is used, then the person has a malicious heart. He wants to use the knife to stab others and kill them. Does that mean that the final outcome of this knife is completely different? Carlos smiled, and he now glanced at Dumbledore next to him. Then he glanced at the presiding judge above, and then glanced at everyone in the venue at the moment. Everyone inside the venue and people outside the venue were waiting for the results. What you say will be passed on step by step, from this venue, from one person's mouth, and then to the mouths of thousands of people. What he wants to do is very simple, that is, magicians like them should not be imprisoned. Carlos Lucifer, I hope you will one day be held accountable for what you said today, do you understand? Carlos slowly raised his hands and looked at Snape, who said this. How funny, Mr. Snape, I need to take responsibility for my words. But my words did not have a bad impact. I just told you some truths that should be understood. Doesn't what I said make sense? I would like to ask, if one day the war breaks out again between good and evil, the magic created by evil is more powerful than the magic created by justice. When that day comes, I wonder what you will think, Mr. Snape. What should we do when our magic can no longer counter the other's magic? Learning the strengths of others and weakening one's own shortcomings is what everyone, even every magician, and every aspiring magician should have. Yes, what Carlos wants to express is very simple. Take advantage of each other to make up for its shortcomings. This is something that every person with aspirations and faith will think of. Dangmelito nodded, and after Carlos finished speaking, everyone in the meeting slowly dispersed. No one can stay here anymore, and the three presiding judges seem to have sensed that the atmosphere in the entire Hogwarts Academy is changing. They couldn't help but think about each other for a moment, looked at each other, and then left. They knew that big changes were about to happen to Hogwarts at this moment. The earthquake seems to be starting to kick off inside the college. The principal smiled slowly. He needed to wait for things to ferment. Wait for things to ferment after they are over. Next, you will announce what you want to express and how you want to express it. Carlos walked out, met the three classmates who were waiting nervously outside, and then smiled slightly. Close, the moment you walked in, we were really worried about you. How are you? What's going on inside? Are you okay? Nonsense, Harry, don't even think about it. Carlos has already come out, so he must be fine. Hermione slapped Harry hard on the back and shoulder. Harry nodded and smiled. Carlos shook his head and they walked slowly towards the dormitory. Today, because of the trial, I only have 1 day off. So today, Carlos, there is no need to do anything else. But at this moment, what Carlos didn't know was that when things inside Hogwarts began to spread and change outside. When the trial decisions in the court began to spread to the surroundings. When Carlos said what he said in the venue, it was constantly conveyed at that moment. The entire world of magicians began to change. Not only Hogwarts Academy, but also magicians in society have launched a series of actions, whether it's an evil magician or a decent magician. They began to pay attention to this one, the aristocratic student who was in Hogwarts. In their view, this declining aristocratic student seemed like their morning star. Of course, what those righteous magicians want to do is to study black magic, their content, and their characteristics. But in today's magical society, if there is no background and no rights, even if you want to study these black magic, you can't find a channel. Because even if you want to study black magic, there is no way to learn it. The reason is that there is not enough background and strong power to support you to learn these black magic. Carlos saw this clearly, and he understood that if he wanted to learn black magic, he had to go through a special way. Whether it was a Death Eater or someone who found some black magic books on the black market. All of these must be done by people with strong status. As for the ordinary wizards whose identities are unknown, they have no chance. Carlos understood that even if they wanted to learn black magic, they wanted to be controlled by Death Eaters. There is no way, no channel, and no ability to find enough black magic. Dumbledore walked up to Carlos and handed Carlos a blanket in his hand. Carlos smiled softly and pulled out a box from the cloth bag. Then this box is what Carlos needs.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.